Morning. Look at these. Look at these lovely things next to me. I've got to start with these because this is my friend. These are gorgeous. Aren't they lovely? So these are coming up with Tracey at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. So I've got them to start with. Now, just to show you, Santa Gonk, he sold out last time and we've managed to persuade Tracey to bring him back. So he will be there. But it's all available on pre-order. So if you want to get hold of them. And also, look at this. Gorgeous. So I'm thinking like Christmas gifting. There's still time. I mean, I have actually finally started making my Christmas presents. Have you started making yours yet? And this would be a great one, wouldn't it? But those are both on at 9 o'clock. I mean, this is just gorgeous, isn't it? I feel like I want him sat on a bench outside my house. Gorgeous. That's just a little taste of what we've got coming up on today's show. But first, shall we do the early bird? We have gone today with our early bird as one of those go-to essentials where we can save you a bit of money. It is the Gutermann Black and White Thread Pack. There we go. Value pack. 100 metres. There are 7 reels in the pack. 3 black, 4 white. And look at the price. £12.99 is really good values. 100 metres per reel. And I think £12.99 for 7 reels of Gutermann thread is great. But it's our early bird. And, you know, we've got to start our Christmas stitching, and you always need black and white thread, don't you? So how much are we going to reduce it by? £9.99. 23% reduction. That's brilliant, isn't it? Let's have a look. Let's have a look inside. So 100 metres. Now, this is polyester thread, so it's super strong. It's ideal. You can use it whether you're working with polyester or cotton. The beauty of polyester sewing thread is it's very strong. So we get 4 white reels and 3 black reels. It's all 50 weight thread, so it's absolutely ideal for any of your dressmaking, home sewing, patchwork, quilting, whatever. Now, we have only got a few of these. I'm not sure why. Normally, we try and get loads and loads of stock in, but we haven't got loads of these. I don't think we're really supposed to be doing this. Anyway, we haven't got that many, but if you want to save yourself £3 and get 7 reels of thread, and these... Now, we've actually got more people now in baskets than we've got. I'm not surprised. We didn't really have enough stock. But for the few people that we have, let's save you a little bit of money this morning. £3 saving, £9.99, 4 reels of white and 3 reels of black. All in a pack, all Gutermann thread, so you know it's top quality. And it's all 50 weight, so you can use it for your general sewing. 100% polyester, super strong thread. Just £9.99. Anyway, I'll leave that one with you. So, what have we got coming up on today's show? We have got 8 o'clock. It's all about needles and pins. Now, the other week we did an hour of needles and pins, which was fantastic. Had so many great comments and questions from you all about it, asking, can we do it again? Because I went through all of the needles, what you do with them, why you need them, and what needles you use for what job. Ben has made a brand new John James bundle with a massive saving for you and a Taylor Seville magic pin bundle, which I've got my eye on because I've only got the pink ones. So I've got my eye on that because it's got a massive saving. We've got sewing machine needles and both Schmetz and John James, and we have got a whole host of Gutermann thread. I love Gutermann thread because it's fantastic quality and it's really good price as well. And we've also got the Amber Makes matching needle cases and sewing cases as well. So it's all about needles and pins and getting yourself sorted with the right tools. The best thing about needles and pins is they're really inexpensive. Anyway, that's 8 o'clock in a moment. 9 o'clock, Tracey Dennis from the Owl and the Pussycat, Sewing Cat even. Where did I get that from? Owl and the Sewing Cat. And I actually just read that says Owl and Sewing Cat. Anyway, Tracey will be with us. Now, it's all about gift idea patterns. We've got bundles of patterns. We've got them printed. We've got them USB. And we've got the patterns on their own. So if you're thinking about, I am going to make some gifts this Christmas, I've got a load of fabric. They're all patterns. They're not kits. You've got a load of fabric you'd like to use up, but you want to make something gorgeous. Stay with us for 9 o'clock because Tracey will be demonstrating them and also on hand to answer any of your questions. At 10 o'clock, it is time for the November instalment of the Amber Makes Flower Shop block of the month. It's already flying out on pre-order. Now this, I'll explain the whole block of the month when we get to 10 o'clock, but this month it's a tool roll, and I have designed this specifically for beginners. So I have written the instructions, I filmed the video tutorial, and I'm going to explain it to you this morning, that if you are a new sewer, or if you're an experienced sewer and you want to make something really easily and quickly, this is the one for you. Because sometimes I do quite complex projects, but this time I thought, you know what I'm going to do? Let's start from the beginning, beginner's project tool roll, and everyone needs one, whether it's for your artist pencils or even whether it's for all your sewing items. That's 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Tracey will be back with us with her dressmaking patterns, and she's gone sort of Christmas party sparkly with these, because with her dressmaking patterns, it's the fabric you choose that determines what you use it for. So she's done her kimono, but in sequins, beautiful. So if you want easy peasy dressmaking patterns, that is at 10 o'clock. And again, we've got bundles and you can buy them individually. Then at 12 o'clock, it's all about Christmas. So we have got finally, the calico bolt is back in stock, which is brilliant because it is a fantastic combination to put with all of Christmas fabrics. We've even got Christmas washi tape. So if you are thinking about making some of the patterns that Tracey's selling at 9 and you want some Christmas fabric for them, it's all there at 12 o'clock. Oh yes, shall I show you a picture? Do you want a picture of the glittery kimono? Look at that. All you need is your little black dress. Make yourself your glittery kimono. There you are, Christmas party ready. And it's a nice, loose, easy fit. Good idea for Christmas dinner as well. Anyway, let's get started. Schmetz. Are we starting with Schmetz? Let's put my glasses on so I can concentrate. Now, this is our sewing machine bundle. Now, this completely sold out when we did it last time. Now, I know when you get your machine, in your machine comes a pack of universal needles. I knew one come unstuck. Universal needles are fine and they're absolutely fab because they're universal, so they haven't got a sharp point and they haven't got a ball point. They've got a little bit in between that. So they will work with most fabrics. However, as you become more experienced at sewing and as you start using different fabrics and techniques, you need the right tool for the job. So you wouldn't use your kitchen scissors for cutting your embroidery thread. You wouldn't use embroidery scissors for trying to cut denim. And it's the same thing with needles. If you use the right needle, you get a better finish. So this bundle has got not all the needles in the world, but all the main needles that you will need. And if you've got them, you will then have them to use for the right fabric. And honestly, it makes a difference. So in the bundle, we've got the universal needle. So as I said, this has got it's not sharp, it's not ballpoint, it's in between. So it will work with all fabrics. And most people will use this for their general sewing. It's fine. But if you're doing specialist fabric or different techniques, you need a different needle. So I'm going to start with the Microtex needle, because this is my favourite needle by hundreds of these. This is the needle that you need if you are sewing cotton fabric. So if you're doing patchwork quilting or something where you need a sharp needle, particularly even fine fabrics, if you're doing things like lawn or satin, the Microtex needle has a super sharp point. You will find it goes through the fabric better and more smoothly than a universal needle. All of these needle packs, by the way, have got a mixture of sizes, so from sizes 60 to 80. So 60 is your super fine, 70 is what you use with a quilting weight cotton, 80 a little bit thicker. So that's your Microtex. The next needle, if I was going to buy these in order, would be the jeans needle. So these, the shaft of the needle is super strong and a little bit thicker, so it won't break. So if you've used a universal and you're working on denim or canvas and it breaks, you need a jeans needle. In here, you've got sizes 90 and 100, so lighter jeans and more heavier weight jeans fabric. Quilting needle. Again, these are super sharp. They just come in size 75 to 90. So if you're doing machine quilting, they're also a little bit stronger in the shaft. So they will go through the layers and they will quilt better. So if you are machine quilting a whole quilt, you'll need a pack of those. Then we've got the stretch needle. So this has got a proper ball point, more of a ball point than the universal. So when you're using stretch fabrics, they're not woven, they're knitted. If you imagine like knitting, that's how they work. When you stitch through them, you don't want to pierce the fibres, otherwise you'll get a snag like you do on your tights. You want to separate the fibres, and that's what the stretch needle will do. It will separate the fibres, so you will get a better finish. You'll have less skip stitches and neater stitching. Then you've got the jersey needle, and again, this is used for a stretch fabric, but I would say slightly finer ones. So these are in size 70 up to 100, so slightly fine. This is more t-shirt, and this is more the thicker stretch fabrics. Then we'll go on to the embroidery needle. Now, the good thing about these is often embroidery threads are a little bit thicker, or maybe they're metallic. So behind the eye is a little groove called the scarf, and on an embroidery needle, the scarf is a bit deeper, so that the thread can sit within it, and again, you're less likely for the thread to snag and break, which often does with metallic, and also you get less skip stitches because the thread is sitting within the scarf better. So that's fab. The leather needle, now not just for leather, it's perfect for PU, vinyl, all of those non-woven kind of fabrics. They have a chisel point, like a triangular point. So rather than trying to go through the fabric, again, if you don't use a leather needle and you're working on something like PU, you can get skip stitches. With this, it actually chisels and cuts the point properly. So you get a better finish. And finally is the top stitch needle. Again, with the top stitch, you'll often use a thicker thread. So you need to have a nice sharp point, but you need to have that deep scarf to get the top stitch. So if you've got to do a line of top stitch, if you find sometimes that your stitches are skipping or are slightly different lengths, try popping a top stitch needle. Anyway, all of those in the pack, £29.99. I love Schmetz needles. They have got such a heritage and history. They've been making them for years and years and years. I use the Schmetz needles all the time. I use them in my Elna machine. So obviously there are specific needle companies do have their own needles, but these I don't know of anyone's machine they haven't fitted in. I buy loads of these. They're great quality. They have different colours on them, which makes it easier to identify which one is which. It's just a great bundle to have, £29.99. So if you've just got a pack of universal needles and you find that some of the things I've said that you do those techniques or you use those fabrics, it's just worth having, because if you haven't got them, you won't use them. Right, so over half of the stock has gone already. It's just £29.99. So you are saving £2.52, which is basically one of the packs. So you get one pack for free. It just means that when you are thinking, oh, it's my machine, why is it skipping stitches? Why is the thread breaking? Have a look through your little pack that you've got and realise that you've got the right needle and try that instead. And they are fantastic quality. I asked Barry for buying specifically. And I do think that once you start playing with different needles, you kind of unlock that technique and you know, and sometimes you think, oh, well, I can't do that, my stitches aren't working. It's probably because usually when your machine is skipping stitches not working, the first thing you should try is changing your needle. But if you change your needle for the right needle, it does make a difference. And what I love about them is they're really inexpensive, aren't they? You get 9 packs for £29.99. And it is really, really important thing to have. Get the right needles for the job. Love those. You know, and it's very important to have the basics and get them right. And the thing is that you won't, quite often you don't go out and buy them all because you think, well, I don't know that I need them. But then you might be doing hemming a T-shirt. Oh, brilliant. You've got a stretch needle, so you can do it. So if you've got a stretch needle, then you will hem the T-shirt rather than using your universal needle. Anyway, there we go. I'll leave that with you, but over half of the stock has gone. So if you want the needles, check out. If you've got any questions about needles, I love needles, just message me in. Now, another little cheeky bundle that, that Ben has made. There's loads in here. I think Ben might have put every needle he could find in it, but is this all of them? There's loads in this bundle. Right, so this was all the needles he could find. Save £5, £27.99. The Ultimate Needle Collection. Now, we've got a mixture of hand sewing needles and machine needles in here. So, shall I go through quickly what we've got. Now, the majority of the needles, look at the saving on that, save a fiver. The majority of the needles that John James do are hand sewing needles, but they do some machine needles, which are beautiful quality, just as good quality as the machine needles. And again, with hand sewing, use the right needle for the job. It makes a difference. Your sewing will be easier and better. So we've got 2 packs of a mixture of needles. We've got 50 hand sewing needles. So in this pack you get tapestry, chenille, darners, sharps, betweens and embroidery. I'll go through what you do with those in a moment. 50, so that's in that pack. Then you get 33 craft needles. So you've got tapestry needles. It tells you what you do with them for plastic canvas and for knitters. Embroidery crewels, smocking, doll making, soft sculpture needles, quilting, candle wicking, tapestry, cross stitch, beading needles. That's all in that pack, 33 of those. Then we've got the curved quilting needles. So yes, if you're tacking quilts together or you are hand quilting, you can use them for those, but they're also really good when you need to sew round curves. So maybe you're sewing like fabric boxes and you need to sew the edges together. They're brilliant for that. Or if you're sewing on buttons to things where you need to get in and out, you've got 4 different sizes of them. Quilting needle. And again, one of those things that you don't realise you need until you've got them and you go, oh, I'm sure I've got those needles somewhere. Then we'll go through the hand sewing needles. So we start off with sharps, because these are your basic needle. These are the needles you use for the majority, if you're a dressmaker, for your hand sewing. They are very sharp. They have small eyes so that the eye won't distort the fabric at all. They're great for hems, sewing on buttons, for all of that sort of thing. For things like hemming, hand sewing, all of that. That's what sharps are for. Then we've got milliners. Now these are traditionally, they're also called straw needles. We're used for hat making, but I use them for EPP. This is the needle that Jenny Jackson always recommends for EPP, and I also use them a lot for embroidery. They're very long and very fine. They're really good if you have to do like tacking, because you can get a lot of stitches on the needle. They're one of the real go-to, almost overlooked needles, because people think, oh, milliners, why would I need that? But they are beautiful. I use them a lot for hand sewing because they're so long and fine. Chenille, no, let me start. Have I got embroidery? Yes, embroidery needles. So these are your basic embroidery needles. Again, very sharp, but slightly larger, more rounded eyes. So if you're doing embroidery with stranded cotton, you can get about 4 strands of stranded cotton in there because of the larger eye. But they are very sharp, so they will pierce your woven fabrics, like your cotton fabric, when you're embroidering on it. They're also called, you might see them sometimes called crewel needles, either embroidery crewel, same thing. The other embroidery needle you will need is the chenille needle. So again, it's very sharp, but it has a larger eye, as you can see. So if maybe you were working with 6 strands of stranded cotton, you'd need the smaller size 24 of this. And then the larger one, the size 18, these are ideal for when you're sewing in ends. Now, often you think, like with knitting and crochet, you'll sew your ends in with a blunt needle. I don't. I always use a chenille sharp pointed needle, because it means when you're sewing in the ends on the back of your work, the back of your knitting or crochet, you can actually pierce the yarn and it holds it better in place. But they are great for anything where you've got a slightly thicker thread but you need the sharp eye. Long darners is the next one. I mean, traditionally used for darning, because they've got a bigger eye so you can get that thicker darning thread or wool in, and but they're nice and long so you can make those running stitches across. But they're also, because they're long, they're really useful when you need to sew something long. So maybe you're sewing a button through thicker fabric, or you're sewing doll parts together. They are ideal for that. This bundle just keeps going, doesn't it? Quilting needles. We've got 2 packs of these. Now, quilting needles are very short and sharp with a rounded eye, so you can get the slightly thicker quilting thread through it. But the reason they're short is that you can pick up lots of stitches, because when you do hand quilting, you have to rotate the needle backwards and forwards lots of times. You're pivoting it. So, and the short needle. So if you're a hand quilter, these needles are brilliant. We've also got quilting needles, but these are the gold-plated ones. And the joy of the gold plated means that they last longer. With a needle, as soon as your needle starts to lose its shine, or you find it's not slipping through the fabric as easy, it's finished, it's done, you'll need to dispose of it. So needles do not last forever. But with the gold plated ones, it takes much longer for the surface to go, so therefore they will last longer. And the pack that we've put in here, they're size 10s, because size 10 is the perfect size for hand quilting. So with the other needles, they are mixed sizes, but with these gold-plated one, we put the size 10 in because those are the ones you'll use. So if you're doing hand quilting a kit, those are perfect. Then we've got the cross-stitch needles. These are actually mainly, I don't know why they're called cross-stitch here, you mainly know them as tapestry needle. These are size 24. They've got a nice large eye, so you can get your strands of stranded cotton through. They've got a slightly blunted point because you're not piercing fabric thread, you're going through holes. They're a size 24, gold plated, so that they will slip through the fabric nice and easily. And size 24 is perfect for 14 Ada and 18 Ada, that size hole. If you've got smaller holes, like a 28 even weave, you'll need a smaller size 26. But these 24s are brilliant for your basic cross stitch. Still going, still going. Look at this. All of this, £27.99, still going. Beading needles, very long, very fine, very small eyes. You can even sew seed beads on with this. So whether you're creating beadwork or whether you're sewing beads on, then you will need these, for they are very, very fine. You can also use them, maybe if you're sewing on, like hemming something like silk or satin, where you want a very fine needle because you want to be very careful about not snagging the threads, and maybe you're even using a silk thread. I often use those for that. And now the other needles that we have in the pack, they are all machine needles, and why not? So we have got the normal regular point. So this is your kind of universal needle. Sizes 11 to 16 in there. So that's your regular point, so your universal needle. We've got a specialist needle in here. We've got the twin needle. Love a twin needle. The majority of machines, you can thread with 2 reels of thread. So if you want to do some top stitch on something, or you want to do a double hem, rather than trying to get 2 parallel rows of stitching twice, which is almost impossible, just thread both of these and then you can stitch at the same time. You can just stitch with it. You have your sewing machine manual will tell you how to thread up your machine. You thread both needles. You can even thread them with different colours. And so say you're doing top stitch along the edge of a bag, use a twin needle, and then you can sew 2 exactly parallel line stitching. Really good for stained glass window quilting as well, where you need those 2 parallel lines. And then we have got 2 pack. Oh, I said we've got 2 packs in leather. This one is leather for hand. The same as this machine one, it has a chisel point. So if you are hand sewing leather PU vinyl, these are absolutely perfect. And we've got the machine needle version. Again, you've got the chisel point. So whether you're hand sewing leather, you might need both of them because you might be creating like a PU bag and some of it's got to be hand stitched. You've got the machine and the hand version. So all of that, the ultimate hand and a few sew machine needle bundle, just £27.99. John James, these have got such a heritage, established in 1840. The factory is here in Redditch where we are. These needles are, well, they have got such a heritage. You just know that you can rely on the quality. We're very careful here that we use top quality items. I mean, you know, over the years I've used so many different needles. I have to say John James are always my go-to in a hand sewing needle because I know their quality and I know that they are, you don't get odd ones where the points aren't right. They are beautiful quality. They're all packaged in Redditch in the factory and all delivered to us. Even Charles Dickens mentioned him in one of his pieces of work because he'd been to this. Even now, the needle factory is still here. They make the more specialist needles here. They even make, in the factory here, they make a lot of surgery needles. They have one section that's all sealed and is all hygiene and sterilised, and they use the ones for surgery, for like heart surgery and everything. And even during COVID, overnight, they changed the factory and they completely sanitised the factory so they could make all the needles for surgery as well. And they also launched a sanitary company with anti-bac, and they supplied all the care homes in the area. It's amazing. But all of these, you know, when you look at the heritage behind the needles, for $27.99, you're getting all of that. And they are lovely. They are really lovely. And it's like I say, you know, it's not often, you're not going to probably go out and go, oh, I'll buy the leather needles. If you've got the pack, they're there. You're hand sewing a bit of PU. You think, oh, no, I've got those needles. Oh, I'm going to do a little bit of quilting. Oh, remember, I've got the gold-plated ones. It is worth having because you've got the whole range there of all the needles. So that's the Schmetz bundle. Then the hand-sewn bundle, just $27.99. I've got another quick question. I can't seem to find the gnome pattern listed and I want to pre-order it. Oh, where is it then, Ben? We'll have a look. So if you want to shop with us, you can either shop on, you can use the phone, and that's a UK call centre based here, or you can do it on the website, which is easy. You can see the pictures. Go onto the website and click on Watch Live, and this is what you'll get. Coming up on today's show, these are all, there's all the John James needles because we have got them available separately. So maybe you just need the pack of regular sharp needles for $1.99, just pop those in. I'm not going to go through them all individually because I've just talked you through them all in the bundle. If you scroll down, those are the threads that we're going to come to, and the needle cases and the sewing case kits in just a moment. And then if you go a bit further down, right, then here's Owl and Sewn Cat. So this is Tracey's first hour. And if you keep scrolling down, the patterns are available in bundles, but also individually. Where is it? Well, that'll be why we can't find it, Ben. There's the cottage, there's the bag, Ella the elephant. Yeah, we'll look into that. Don't know where that is. Yeah, yeah, I know, I like that. So Ben says, there's the question, right, let's show everyone the website. No, we can't find it. So we'll let you know as soon as we found it, and we'll pop it in there. We've got one more needle. The Pebble. The John James Pebble. This is brilliant, this, because it's got embroidery needles in it. I'll just open it up. I'm sure I opened up one the other week. There's another one. Now, these are great because they're really good for storage. So, it's called a pebble because it looks like a pebble. It is filled with embroidery needles, and then it just opens up. There's all your needles, so it's a really good way if you are sewing on the go, if you're going on holiday, you're going on workshops, or you just want somewhere to store the needles. You know that the ones in here are embroidery needles, because John James does different pebbles with different needles in, but they're different colours quite handily. So in here, you're getting 16 embroidery needles, also called crewel, in a range of sizes from size 5 to 10. So a nice little pack of needles, just $1.99 for you, or lovely gift for someone because they're just nicely packaged, just easy. Hold them in your hand, and then the needles aren't getting stuck in anything. They're just nice and neatly packaged in there. Worth getting if you're an embroiderer. $1.99. So all of the needles that we've just talked about, they are all available individually, plus others as well. So if you go onto the website, they're all listed by individually, and I've been through to tell you what they all do. If you've got any questions, do ask. But if you're thinking if you don't want to save the £5 and buy the multi-pack, you just want one pack, then they are all there individually as well. Right, let's do pins, because they're all in this lovely box. Nice. The box does not come with the package, unfortunately. We have to keep that here. So in the bundle, it's all of them, and look at that saving, £10. £10. Now, all of these pins have something amazing in common. They all very, very ergonomic. They have been designed specifically so they're really easy to handle. They have, all of them have a little rubber end, plastic end, so that you can find them. You don't lose them, but more importantly, they've grip, so they're really easy to hold. So if you struggle getting your pins in and out, or struggle to find the ends of them, or wonder if you've left any in, these have that plastic end, which you can iron on. They're completely heat proof. They also all come in a little box, so they open and shut. Have we got a spare box, Levi, just so I can show the box? Or I'll open one of these. If we got some open, otherwise I'll open one. And the box you can store them in. The difference between them is that they are different lengths and different diameters. Oh, lovely, thank you. Perfect. So this is the little box that they store in. This is the regular one. So they're easy to store away, and this is what they look like. So you can hold the ends, easily visible, and they're really, really good quality pins as well, which is important. So it's not only are they've got comfort grip, they're heat resistant, they've come in their lovely designer storage case. So they've got different colours as well. So the regular one, these are, well, they're called quilting pins. So these are 48mm length and 0.6mm circumference. So these are probably the thicker ones, I would say, probably. You get 100 in this pack. So this is just one in this bundle. But honestly, once you use these pins, you won't go back to normal pins. What I love about them is that when I want to mark something, particularly like on a dressmaking pattern, I want to see something, I'll pop one of these pins because you can always see them. And also, they're much easier to find and they're much easier to see to then remove as well. So that's the normal quilting pins. We've then got the green end ones. These are patchwork pins. So these are a little bit shorter. They're 36mm length, but 0.5mm circumference. So they're a little bit shorter and finer. So when you are piecing patchwork together, they are ideal because they will slide through the fabric more easily. And also, because they're a bit shorter, you can put them into smaller areas as well. So that's the patchwork ones. You then get the yellow ones. These are the applique pins. You get 50 of these. Now, these again are 50, these are shorter, so they're 26mm in length, but they are 0.5mm in their circumference. But these are brilliant. So, you know when you're doing applique and you want to just pin tiny pieces on without, particularly when you're hand sewn, great for EPP as well. And you know when sometimes when the needles are too long and you can't, your thread keeps getting caught, these are really short. They're also really good when you're pinning a curve, a straight edge onto a curve, and you need to put lots of pins in vertically to get round the curve. These are ideal for that because you can put lots in. So it's a bit like the needles. When you need a specific pin, it makes a big difference. And you go, oh no, I've got those in my stash. And they are beautiful quality, honestly, I love them. Then we have the pink ones. Now these are the only ones I've got. I want the rest of them. I love the pink pins. But if I got the £10 saving, I get the rest of them. Now the reason I chose these for my first purchase because they were extra long. And these are fantastic. When you're pinning together several layers, or when you really want to be able to mark something, the pink pins are brilliant. So these are 56mm in length, and then they're 0.6mm their circumference. So they're a little bit thicker, but they are ideal when you're marking something and you really want it to stand out, but also if you're pinning together and you want to pin along a longer length. So they are really, really good pins. I can attest to that. And look at that saving, £55.96 for all 4 packs of these fantastic pins. They really are the magic pins. Now you have a look, I mean, if you want to have a look at reviews on these and see what people think of them, I've never heard any negative comments about them. They are brilliant. And I know a few people think they wait for a few months, well, a bit like me, and they'll buy a pack and think I'll buy another pack in a month. But, you know, I mean, yes, they are more of a considered purchase for a pin, because obviously pins, you can get extremely inexpensive ones. But you know, with things like this, you are paying for the quality. They come in their little boxes, and you will keep them in the boxes. The fact they're different colours, they're not all going to get mixed up. Because normally with dressmaking pins, you might have a variety of them, but you try and working out which ones go in which box. But these all come in the boxes, so treat yourself. £55.96. Save yourself a tenner. It's brilliant, isn't it? I love those pins. Loads and loads of you got those in baskets. We couldn't make that many bundles because we only had a certain stock where we were low in one of them. And it's a big saving, isn't it? Big saving. I'll leave that there with you for now. Put them back in their little box. Oh, right. So while we're talking about needles and pins, we'll just go through the needle cases, because as I am a massive fan of needles, and it's important to have the right needles in the right drawer, you need to put them in the right place. And remember which is which, because the problem is they all come in packets, which is fine if you keep them in the packets. As soon as you take them out, who knows what they are? So this is why I designed the needle case. Now, in the needle case kit, there are 3 different colourways. This is the vintage sewing colourway. But each of the kits have the same things in them. So in the kit, you get the printed panel and the instructions to make both of these. So I'll show you how it works. So on the hand sewing needle case, you open it up. So all of the fabric comes in the kit. And the reason we've done it this way is because everything is printed with labels, which you need in order for it to work. So if you open up the needle case, then there's different pages which are labelled. So there's beading, chenille, darners. These are all the, and I chose these because these are the most used ones. Embroidery, leather, milliners, quilting, sharps, tapestry, and spares for the ones that you can't remember what they were. So they all go, or safety pins I tend to keep in mind. So therefore what you can see, I've pushed the needles, the right needles through the pages, so I know immediately when I want to use a milliner's needle, and they're in alphabetical order as well, that I can find the milliner's needles, and there they are. So that's the hand sewing needle case, and it features all this sort of vintage sewing equipment. You also get the sewing machine needle case, which again, this is even harder really to remember which is which, because you've got to take it out of the packet, put it into the machine, and then, you know, if you come back a week later, who knows, even a day later for me, what needle is in there. So if you've bought the Schmetz bundle, that Schmetz bundle has all the needles that you need to put into here. And that's not a coincidence, we made it like that. So I've got hemline ones in here because that's the ones I designed it for originally, but the Schmetz ones will obviously fit. So what we've got in here, we've got ballpoint, embroidery, jeans, leather, quilting sharp, stretch, top stitch, universal specials, spares, and in the machine. So spares is if you had, maybe you've got 2 sharps. Sharps is the other word for microtex, by the way. Or maybe you've got that top stitch, the twin needle, it would be for that. Now the in the machine one, this is the one that I like the most. So if I've got a jeans needle in my machine, I put the jeans needle packet in there, and then when I come back to my machine, I go, did I leave a jeans needle in there or not? I just have to look in here, it goes in the machine. Pop it back in the packet and put it back in there, and then you know. If you don't want to put a needle that's already been used but isn't blunt back in the packet, you can just push it through this pocket. So on the panel, I'll just show you this one panel so you can see what it looks like. Oh dear, it's the one on the bottom, isn't it? So this is what the panel looks like. It's got everything on it that you will need. So you've got there's the labels on the sewing machine, so you've got all of those labels there. You can see all the pages for the hand sewing needle ones, they're all labelled. It's got all the linings, the little bits for the tabs. You can also sew the labels on top of these, applique them on, which I've done. You can decorate them, you can embroider them. There's little labels on there. So that's all of the pieces in order to make these. You also get a full set of instructions, which look like this, that tell you all exactly how to go through it. And then I have also filmed a full video tutorial. There's the QR code, which lives on the Amber Makes website, so that if you are a beginner to sewing and you want to watch the whole process, you can sew along with me and make your needle case. So that's the vintage sewing version. Right, we have less than 50 of those left. Yeah, Spencer, it sounds like a lot, but it's not. And also, it has a flap, because when I first made it, it didn't have a flap, and I folded it all up and all the needles fell out. So this was when I was doing the first version. This is, I mean, this has been updated. If you bought the needle case when we did it a few years ago, I designed it to fit these hemline needles, and then they made the packaging bigger about a week later. So if you got frustrated at all because the pocket's small, we have updated this and made the pockets a bit bigger. So the reason the flap is you put the flap over, you fold it up, you put the press fastener over, and then they don't all fall out, which they did the first time I made it. So that's the vintage sewing. If you fancy a little bit of William Morris, it comes as a William Morris version. So this is a really good gift for somebody as well, because if you made this for somebody and filled it up with needles, what a lovely gift. So again, I haven't put all the needles in this one, but there you go. There's all the pages with all of the names, exactly the same as the other one, but these are the William Morris prints. But a nice little gift for someone, even if you just gave them this, the hand sewing and kept that one for yourself. Beautiful, isn't it? So that's the, and it's got the strawberry thief pattern on the outside, and then the willow bough on the inside, and then this is the sewing machine needle one. So you can use press fasteners or like cam snaps, and then I sewed a little button on the outside. I made the needle case and it's fab and I use it all the time from Tracey in Lincolnshire. Oh, thank you, Tracey. Oh, I'm glad that it all worked all right. The John James twin needles are the best. Valerie, yes, they are, aren't they? I have to say, those are the first ones I ever used. Hi, I have the previous set of the needle capers and they're brill. I put used needles back in the case upside down. Sue Beeston, what a great idea. What a good idea. And then you know, don't you, if they're upside, yeah, good idea. Yeah, so if you put one side. There's the William Morris. You see, and they will fit the hemline ones, and they will obviously fit the Schmetz ones. See, they'll fit those as well. They won't, I thought, I was going to say they don't fit, but they do actually. I didn't think that they would fit with the card, but they do, just on the edge they do. But I would take them out, to be honest. Because you don't want the card on them, do you? But they will fit all of them. So they've got exactly the same labels. I won't show you the panel, but it works exactly the same way. And again, video tutorial so that you can make it. So if you have, and you know, and there's nothing really complicated about this. It's not a difficult project. It's mostly just sewing things right sides together and turning it out. There's no zips. You just got to sew on a press fastener. And then the final one. This is for all you patch workers. So here's the hand sewing one. This has got log cabin on the front. I love this one because I love the log cabin. And then on the inside, we've got sawtooth star and we've got the pinwheel pattern. Again, all the pages have all the names in, all the milliners, tapestry, exactly the same. So, and with a lovely log cabin pattern. So if you're a patch worker, and then this is the sewing machine needle. So this has got the Hunter's Star patchwork pattern on it. So with this one, I've cut out the extra label and I put some felt behind it and then appliqued on, and then it makes it a bit thicker. And then if you open it up, see it all matches. You've got the sawtooth star pattern, you've got the Hunter's Star, and then all of these labels are printed on there. So this will keep you super organised, but it's a nice thing. You can make this project in a day or make one in an afternoon. It's nothing complicated. And as I said, with the tutorial, I taught you through the whole thing. So those are the needle kits. And if you've bought either of the bundles, then you will be able to fill them up as well. Now, we did do matching sewing cases. I'm going to just show those quickly. So if you've bought the needle cases in the vintage sewing, then there is the matching sewing case. So this, the idea behind this was I thought I wanted to have a sewing case that I could take with me when I go on workshops or go on holiday, and I just want a little sewing case. Also, I tend to keep one, if I'm going into the living room in the evening and I want just my few sewing bits with me, it's also a really good gift for someone who you know who loves sewing or is new to sewing. So it's like a little suitcase. So it's got a handle with a tape measure printed on it, obviously. And then you open it up, and then inside, all the pieces on the panel all printed with the labels, and it matches this beautifully. There's the zip, because it says scissors there, so you can put, I put my scissors and my marking pens in there. You've got 3 little pockets that you can put buttons, safety pins, bits and bobs. Then you've got a section here where you can put whatever you want of your sewing things. These are all on the panel as well. There's the pieces to make the matching pin cushion. There's a tiny needle case which you can put the needles that you use most often. And then there's the pieces to cover a tape measure. Measure twice, cut once. That's in there as well. So everything that you need is in that. All you will need as well is some wadding and some zips. Now we do have a bundle of matching zips. So this is the bundle. So it's £19.99 for the kit. Again, there is the panel with all the pieces, the instructions, and there is a full video tutorial that the details on the instructions on that, and they're on the Amber Makes website. Here's the zip. So you need this long blue zip that goes all the way around the edge. And then you've got the shorter pink zip, that's the one that's used here. So I know a lot of you have difficulties, including me, of getting the right length and the right colour zips. £3.49, that's the 2 zips that you need. So if you've bought the sewing case, then get the zips as well. I will show you, well, I'll show you the William Morris. So this is the William Morris version, which obviously matches the needle cases. But they are separate. There you are, you've got your tape measure there. I'll show you the inside. And then inside, you see the inside of this matches the inside of this. It's very matchy-matchy. There's your scissors, and then your 3 little pockets. Then you've got your pin cushion, your needle case. There's even the pieces in here to make the little dividers so that it all fits in nicely. That's the William Morris one. I'll show you the panel for that, just so you can see. Oh, it's always the last one, isn't it? Always. No, no. Is that it? Yes. There he is. So this is the panel. So this is £19.99. And here's the panel. You can, I'm going to show you all the pieces. So nothing is wasted on here. No space is wasted. It's basically cut and sew. All the seam allowances are included on the panel. So all you've got to do is cut around the pieces, sew them together, following the instructions and the tutorial. So there you go. There's the front, my sewing case. There's the lining with scissors on it. There's the base stitched with love. Look, there's the handle that looks like a tape measure. You've got all the little pockets, buttons, safety pins, bits and bobs. There's the little needle case. There's the tape measure pieces and the pin cushion. There's the inside pages of the little needle case. So everything you need is on there. And then you also get a big set of instructions, because obviously you've got to have everything to make the whole case, as well as all the instructions for how to make the needle case, the pin cushion, and the tape measure. So you will need a little tape measure, obviously, to put in that. And then there is information on there. There's the QR code that you can scan, or you can just go to the Amber Makes website to watch the tutorial. Then the final sewing case, obviously, we have the patchwork version, because that has to match the patchwork needle cases. So this is the patchwork version. So that's got Hunter Star. It has got a tape measure handle. Open it up. And then inside, you've got log cabin on the little pockets. You've got the pin cushion. You've got the little needle case. You've got the tape measure. It's all in there. And then you can store all your bits and bobs in there. So I always have one of these with me. And I know when it's filled up, I've got everything I need. I can put all my threads in. You know, even if you're an embroiderer, it's really useful, because then you can put all your stranded cotton in. I've seen people use them for EPP, because they put all their little hexes in it. But it's just lovely. Anyway, those are all of they. These are all of they. Thread. Can't finish a needle and pin hour without thread, can we? So there are loads and loads of different threads available, all different sorts. I love Gutermann thread because it's very good quality. It's very strong. The colours are very vibrant. And I think it's a really good price as well. We have got so many different sets here. So I'm going to go for the biggest one. I said to Ben, put the Gutermann thread in, would you? So he did. So he put all of them in. Now, I'm going to go with the biggest pack we have to start with, because why not? It has got a skew on it. Yeah, HLZW97. So let me just take this one out. See, what I love about this one is it comes in a lovely tin as well. Yeah, that's me. That's Charlie and Ben, look. That's Ben, that's Charlie. Actually, it looks a little bit like them, to be fair. Sort of tall and blonde and short and dark. Yeah. That's definitely Charlie and Ben. I think we need to get them to dress up like that. Be great, wouldn't it? Anyway, you keep them all in the tin. So these are all 100-metre spools. They're all your 50 weight thread, but look at the colours. I think I have to say, I think for £59.99, this is fantastic, isn't it? So how many did you get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 48. Oh, yes, it says on that. I'm so glad I just counted all of those. So you've got your basic threads, but you've got black, you've got bright white, ivory and cream, and then even in the greys, you get 4 shades of greys. And then you've got all of the colours. So, you know, sometimes when you just need the right shade of pink, well, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pinks. You've got all of the purples, all the greens, all of the blues. And they all are kept in here. It's like it's an artist colour palette for sewers. What a beautiful thing. I mean, if you bought all your machine needles, this is lovely. And, you know, and also, if someone says to you, what do you want for Christmas, say, I would actually like this tin. Because that is a really nice thing to have, isn't it? I mean, it's even got those lovely teals in there as well. £59.99. And I've got a lot to get through, so I'm going to go through them fast. It's also got all the colour numbers listed on it, but that's a good one to get. We've also got a smaller tin with just 30 spools. Just 30, but why not? If you want a smaller tin. I like the tin as well, I'd keep them in the tin. So they come in the tin, but in the paper wrapping as well. Oh, that's definitely Charlie and Ben. This just, what is she wearing? Is that some kind of bonnet? Anyway, but look at the colours. So we got 30. Again, you've got a lovely range of colours. Obviously, there's less of them, but you're still going across the whole palette. £39.99. So you have got the yellows and the reds and the browns and the greens and the purples. You've just got less, but you have got threads across the whole of the colour palette. Only 8 of these left in stock. So if you want one, £39.99. Fantastic. Now we've got loads of others. Now what I like about all the others, they've all got a little gift in them. So let's choose this one because look, this one's got Schmetz needles in it. Da, 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 da. Do you want the code? UVZW58. So in this pack, you have got We've had people asking, I can't get that open, have we got any stock of the advent calendar? We had one and it sold, so sorry, no. One bounced back, don't know why, but it went very, very quickly. So in this one, we have got 12 reels of thread, again, all across the colour range, so white, yellow, dark yellow, orange, red, burgundy, dark green, light green, turquoisey blue, pale blue, navy and black. But you've also got a pack of Schmetz needles, universal, and you've also got a pack of Prim pins as well. So that is brilliant, isn't it? What a nice little gift. Just £19.99. You've got a lovely range of thread. You've got your universal needles. You've got your Prim pins. So Schmetz, Prim and Gutermann, fantastic. That's a really nice, you've got quite a good saving on that. If you look at what they would all cost individually, that's quite a nice saving. Then we've got, we've got a little baby tin. Baby tin. I'm not sure that is Ben and Charlie this time. I like the way that the girl is sewing on the man's buttons whilst he's wearing it. Could have got him to take his coat off. In here, you have got 8 reels of thread. So these are all beautiful pastel colours. Yes, he's a very smart person, isn't he? So you've got 8 reels of thread here, but in lovely, pretty pastel colours for just £16.99. But all in that little tin. I love the tin. It's my favourite bit. That's that. Oh, let's do some, because we've got Christmas coming up, how about some sparkly threads, metallic effect threads. Now, if you're getting these, you do need these. Yep, these needles go with these threads because they're the embroidery needles, and remember, they've got that deeper scarf so that the metallic thread will sit within them, so you need to get those as well. The metallic threads are RBZW06. They've sold out. That's sad. But I have got a pack here, before that's on, that's got some metallic in it. ETZW70. Now, this is brilliant for embroidery because what you've got is you've got some rayon thread, which has got a really lovely sheen. You've got some metallic thread, but also some bobbin thread. Because when you use these metallic threads, you don't put metallic in the bobbin, you use a bobbin thread. So we've got the bobbin threads in 3 different colours. And then look at the sheen on these rayon threads. And then we've got a couple of metallics. So this is beautiful for machine embroidery. You can use it for hand embroidery as well. But, you know, even if you're just personalising things or you want to add a little bit of sparkle to your quilt, that is a brilliant pack, $44.99, and you've got the bobbin thread in there. So if you're a machine embroiderer or hand embroiderer, this is a brilliant pack for you. And we've got, oh yes, I love these. Then we've got we've got 2 packets of variegated. I'll go with, yeah, we'll go with that one. Isn't that one gorgeous? Again, I tend to use these when I'm top stitching. So if you're doing a top stitch and maybe you're working on a navy, use the top stitch navy. It just means that you get a slight colour change. Particularly, rather than top stitching, use one of your decorative stitches. I've got a stitch on my machine that's a little row of stars. And when you do that in a decorative, in one of these variegated threads, they change colour as they go along. So it's lovely to have these for things like embellishing things. So even if you're putting a shoulder strap on a bag and you want to stitch down the edge of it, use one of these variegated threads. And then one final one, NO19. So with this one, you've got 5 variegated threads, but you've got the matching plain. So that means that if you're doing some normal stitching with the plain, you've got the variegated to match, so you can mix and match them. So you've got the black thread that goes with the multicoloured, the grey with the grey variegated, the slate with the denim variegated. So wouldn't that be nice for hemming your jeans? Little variegation, just $22.99. Anyway, I think we've run out of time. Thank you for joining for me this hour. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time with Tracey from Alan Sewing Cats, all about gift ideas, craft projects, so brilliant Christmas present ideas as well. I will see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about craft item patterns. But what we're thinking is all of these make fantastic Christmas gifts. So if you're thinking, oh, I want to start making my Christmas present, don't know what to do, got loads of fabric. They're all patterns. So this is the way of you using up your stash. Or 12 o'clock, remember, we've got loads of Christmas fabric coming up if you need to buy some specifically. So there are 2 ways of buying the patterns that Tracey's got. Well, 3 ways really. In the bundle, because obviously you make a saving, you get a free pattern in the bundle. You can either buy them printed or you can buy them as USB so that you can print them out yourself and that you can just keep them on your USB stick. Or you can buy them individually. Obviously you don't get the free pattern, you don't make the saving, but if you want just one of them. So that's the other way of doing it. So I'm just going to quickly go through what you get in the bundles and then we can talk to Tracey about the actual projects themselves. So this is the paper pattern. These are all printed, fully printed. I'll just show you one of them so you can see what they look like. This is what you get in one of them. So you've got a resealable envelope. You open it up. All of the instructions are in here with photo walkthrough showing you exactly how to do it. And then the full size, no need to enlarge pattern pieces. There we go. So when you buy the bundle, which is $49.99, you get 1 pattern free and you save £8, £7. So you save £7 and you're getting a pattern free. So you're getting one pattern free and you get the free pattern. So that is amazing value. So definitely worth getting. So that's what the printed patterns look like. All of them are the same, as in you will always get the full templates and the pattern. So in the bundle, you've got the triple zip bag pattern, and I'm going to go through the individual projects in a moment with Tracey just to show you, but I wanted to just get the bundle first. So there's the triple zip bag. The next pattern is the Barcelona bag. So you've got 2 bag patterns. Look at the price of this, $49.99. We've got 2 bag patterns. The Pippa purse pattern. We've got Ella the elephant doorstop pattern. That's a lovely gift, isn't it? Could be a toy or a doorstop, depending what you fill it with. We've got the cute cottages draft excluder. Now, isn't that brilliant for this time of year? And again, wouldn't that be lovely to make for someone? You could even personalise it so it looked like their house and their road. And the notepad cover pattern. And then the circular floor cushion pattern, which is the one I have here. I absolutely love this, and I am going to go through them in more detail. Just wanted to get those. So that's the paper patterns. If you would rather print them out yourself, and in here you've got the USB sticks. You just pop it in your computer, you print out the pattern. You could just print out the templates and then just read the instructions off your computer. That's up to you. But some people prefer, it always seems to be about 50-50 who prefers the USB. $38.99, that's all. $39.99, you get exactly the same. You get all of the patterns, you get the free pattern, but it's just $38.99. So those are the 2 options. Right, now I'm going to go over and show you all of the projects, just then you can see. You can now decide whether you want the printed version or the USB version. Right, I'll come over to you now, Tracey. We need to have a look at the projects, don't we? Hello. Anyway, good morning. Good morning. You look very sparkly and Christmassy this morning. It is, yes. I'm going autumn mushrooms, and you've gone Christmas sparkly. So I want to go through the individual projects because I think it's very different seeing them, isn't it? And seeing what they look like. So the first one we talked about was this bag.
Yes, the triple zip bag.
Yeah, so show us through the bag and what it does.
So it's a great bag because we've got lovely pockets here, but they're nice deep pockets. They go right.
Oh, that's good. So you get loads in it.
Great for like a tablet, or if you're travelling, if you're dog
actually,
walking.
that's a really good airport bag, isn't it?
Exactly.
Passport.
And it folds up nice and flat afterwards. 3 zips in there. Really nice one because you can have it across the body, or you can have it on a single shoulder strap, or you could put it on the back of, a wheelchair, pushchair, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that is airport, dog walking.
Exactly.
Christmas shopping because of all the zips as well.
Yeah, and it's not that difficult to make. We'll show you how to do the zips in a bit because I know people get worried about doing zips, but actually we don't need to. They're quite easy, aren't they? If we take it step by step.
Do it slowly.
Which the instructions talk us through. So the one that you're seeing now as well, the other coloured version we've got, I've put different coloured zips in it as well, which just makes it
so you can choose, can't you?
Fun.
Well, the good thing about all your patterns is, you're encouraging people to use up their stash.
Yes, it doesn't take a lot of fabric to make these bags. You can even make each of the pockets in different fabrics if you want to. And bags are great presents, aren't they?
Well, they are, and also this is very much, you could have this for a man bag as well. Yeah. My husband bought himself one of these when we went on holiday because he said when he's in the airport, where do you put it? Well, he gives it to me. Yeah. I don't want it. But, if you, depending on the fabric you make it in, it can be for loads of different people.
Yeah, you can make it in a nice denim, a heavyweight tweed fabric. So it's a chance to sort of play. I always say to people, get really good basic patterns that you can repeat over and over again. They should be your staple that you have.
That you can use and when you've got to make a gift. So if you're thinking, right, I need to make some Christmas gifts, this is ideal for anyone, isn't it?
Exactly.
Teenagers,
make it,
even
an hour,
men.
2 hours,
Yeah, perfect. Right, the next bag, should we come over to the steps? Oh, sorry. Or should we bring them over here? So these are all of the... Can we see them all? Bear with. Or should we just take them over to the table? Right, so these are all of the items together on the steps.
So the doorstop is the one at the draft excluder is the one that you see at the top, the cottage one. So it's got lots of different cottages on there. It's really nice if you're making that as a present for somebody and you've got an embroidery machine. You can embroider their house number.
Well, I was thinking that, and you could really personalise it, couldn't you?
Yeah, and you can use old baby clothes. You can make it into a memory thing. You can use
yes, look, let me hold it out for you. Look.
There's a nice long.
Look how long it is. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe you're doing it for a teacher, for end of term, maybe just a neighbour, or just for yourself.
Yeah, I think that's a lovely gift,
Festive,
isn't it?
Christmassy one as well. It's just fun to do. All the templates are included, but
Right.
you pick and choose what you want to do.
Actually, I'm going to bring these over here. I think it's
Okay.
easier to see.
I'll come with you.
Actually, so this is the second bag, because there were two bags in the pattern pack. Is this the
So that's the Barcelona bag.
Barcelona bag?
This one's got an adjustable strap. So each
Right.
of our patterns, you're going to learn something different if you're new to sewing.
Okay.
So this one has an adjustable strap and slider on it, which is great. So you can wear that across the body, or you can change
Okay.
it on one shoulder. Because sometimes when we're shopping, we want it across the body.
Yeah, it depends
Or
what
getting
you're
in and
doing,
out of the
doesn't
car,
it?
you want it just on one
And so with
shoulder,
this,
so you can
the
adjust it.
slider, so you can change the length.
Yeah.
Then it's got a nice clasp.
Yeah, magnetic clip. You've got a nice deep pocket again on the outside, and we've got one, I believe, on the inside as well.
Yeah.
In there too. So
Oh, that
again,
is a lovely
nice
bag, isn't it?
present, nice
And again,
fit.
depending on the fabrics you use, completely different bag, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I mean, this is, quite a cheapish sort of fabric that we've used here. So I've just used a small amount of the expensive fabric to bring it to life.
So
this
you
could
could
be
use
anything
like
you want,
a
yeah.
plain, like a calico or a linen, and then use your fancy fabrics.
Yeah, and then decide on what fusibles you want inside if you want any, or if you do it in canvas fabric, you might not need that. Or if you're putting the bag fusing in there, you can do that too. So yeah, depends on what structure you want.
See, that would be lovely for a new mum, wouldn't it? For, a small
Yeah.
little changing bag where you just want a few things
Yeah.
for just an afternoon out.
Yeah, really nice. And you can roll them up afterwards as well. If you're making them without big, heavy fusing in there, then it could be one that you just fold up and keep in the car all the time when we buy those extra shopping.
Yes, absolutely perfect. Right. Should we do the elephant next?
Okay.
So I love the elephant. So the elephant can be a toy or a doorstop, depending on what you put in it.
Yes.
Remember, all of these patterns are in the bundle, either printed or USB, but they're also all available on their own as well. So if you just want one of them, that's fine. But obviously the saving is to be made when you buy them all together. And to be honest, if you get them all together, then you might not intend to make them all now, but you've got them.
Yes, exactly.
Now, I think the elephant's gorgeous. Look at his tail. It's got a knot in it. The elephants never forget.
No.
He is beautiful. And this one is needle cord, isn't
Yeah,
it?
so we've done it in a soft needle cord, which I think works really well. But again, you could do it in a tweed, you could mix and match it.
Yes.
It only takes half a metre of fabric. So all
Oh,
of
I
these projects
see.
here aren't taking a lot of fabric, just a little bit of time and a bit of love. And again, if you've got an embroidery machine, you can embroider
Oh, the name, lovely.
onto the ears,
So
on
if
the
you
feet.
put the weight in its legs, then it's a doorstop. But if it's
Yes.
a toy, then you just leave that out.
Exactly. Yep,
Oh,
you
he
choose.
is
Yeah.
gorgeous. So if you've got an elephant lover in the family, who would not love one of these? You could even make him in Christmas fabric, so he could be a Christmas elephant, couldn't he?
Yeah, give them a nice bow tie.
I mean, absolutely gorgeous. And it's just one of those things that when you give somebody a handmade gift for Christmas, it means so much more,
It
doesn't
really
it?
does, doesn't it? Yeah, it really shows that you spent time thinking about them while you're making it. You are, aren't you? You're picking colours that maybe match their interior. So you've put a lot of thought into it.
Well, and also, you know that people are going to want them, aren't you? So it's almost an easy fix, isn't it?
Yes.
It's like, I'm going to make them an elephant. Brilliant. Everyone wants an elephant. Make everybody an elephant this Christmas. So there's the elephant. Then the next one is the book cover.
Okay, then we've got, whoops, I'm throwing them around now. So we've got this really nice A5 notepad organiser.
Hang on, we're turning around because it's on the
Turning
overhead
around,
for that one.
okay. So you've got a magnetic clip again on the front. We'll do a quick demonstration of this one as well. I've put lots of pockets in it. So I put one here. You've got one for your notepad. You've got an extra one at the back. Maybe that's letters that you need to reply to,
okay.
doctor's notes, appointments, that kind of thing. You've got a little compartment as well that you can put your pen in on the side. Very, very quick and easy project to make. Again, it does not take a lot of fabric, so it's ideal for teachers, for neighbours, for friends. You know, if you just want to make something quick to say, I've been thinking about you, happy Christmas, then you can do that.
And buy them a notebook, pop it in.
Exactly, and away you go. Because we all need, it doesn't matter how many tablets and how many apps I have on my phone. There's nothing like writing it down.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're doing grandma's recipe, or
Yeah, it is.
Teacher for end of term.
Well, it's just scribbling notes down as well, and it's nice. Then you've got them all in one place. Sometimes I put them all on different bits of paper, and I think, oh, what was that? I can't remember now. Keep them all in
the
a
time.
notebook.
Yeah.
Also, I'll go over to this desk to do the cushion just because it's over here. In the pack as well is the circular cushion. Look at this. Now, this is in the bundle, but obviously it's available. I'm going to put the graphics in now. This is if you want the pattern on its own because it's flying out. It's gorgeous. Now, this is the ultimate scrap buster, isn't it, Tracy? Because you can use just slivers.
Exactly.
It's, I mean, you can see the size of it. It's massive. Do you know what the actual finish diameter
It
is?
must be about 1 metre, I think.
And then on the back of it, Tracey's actually put, there's only 30 of these left on their own. On the back, she's put a fleece, so it's really squashy. And it's filled with beanbag.
Yeah.
Beanbag filling.
Yeah, so we put fleece, but again, we've done it with cord on the back, needle cord,
Oh, yeah,
chunky
that's
cord.
true.
It's quite nice to do it as well. And the segments do fit out of fat quarters as well, if you've got the wide fat quarters.
Okay.
Because it's less than
So you could make a Christmas one. You could make a baby, it'd be lovely for a baby, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Nice for pets.
Yeah, yeah. And it's just, again, these aren't difficult projects. They're not projects that take a lot of time, because I know a lot of us are time short. So all of these are things that we used to teach kind of in our classes in like a 2 or 3 hour session.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't
they're
take
all
too long.
projects that any abilities can
And on the back, you know, if you put a fleece or something like that, it's fairly inexpensive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or I presume you could put this on the back.
Yes, you could, of course.
You could
yeah,
patchwork
make
the
it
back as well.
double-sided, Yeah.
But I mean, there's only 20 of these left. I mean, I just think £9.50 for this pattern. It is gorgeous, isn't it? It's just so lovely. And I know sometimes people with these, like particularly if they make them for pets, they put like old duvets and things in, don't they? So you could stuff it with that.
Yep.
And then just
old tights.
But I just think that is gorgeous. Absolutely. That is in the bundle, by the way. So if you buy the bundle of all of them, you will get it. You will get this pattern. We've only put it on its own if you want it on its own. Now, there's one more pattern that isn't in the bundle that we sort of lost. I don't know what happened to it earlier. But Ian has found it. Thank you, Ian. He's found the gong. Look. Just to give you an idea of the size, it's actually the same size as me. Beautiful. Morning, I'm available. I feel like, oh, keep your hands still, hands down, down. So this is the pattern here. £9.50. I mean, you can see the size of him. He is gorgeous. So this is just as a pay. Now, in the pattern, you'll get the full-size templates to make him.
Yes.
And everything you need. It's got feet, hands. So I guess you need some fur for the beard.
Yeah, some long head fur. Yeah, we have it on our website.
And then everything else as well. Tracey's used like a linen for his body. Stripy fabric, obviously, for his tights and his arms. Felt for the hands. Christmas fabric for his hat, but he is just gorgeous. He's squishy, isn't he?
Yeah, we started as mini ones and then we just grew bigger and bigger. And I was like, oh, let's just do a job.
He's like a Christmas cushion, but that sits on your sofa.
Yeah.
So instead of having a plain Christmas cushion out, get him in, and everybody will come and sit on your sofa and give him a little hug.
Yes,
Because he is just very squishable and lovely. And you just can't resist going, hello. We've got loads of you, got him in baskets. He's just lovely. I love him. But what a lovely thing to have. I mean, as a gift, but as a Christmas decoration, the cuddliest Christmas decoration that you will have. Gorgeous. Anyway, right. So what are you going to show us this morning,
So I was
then,
going to
Tracey?
do the notepad. I was just going to quickly show the purse because that was one other one. This purse is
Oh, we
also
missed the purse.
Yeah, that's also included in the bundle. So you're getting 7 patterns in
Right,
the bundle as well.
okay.
So this one here is a lovely extendable purse. So we've got zips in there. We've got pockets for your credit cards, for notes at the back, and then, yeah, lots of zip pockets, and then some plain
So that'd be
pockets
nice
well.
as like an evening clutch bag.
Yeah, I've put it on
it?
with a detachable strap, so you can have it with the strap or
So
not.
if you've got a Christmas party, make
Yeah.
yourself a matching little clutch.
Exactly. And again, projects that don't take a lot of fabric and don't take a lot of time, but maybe if you're new to sewing or just coming back to it and you want a bit of help with those, putting zips in and making extendable pockets, things like that, we've got the instructions going to take you through it step by step. They're really simple to follow with photographs as well.
Yeah, so it's all easy.
Yeah.
So this bundle should cost $65.99. So if you were buying them all individually, if you add it up, if you bought them all individually, it'd be $65.99. But today, $49.99 for the printed version. If you want to print them at home and just print them off as you need them, or, you know, particularly if you want to draw around them or you think you might, or if you're going to lose them, whatever, $38.99 for the USB version. And honestly, they're really, really achievable. The instructions are very simple to follow. So the floor cushion pattern on its own, there are only 2 left. So if you want that one, do you think we can get any more of these? Tracey said yes. We'll get on it. We'll get on it. Right, so Tracey, you're going to show us how to make the notebook cover.
Yeah, so I was going to show the notebook one really quickly and then we'll move
Okay.
on to the bag. So this is our simplest, quickest project here. So when you suddenly think, oh, I need to make a quick gift of somebody, perfect to do that. So we've got one plain piece here. This is our outer layer. Now, the pattern tells you on there, they're all labelled, and I would put on this particular project, it's quite good to put little labels on there so that you make sure you don't get your pockets confused. So we've got our main, and this is going to be our outside layer. And the first thing I'm going to do is add the magnetic clips. Now I've marked it on here already. It's marked on your pattern so you know exactly where they're going to go. Fold your fabric in half like this, and then just put 2 small snips where your clip is going to go. Okay. We're going to open.
So if you want to buy the notebook cover pattern just on its own without being in the bundle, that's the code that's on the screen at the moment if you only want to buy just the notebook cover.
Great. And then we just pop that. So we've got our magnetic clip with prongs on the back, and you just push that through. The magnetic clips are a really nice way to make your work look really professional. And we're going to put a little disc on the back and then fold those prongs over there like that. And then we'll repeat that on one of our flat pieces as well. So we've got one side on here and then the other side on here. The pattern will show you exactly where they're going to go. Then we're going to put a coloured spine. So we've got this different colour here. So it's just bringing in colours, but without using lots of fabric. So I've folded this one in half and given it a press down here. So we've got a fold down the middle. That way I know that's the centre. And then I've taken my spine piece and I've done exactly the same. I've pressed that crease there because then they're going to automatically line up and sit in line together. The other thing that I've done just to prep this is I've folded it over by 1 centimetre and pressed along there. So cotton fabrics are great for this. We don't need any thick fabrics, just a nice thin one. And then I'm going to stitch this spine into place. You don't have to put the spine on, but I just think that bit of contrast is
I like
nice
it. I think it gives
there.
it, and also it's not much fabric, isn't it? And if we're going to be using up our stash, there's always a little bit that you can use up.
That's the plan, is that we
It
hit
makes
that
it look
stash
much
that
more
we've got.
special as well, I think.
Yeah, and if you've got an embroidery machine, I mean, we're using, oops, if I can get it working, we're using the Brother machine today, and that one, this particular one, does sew and embroider.
Oh, is that the mix one?
Yeah, so if you have got this machine, this is a 2700, then you could embroider onto here as well if you wanted to.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it? And if you haven't, then you can just free machine embroider.
Yeah.
Or do it by hand.
Or just keep it plain and make the fabrics do the work for you. Oh, sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm just going to change that needle over in this machine. 2 secs.
Oh, is it the wrong one?
Yeah.
Oh, don't mind.
Just kind of...
So I'll just recap the bundle for you. So if you want to do the book cover, you can buy it on its own, that's £9.50. But if you want to buy the whole pack together, then that's, what was that? Was that £15 saving? Yeah, it would be £65.99. If you bought all the patterns that you're getting on their own, it would be, which I'm getting squished by all the cushions, it would be £65.99. So £49.99, that's 7 patterns. I mean, that's all your Christmas presents and gifts for next year sorted, isn't it? Back in stock. Oh, Ben's been off to sort it out. So we have got more of the cushion patterns. Can you put, because we just sold out. So if you want the, now the cushion pattern is in the whole bundle. But if you want it on its own, £9.50, we've managed to get some more. So if you want just the cushion pattern, we have got them on their own. Right.
Okay.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, all good to go. So just check the needle in and we're ready to go. So I'm just stitching that spine piece on down both sides. So go quite close to the edge. There we go. And that's stitched then the spine into place. So just give that a quick press. So bear with me while I just going to iron that one. It's always good to have your iron to hand when you're making these projects. Just give that a nice press there. Pop that one over. Okay, and that's our outside done. Now the inside is going to be really nice and easy. So that's our inside panel. Then we've got one large pocket. So I've labelled it large. Taken that large pocket, you fold that in half and pop that there. Okay, that's one pocket done. Very, very easy. And this is going to be our smaller pocket. Again, it's like this. It's not measurements on the pattern, it's actually drawn out. So all you have to do is lay that on top of your fabric, pin and cut around. I find that easier than working with measurements. So that gives us then our 2 pockets that we've got here. Then we're going to do a smaller one over this side too. Now I've done this with a curved edge, so this is going to sit nicely like that. So we're taking our 2 pocket pieces, we're going to put the right sides together, and I'm going to stitch along here, around that curved corner and down to the bottom. I don't need to do these 2 sides, so I'm just going to do those 2 there. Quickly. So a very nice, quick project, this one.
Yeah, it's really nice the way that you explain it, because it looks really simple.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of things as well that it's always easier to make things for some reason for women than it is for men, but you know, men need notepads as well, and you can easily
it's all in the fabric, isn't it? It
Yeah.
really is in the fabric choice. So if you make a notepad cover for a teenager, or a man, or a child,
Yeah.
use the right fabric for it.
And like you said,
but also, I like the way you do it. It's really interesting to make, because you've got lots of little bits to it.
yes.
So you're making an extra pocket, and I guess, and then if you think, well, I don't want that pocket, you can personalise it by taking bits out.
Absolutely,
It's
yes.
really nice.
It's like a little jigsaw puzzle.
I mean, if you've got like I do, collect men's shirts.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be lovely?
Yeah, really nice.
So take a shirt out of his wardrobe that you know he shouldn't be wearing anymore because it's, you know, wearing through.
Yeah, and I'd even keep the bit with the placket with maybe the buttons and just have that on the spine as well, so it's just a bit fun.
Now, just a quick stock warning on the mega bundle $49.99 one. Once everyone checks out, it's gone. We've got more people that've got it in their basket than we've actually got in stock, so you need to check out. Yeah, in fact, wouldn't that look nice in denim and shirts?
Yeah, it'd be really
You've got a nice blue
wouldn't it?
check shirt.
Yeah, that'd be lovely. And it's nice that you can, with a project like this, if you want to make it a bit more fancy, you can make the fabrics talk for themselves, which is what I'm doing here. But if you wanted to use some of those decorative stitches that you've got on machine to go down the spine, then you can do that as well. If you've got a haberdashery box full, which most of you have, of really nice ribbons. You could put a little ribbon tape
that would
in
be
there
nice.
that you're using. If maybe you're giving it to someone as a diary, or maybe say it's a recipe book, and you can put in there their favourite recipes.
Well, yeah, then have a look through your stash and see what fabric you got. But for children, you know, use some bright fabrics, ones with novelty prints on.
Yeah, imagine if you're travelling with children at Christmas in the car. It's a nightmare. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And you can give them a nice little book like this that just keeps them entertained for a little bit,
just
doesn't
to write
it? Takes the
things
pressure off
in.
a little bit. So I'm just going to pin those into place. Because I've put a bit of interfacing on the back, they are actually staying there really nicely. So that's our inside done. Then we're going to take our flap, and again, I've already put the magnetic clip on there. Do that the same as the outside. Put your 2 pieces together, right sides together as always, and we're going to stitch up, around and down here, leaving this bottom edge open. All of this is in the instructions with photos as well.
I mean, if you're in a sewing group and you wanted to, you know, make a little thank you gift for the teacher.
Yeah.
Or if you want to make a gift for a teacher, this is just the sort of thing that everybody would want.
Exactly.
And to make a handmade gift, well, I know, I mean, anyone who does sew, it's lovely when you get given a gift, because it doesn't happen very often, does it?
No.
No one ever makes you anything.
And that's why I thought this bundle's a really nice gift bundle, because you've got cushions,
Yeah.
you've got door stops, you've got bags, who doesn't love a bag, you've got a purse in there as well. So you've got a really nice collection.
Yeah, there is something, really is something for everybody. And like you say, none of them use a lot of fabric.
No.
But they use a lot of little bits of different fabrics. So you can really use up if you're a big Tilda fan, imagine a Tilda elephant.
Yeah, oh, that would be so
Or a
nice.
Liberty elephant. Or you could make a denim elephant with Liberty ears.
You could. Oh. So I've stitched around there, and then I've just trimmed across that pointy end there, and then we can turn that through. So we're going to turn that now the right way round. Whoops, it's alive. Give that a press. So a lot of this is just fold in. So this is our quickest, easiest project on here. So if you're a complete beginner, this is the place to
Start with this one.
Or if you're time short, like most of us are, this time of year, especially, and we want to quickly
Yeah, and you
make
think, right, this afternoon I am going to make a book cover.
But you could make all your friends, maybe you're in a book club, you could make them all something nice like this, couldn't you? And you've
Oh, yeah, that would be nice.
made a nice effort. Okay, well, I've given that a very rough press, but you'd give it a nicer press at home, but just to give you an idea. Now, if you're going to put the elastic in, just take 2 small pieces of elastic, and this is going to hold your pen. You can put that into place at the side now. So just take...
Oh, is it just a strip of elastic?
Yep, just
What
a
a good
little
idea.
thing. 5mm elastic, pop that there and there. I would measure down the side to make sure that you've got those even, but I'm just doing it by eye, just to speed it up for you. And this goes the right side down like that, and that's the inside done. And then all we're going to do is put the panel that we did earlier, which is the outside, on top, and we're going to stitch all the way around, leaving an opening in the bottom. So we're kind of bagging it out, if you like.
Yeah.
and then we turn it through, hand stitch that on the bottom, and that would be that project done. So that's not difficult. So if you're doing it for a group of you, a craft group or people down your street, get them all going at the same time, have them all laid out, do all the spines.
Yeah,
you'll get
that's
through
true.
them really quick.
Or it's quite a nice thing you could do with friends, you know. You could get people round
Yes.
and say, let's all make one.
Yeah, even if people don't sew, they could be doing the cutting.
Yeah.
And with those pockets, there's a bit of folding and sorting as well, or designing the fabric.
Because I know there's a lot of craft groups around, they're often looking for different projects. So if you buy the bundle of patterns, you could say to everyone in your craft group, right, that's the next few weeks sorted, which one shall we all make first?
Yeah, and saying because they don't use a lot of fabric and it's chance to use your stash, it's sort of perfect really. So I'm going to leave my opening on the bottom edge, because that's the edge that's not going to be seen so much. And then I'm just going to stitch all the way around. All of our patterns, we always leave a 1 centimetre seam allowance, and that's built in, so you don't need to add that on to the patterns at all. And that's the same whether you're buying them as a USB or whether you're buying them as printed patterns. USB is going to give you the biggest saving. You print those yourself at home.
Yeah, so with the USB in the little plastic box I showed you, can we put the graphics for the USB on? You just pop it into your computer in the USB slot, and then you can print out the bits you need. So, which is great, because you might want to not print out the instructions and just keep those on your computer screen, or do. It just means that you've got them then nice and clean for when you want them. And if you don't want to use them all straight away, you can just print out the patterns as you need. And that's the biggest saving that you're going to make. So $38.99. The full price for the printed ones is $64.99, so that's a massive saving. And you are getting 7 patterns. And it's funny, some people don't want the USBs, other people don't want the patterns. It really is one way or the other, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the nice thing with the USB is that you can reprint them again. So these are patterns that you will probably use time and time again. So if they get a bit tatty, or if you're like me, I'm a very messy crafter, so I end up losing pattern pieces. I'm sure I'm going to hear some.
I quite often end up clipping off when I'm cutting a bit too fast.
So you can just with the USB, you could go, I'm just going to reprint the flap because I've lost it. It's in the bin. It's with my scrap fabric. I can't find it. You can just reprint it with the USB, which is a really nice thing. And it just needs a regular A4 printer. You don't need anything
nothing
fancy.
special.
No.
So we've got a message. It says, you have lovely projects to sew. The giant gnome is gorgeous. What type of interfacing do you need for the notebook cover? Thank you.
So
What is that from? I can't read them. From Anne in Yorkshire, sorry.
Oh,
Thank you, Anne.
We're using a medium sort of weight interfacing. On our website, it's listed as heavy just because of the type of where we get it from. But you don't want anything too thick.
So a medium weight iron-on interfacing.
Yeah, just to give it a little bit of substance, really. If you're using like a denim fabric, you probably don't need the interfacing.
Oh, okay.
It would be quite.
So if you're using like a quilting
on
weight cotton, then a medium weight interfacing. But if it's something heavier, then you won't need it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so we've had a lot of messages from people saying they're trying to buy the floor cushion pattern. It's sold out. It hasn't now. It had, but Ben went and did a deal with Ian, so we're sorted now. But the graphics are on the screen, but we are limited. So if you want the floor cushion pattern on its own, then you need to get checked out on that. It is on the website twice. One says sold out, the other one isn't, only because we used the same code, but we had to put it back in again. So there's the code on the screen at the moment, and if you go onto the website, there are 2 there, same code, but... And a question about the floor cushion. Is the floor cushion sold out again? No. And is it jelly roll friendly?
Yes.
Love to Wall at Same Street from Lynn.
It would be. We've got a jelly roll somewhere. We can double check that. But yeah, it certainly looks like.
I would say so. Well, is it 2.5 inches? Are they more than 2.5 inches wide? Do you know what? I've got the pattern here. I'll let you know. One moment while you're doing that.
We'll give it a quick measure. So I'm just.
I'll get my tape measure out.
Or we can measure one of the strips maybe on the.
No, it's fine. I'll get the pattern.
Got it. I did remember when we did craft.
Of course, it's the one on the bottom. Yeah, everything I've looked for today has been on the bottom.
Oh, really?
I don't know why I don't just start on the bottom. So in the pattern, it's all these wedges. Are the wedges all the same size?
They're all the same size.
Oh, that's
I've just
right
put
then.
extra copies in there because they cut lots of them, so they might get a bit.
Yes,
messy.
that's
so
what
I
would
thought,
happen.
Why not give you some spare?
That is what would happen to me.
So I've just given you spare pattern pieces. So yeah, you only need 1, but I've put extra ones in there for you.
Have we got a tape measure anywhere?
Just having a look here. I can't see one.
Yeah, well, we did have one around.
A ruler or cutting mat? It's because we've moved studio, isn't it?
Yes,
Nothing's to hand.
So I'll get a ruler. One moment.
Well, there's a will, there's a way. So I've turned the notepad through and I'm just giving it a nice press now while we...
I don't want a ruler, I wanted a tape measure, but it's fine. So, yes, these strips are 3 inches wide, so you would have to piece them for jelly roll.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You'd need to actually piece them together, but that's fine, because what you could do, you see, is piece together them all and then cut out the strips and then be multicoloured.
Or you could just make your segment, you can alter the pattern, you could make that slightly narrower at the bottom if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Or just piece your jelly rolls all together.
Yeah.
And it'd be even more patchworky, wouldn't it? Be lovely. Because then you could, because actually if you piece them all together in one long strip, you could place the segments one way up, one way the other way, and then you'd get, it'd be super patchwork. It'd be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Very fabric efficient. Anyway, back to the demo
Even
now.
if you're a beginner, that's still a nice project to do that one because it's lots of straight sewing.
Yeah, and it's ideal for fat quarters as well.
Even if your stitching's a bit wobbly, no one's going to see, don't worry. So what I've done then, I stitched all the way around the outside and then just turned it through and then just give that a nice press. Okay, and that is your notepad.
And that's done?
Have it done. So
wow.
Quite easy, you can churn those out for all your friends and family.
Yes.
Roll of fabric and do those really cool.
Well, I think that's lovely and it means a lot more as well. And then all you've got to do is go and buy a nice notebook for them. They're not very expensive.
No, and it could be a diary, it could be a recipe notebook, it could be Grandad's shopping list, one that he takes out with him, you know. Yeah, have a think and make some nice presents for people.
Perfect. Right, so just to recap, if you want to get the bundle with all of the patterns, remember this is where you'll make your massive saving because you get all 7 patterns. That is 40, have we got that one, Ben? No, you were on the circular floor cushion. There we go. $49.99. That's all 7 patterns. They should be $64.99. So that's all of them if you want all of the patterns together, including the circular floor cushion. So which one are you going to show us now?
So I'm going to move on to one of the bags. So remember, this collection gives you cushions, it gives you bags, notepad hovers, we've got doorstops, we've got draft excluders as well.
Love the draft excluder.
Perfect. Yeah, draft excluders are great for this time of year, aren't they?
And pretty.
Yeah. Why not make them nice?
I know, it's just gorgeous. I love it.
Efficient, you know. We're going
Which bag is this one?
So I'm going to do the triple zip bag, which is the one that we looked at here. 3 different zips here in this one. But I know people get worried about zips if you're new to sewing or coming back to it. So I just want to try and eliminate that fear.
So this pattern is in the bundle, obviously, but if you only want this pattern, that's on the screen at the moment, £9.50 for just this pattern. And as I said, it's great for travel. It's great for dog walking, great for Christmas shopping.
Like I say, you can make it for men, you can make it for students. So what we're going to do, we've got 3 different pockets on here. They're all labelled on the pattern. It tells you exactly how to cut it out and what to do. So this one we cut one in the main fabric and one in the lining fabric. So these are the 2 fabrics I've chosen for this one. What I'm going to do is put the zip at the top. That's the first thing. So I'm going to take my zip and I'm going to put it face down on the top here, along this edge. Okay, like that. And I'm going to sandwich the zip between the main and the lining. So I'm going to put the lining fabric on top. Right sides together, as we do the majority of the time, even when we do dressmaking, when we're back at 11, most of the time it's going to be right sides together. And I'm going to pin that along that top edge and we're going to stitch that. Now I am just going to put the zipper foot on the machine. And what the zipper foot does is it allows us to get closer to the edge of the zip, which is what we want. Now the bit that's sometimes tricky with a zip is going around this zip head because it's quite big and bulky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch down until I get near that zip head. I'm going to stop in the machine with the needle still down. If you've got one of the brother machines, it will automatically stop with the needle down. And then I'm going to lift up here and I'm going to take that zip and I'm going to pull it further up here so the zip head is out of the way and carry on stitching. And that's all we're going to do to put that zip on.
Oh, okay. It'd be really good to see that, because like you say, it's the one thing that people think, oh, can't do zip.
Yeah, I mean, it did used to be a lot more.
But this isn't a concealed zip in the back of a dress.
No, this is a really
zip in a bag.
Easy way of doing zips. So we're just going to go forwards and backwards at the beginning, and then away we go. I'm going to keep the edge of the zip on the edge of the fabric. Now it does explain that in the instructions, and there are photographs, because if you're like me, I'm a visual learner, so I like to see things. So we've put photographs to show people as well. So I'm going to stop now because I've got my bulky bit here. I'm going to lift that foot up. My needle's down because it always stops down. If you've got a manual machine, just turn that so make sure your needle's in the fabric, and that way it's not going to jump. And then I'm going to slide my zip head out of the way. So now the head of the zip is here. So then I can just stitch straight to the end. No problem. Lower your foot down and away you go. And at the end, do your little forwards and backwards. Cut the threads. This machine has scissors in there so it can cut it. And that's our zip in place like that.
Okay,
really that easy. Now what I don't want is my lining to get caught in the zip. So I'm going to fold my lining back into place like that. That's how it would be on the bag. And do a line of top stitching just close to the edge here all the way along. Now I've got the zipper foot on, so I'm going to use that, but I will need to switch it to the other side. So that my needle now gets close to the zip edge. So I've just switched from this side of the zipper foot to here. Same thing, move that zip head out of the way because we don't want to be stitching around that. And then we can line that up and then we can just top stitch down there. That'll hold the lining in place and it looks quite nice as well. So in case that gets in the way, slide that zip there. There we go. And straight down. And you can do that in matching or in contrasting thread. That's just to hold it in place. So one pocket down with a zip. Then you're going to do exactly the same on the other pocket. Okay, same thing. I've done that one already. Now I've drawn a line here because this is where I want this pocket to go. If I show you the bag.
Oh, so that one's made in exactly the same way?
Made exactly the same way. So you've got one pocket here and this one here. So I've done the first one. And I've also pre-done that one here. So this is the one that we've just done, and this is one that I did earlier. Now, to the front of the bag, I need this zip to go in place there. So I've drawn a line here on the fabric to show it. Use like a vanishing marker pen or pins or chalk, but the pattern tells you how far up to go. So this pocket on here is 20 centimetres, so we're going to measure up 20 centimetres and draw a line across. That's where I want that one to go. So I want it to finish there. So to do that, I'm going to flip it that way and I'm going to keep the zip tape in line.
Oh, okay.
That
and because you've drawn that line, it's easy to see.
Exactly. And then I'm going to stitch that on. I'm going to put the foot back on the other side and just like before, keep the edge of your foot on the edge of the zip tape and stitch straight down. Going to stop, move that zip head out of the way just so that it doesn't make my stitch wobble. Lower that down and to the end and cut. And then take that out and then you'll see when I fold that back over that is then our first pocket put into place. That's our first one, that's our second one. So now we need to attach this to our main back panel.
It looks really clever, that, doesn't it?
It looks like it's complicated.
Yeah, it does.
Actually, it's
really nice.
Really not. And
that's why it's a lovely gift, isn't it?
And if you're worried about zips, this is the chance to kind of overcome that. By the time you've done this, you're like, oh, what was I worried about?
And you were saying before about using different coloured zips?
Yeah, so in one, I'll grab the other sample and I can show you.
Oh, that's fab.
Here.
Oh, definitely. And how long are the zips you need for them?
They are 12, I think it's either 10 or 12 inch. It will say on the front of the patterns.
Oh, I can tell you one moment.
On each pattern is on the front sheet.
Oh,
it tells you how much fabric you need and any notions you need. So if you're going shopping, you can take that with you. If you've got the USB, you can just download it onto your phone even. And that'll give you the list of all the...
Oh, yeah, so it's 3 10, yes, all on the front, 3 10-inch zips.
Yeah, so 3 10-inch zips. So,
or longer, you can cut them. But that's
exactly,
a lovely, I love that. And you can pick up the zips to match the fabric, can't you?
Yeah, and you get such lovely strapping, don't you, now? So you can have fun choosing that. It doesn't take a lot of strapping. I think it's 1.2 or 1.4 metres. Depends if you're going to do it across the body or on one shoulder. 1.4. Yeah, so, but you can probably get away with 1.2 if you're having it on one shoulder.
Oh, okay.
You could make it in matching fabric if you want to, but this way it just makes it quick and a bit more fun. So, yeah, I've used the same fabric but different zips, or you could mix and match the fabrics, different layers you can.
Oh, that's true as well, yeah, so it can be a real scrap buster.
Yeah.
Oh, I think this is fab. And
it's nice to have those separate compartments, because if you're like me, one bag, I can't find anything when I go out and I put everything in one bag.
Or do you know what I would do? Because I've made myself a little backpack out of an IKEA bag. Wouldn't it be great to make it from an IKEA bag?
Oh yeah, that would
So
be fun.
you can use the strapping for the straps. If you just get one of those blue IKEA bags, cut it all out. You can press it, but you have to do it with a cloth. And then you can use that, because I made a little backpack from one. And it looks fab, and everyone goes, where did you get your bag from?
Yeah.
But how cool would that look?
Good idea.
It'd be the only person, because IKEA don't make them.
And it's nice because then you kind of get in the habit, right? My car keys are in the front, which I can never find. My mobile phone is going to be in there. You know where everything is. So, yeah, it saves you rummaging around. But, yeah, you can do it in oilcloth fabric as well. So just have fun.
Old coat.
Yes.
Use up your old fabrics.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is you get lovely coats, don't you? And then something happens or they break or whatever. And then what do I do with all of that fabric? Well,
yeah, so true. So that's those 2 pockets put into place, exactly the same process. Now we're going to do the top one. So I'm going to lay the zip there. This is going to be our main opening. And then I'm going to lay my main fabric on top like that. No, I'm not. I'm going to lay my lining on top, sorry. Lining like that. And we want our right sides of the fabric together. And just like before, I'm going to stitch down there. So move that zip head out of the way. At home, you would pin this to make sure they're all nice in line, but I'm just going to go for it. Put that under the machine, and away we go. Because I'm using I'm using a Hessian type fabric. I'm not putting any special interfacing.
Oh, well, okay.
I'm just.
So would you only use interfacing if you're using like a quilting weight?
Yeah, if you're using a quilting weight for bags, then you'd want to use some kind of fusible fleece or something.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So H640 you could use for it, or interfacing.
Yeah, it's a personal choice, really, I think, sometimes as well. When I've done it in the needle cord, I've kept those nice and soft because then I can roll it up if
I don't
I'm
always, and even with quilting weight cotton, because you're lining it with cotton as well, you don't even need to use wadding if you don't want to.
No, and if you're using like a denim, then that's going to be heavy enough in itself. I don't over-fuse. If I don't have to, then let's not fuse it.
And if you made it in denim, you could just turn it round for the other pockets.
Yes.
Because it's a really different colour from one side to the other.
Especially I like doing that with when you get the dark navies and the blacks. That's really nice. You can get a really nice grey on the back of some of the black navies.
So you could swap them round.
Yeah. Really nice.
I know there's so many. This bag is like, it will be a completely different bag in all the different fabrics you make. And you could do it in oilcloth.
Yeah, exactly. We've done this same bag in oilcloth, and that was really lovely. It's nice to have a really nice collection of fabrics like that, of patterns rather, that you can go to. So you've got bags.
Yes, that's the thing. And I think sometimes when you look at your fabric, you look at it in a different way then, don't you? Once you see.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
I can't read that. It doesn't even help if I put my glasses on. It makes it even worse. The sewing machine that's being used today, is it a sewing machine only, or is it the embroidery machine?
This does
which one is it?
This is the Brother Envy 2700, and it sews and embroiders.
Oh,
I'm using
okay.
it for just sewing at the moment, but it's an amazing embroidery machine as well, and it's wireless, so you can use the Art Spirit app with it too. So I'm using the sewing side of it. The reason I like it is because it's got the built-in scissors. It's going to cut the thread. It's got a simple needle threader for us.
Okay. We don't have any in stock at the moment. We normally stock them, but at the moment we don't. But we will let you know when it's back in. Thank you very much for your question, Andrea, by the way. Yeah. Do message us in, because mostly we can help.
Yeah, they go so quick, don't they? As soon as you get them in, you seem to sell out of them. So
I know. I mean, I think it's fab because you've got the sewing and the embroidery machine together.
Exactly.
So we will let you know when we get them back in.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to put the linings together and our main fabrics together around that zip at the top. So always right sides together, and always on this bag with the zip sandwiched between the 2 layers, and stitch it just like before. So you're just repeating that same process at the top of the bag. So like I say, if you're worried about zips, I know some people just have a fear of them. Do not. By the time you've done this, you have 3, put in 3 very simple, easy zips. And it makes things nice and secure, doesn't it, with our bags when we're travelling? Because it's a great travelling bag for you.
Oh, I like making myself a new bag for holiday, and then I don't use it beforehand. And then that first day of my holiday, when I get my new bag out and I put all my bits, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
And particularly if you've used some really lovely fabrics for the lining as well. It's really lovely every time you open a pocket. You think, oh, so nice, so nice.
And no one else is going to have the same.
No.
And that's nice when you're making it as presents as well. You know they're going to have something very different that nobody else will have. So, oh, I've done that one a bit skew-if there. That's why you should always pin, never mind. But you get the idea. So we're going to take it like that, and then I'm going to fold these over. So again, we're going back now. We want our right sides together. So I'm going to open the bag out. So I've got my 2 lining pieces, right sides together, that one and that one over the top. And then our 2 main panels. So I've got my zip panel and the other one, and I'm going to put that on top too. And I'm just going to line that up and put some pins around there. And we're going to stitch around the whole thing now and bag it out. And other than adding the strap, and we're going to leave an opening in the lining. The bag will be almost done. So we're going to leave an opening at the top end of our lining here so that we can turn it through. And then I'm going to line up these zips, put a couple of pins, and stitch all the way around. So this is not going to take you a long time to make these bags. Pop it like that. I'm just making sure that I've got my zip all nicely in place and that the zip head is out of the way. It will talk you through that on the instructions as well.
Yeah, so the instructions are really comprehensive, everything you need to know. But if you've got one of the patterns or you've bought the bundle, it is worth writing down today's date, just so that you can watch these back. Because it's just that you obviously, whenever Tracey demonstrates, you get lots of extra little tips.
Yeah, we do have, on our website, we have some videos and blogs. I'm not sure if we've got this one on there. We might have this one on there. But we certainly have lots of blog posts to help people when they're sewing, because sometimes people will ask, anything that people ask, we'll then try and put in a little blog post. Like you're saying about interfacing, sometimes people ask about sewing with oilcloth if they want to do that. So we just put tips and techniques that are on there. They're free. You can just go on the blog,
no, that's
have a look,
really useful.
get some advice.
Well, just because there's certain little things that you pick up when you make them and you think, oh, well, that would be really useful. Like you say, sewing with oilcloth.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to put all the way around. So what I'm going to do now is stitch all the way around the whole thing. So I'm going to start up, start up here, and I'm going to come down around these sides here and all the way down along the bottom. So the only bit that's not going to be stitched is going to be my opening up here, and then I can turn the bag through. So I'm going to put a normal sewing machine foot on now. So I had the zipper foot before, and now I'm going to a normal sewing foot.
So the code that's on the screen at the moment is for just the triple zip purse. That is obviously available in the full bundle where you make the big saving. But the pattern for the triple zip purse, just to let you know, we only have 15 left and we have more than that in baskets. So if everyone checks out of the purse, the triple zip purse pattern on its own bag, then it will be sold out. So if you've got it in your basket now, you need to check out. And remember that you can check out as many times as you like. Don't think, oh, well, I'm going to wait to check out because I only want to pay 1 P&P. You can check out as many times as you want. So if you check out now, because if it's in your basket, it's not yours until you've checked out. You can still check out in an hour's time or 2 hours' time. You've got till midnight. And you will only be charged that 13.95 P&P, which is brilliant. Because otherwise, if we did it that you had to check out in just once, then you'd wait and then you'd miss it. So if it's in your basket, you need to check out. The other way to buy this pattern is to buy it as part of the bundle where you get 7 patterns and you make a big saving. Big saving. £15 saving. So £49.99, you get all the patterns. All 7 of the patterns. So if you want those, that's £49.99. So you've sewn all the way around the edge.
All the way around, and then I will just quickly put some little corners on it because this is going to give it some shape. So just to show you, on here you'll see we've done some small little box corners. So to do that, I'm going to put my hand through the zip, through the bag, find the zip. Where's it gone? Zip is up here. Undo that. And then I can reach through and just give that some little shape, a little thing. So this works lovely as you can make this as a whole travel set here. If you're buying the collection as a USB or as the pattern set, you've got this bag, which would be your smaller bag. You've got the bigger Barcelona bag that you can make to go with it.
Yeah.
And then that Pippa purse, the extendable purse for your credit cards, your mobile phone.
So you can put the whole lot all in one.
As a nice little travel set.
Oh, that's lovely, really, isn't it? So if you know someone going on a big holiday or a special holiday or someone who's always on holiday.
Yeah.
Or shopping.
Yeah.
then that's it's a lovely gift for somebody. And also, it's a nice thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, when it's a horrible rainy afternoon like yesterday. I made a shirt yesterday.
Like this whole week's been like
and it was just getting dark and it was raining and miserable. And I thought, well, I actually just need to do some sewing.
I used to hate it, but now I'm like, oh, do you know what?
good.
It's the perfect sewing day. So when the rain comes out,
I know.
I'm quite pleased now. I'm like, okay, it's a sewing day. Thank you very much.
It's a sewing day. Perfect.
Yeah, don't need to go out.
And then I lit the fire in the
Say.
evening.
Oh,
did
no.
some crochet. I thought, yeah, this is it.
Candles, the candles as well. Yeah. It's a nice time of year. So now I'm going to turn it all the way through. So by stitching across those corners, it's just giving it that little bit of shape here at the bottom, like that. Then you would stitch up your hole in the lining. So you can do that either by hand or you can do it on the machine. Just go close to that edge to stitch up that hole and then pop that through and you'll see.
Wow.
The bag. So none of these are difficult or long projects.
I mean, you've made that in like 20 minutes and put the zips in as well.
The only bit I hadn't done was one of the zips.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's your bag.
So that is an afternoon, isn't it?
Exactly. And then you take your strap in and you would stitch that
Fab.
onto the side of your bag like that. Again, it will show you in the instructions. So yeah, not difficult. Perfect. You might want to have this hanging on the back of your door for things you've got to remember in the morning, for the back of a wheelchair, for the back of a pushchair. Handy things that you need to...
Right, I'm just going to come over to you because I want to talk about the elephant. The elephant has been flying out, so isn't he gorgeous? So I just wanted to show you the pattern, actually, because I think sometimes seeing the pattern makes quite a difference, doesn't it? So you can see actually what you get in it. Now, the pattern is available on its own, £8.99, or if you get the bundle, he comes in the bundle. I absolutely love this elephant.
So I've done them with the string and washer so that you can keep your...
Oh, I know.
There,
this is such a selling point to me.
Yeah, we want them nice and safe so you can use them over and over again.
You can put them in. You don't have to break a seal or cut them. I think.
And they're gusseted and they're A4, so they're not going to be like this paper, particularly when we do...
And with the clear thing, you can see immediately with the window. I think they're brilliant.
You can keep them nice and safe.
Yes. So the pattern comes with all of the instructions, with photos, exactly, you know, really, really clear, step by step, exactly how to make it. But I just wanted to show you what the pattern looks like.
And this is exactly the same if you're getting on the USB as well.
Right. So
no shortcuts. You'll still get your freebie as well.
It's all full size.
Yep, full size.
So no enlarging needed. All the seam allowances included.
Yep, no overlapping or anything like that.
So with this, so you could do what Tracey's done and you could make him all in the same fabric. Or let's go patchwork. You could have a different side in each one, or make a big piece of patchwork fabric, sew together like 3-inch squares or something, or 2-inch squares, and join it all together, and then so all you'd have to do is make the fabric the same size. I guess some are reversed.
Yep. So, well, it says cut a pair. So if you're new to cutting, again, go to one of our blogs, so owlandsewingcat.com. There's a blog on there showing you how to cut that. But basically, you have your fabric folded in half, right sides together or wrong sides together, either way, so it's folded in half, and cut around that, and as you know, it'll open up, then give you a pair, won't it? A mirror image pair.
So you could do each piece in a different fabric, or you could make patchwork and do them, or again, you know, he could be a memory elephant. Yeah. Because that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? What am I looking at? Oh, someone sent... Oh, Sandra Miller sent her photo in.
Thank you, Sandra. Oh, that's cute. Oh, I love the ears. Look at that sewing machine as well.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I love the sewing machine.
I know.
Beautiful. That is a beautiful elephant. Thank you so much for sending in the picture.
You.
But how about a memory elephant? You know, maybe you could make it to remember someone special or a special occasion, or make it from children's clothes.
Yeah, yeah.
Scout uniform. Brownie uniform, how cool would that be?
Football shirt.
But you can see from here that, you know, that each piece isn't using loads of fabric.
No, so like half a metre of fabric.
Or go to a fabric store, you know, buy something special.
Yeah, enjoy the process. Once you've got a really nice collection of patterns, then you can enjoy the process of going.
And we've got Christmas fabric coming up at 12 o'clock, so if you want to make a Christmas envelope, elephant even would be nice. Not a Christmas envelope, definitely a Christmas elephant. He would be gorgeous. So that pattern, that's the one that's on screen at the moment, £8.99 for just that one, or if you want the whole lot in the bundle. Finally, the circular floor cushion. Now, there are only 20. We had to get more And there's 15. Look at the size of it. You can see it between Tracey and I. Look at the size of this. This is your ultimate scrap buster. What a brilliant present.
Yeah.
And if you've got lots of people coming around for Christmas, extra seating.
And it works just as well. We've done it in brights, but you can make it in liberties, you can make it in pastels.
Yes.
It
Tweeds.
looks so lovely. I've seen, yeah.
Or if you've got a bit of curtain fabric left over, you could have it to match your curtains, couldn't you? Brilliant. And finally, the Giant Santa Gong, £9.50 for the pattern for that. Well over the half of the stock for that pattern has gone, not surprised. He's the ultimate Christmas cushion. Please keep checking out for this bundle for this out. Thank you so much, Tracey. We'll see you back at 11.
Yeah, for some dressmaking at 11.
Brilliant. That's all about you. Well, this time of year, isn't it? Your evening wear. Gorgeous.
Yeah. Top that I've got
Sparkly
on.
top, the top that Tracey's got on at the moment. She's going to be showing us how to make. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time. It's November block of the month, Flower Shop block of the month. This is a real beginner's hour. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a moment.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this is the Amber Makes Block of the Month hour. We're on November. So we are on December, we're on number 10. So if you haven't followed the block of the month before, what we've done, we have designed a different flower for every month. We started back in February, and on the panel you get a floral arrangement and then all the pieces to make a specific project, which means it's sort of collectible and not collectible, depends how you want to do it. If you want to make the full quilt at the end, which Charlie's going to show us a picture of, then we are going to, you keep all the individual floral arrangements from each block, and then you can sew them together at the end and make them into a full quilt, which will look like a flower shop window, just like this. And you see there's question marks on there because those ones haven't been revealed yet. And then we will be selling a panel at the end. It's an attic window style quilt, so it will look like the outside of a flower shop. It will be a little bit more decorative than that, but Amy's working on it at the moment. But in every block of the month panel, you will get the full flower arrangement, you'll get an informal flower arrangement, and all the pieces to make the individual projects, which will make more sense when I show you them in a minute. So some of you I know are collecting them and are keeping their panels and are going to make them into the flower shop. Other people are just buying ones or twos because they just want to make the individual project. It's entirely up to you, but we do it every month, and we're on November. So November block of the month is a display of chrysanthemums. So this project, now if you were watching earlier, I said because I have to come up with a new idea each month of what we're going to do. And this month I thought, let's go full beginner, because quite often we skip over these or say some sewing experience, or there's a bit of this, and we have, all of you out there are all different levels, but this one I have designed for beginners. So half of the stock is already sold of this. So let me show you the project and then I'll show you the panel. So this is November. So we've gone for chrysanthemums. So they're not all, because there is a traditional flower of the month and we haven't always chosen that. We've chosen the flower that we like. So on the front, now this is a tulle roll. So this tulle roll you can use whether you're a sewer, whether you're a knitter, a crochet, whether you're an artist, whether you want to keep your makeup brushes in. It's a brilliant gift to make, people of all ages and genders, and it's lovely to make for yourself, and it's easy peasy. So what you do is you unknot the ties, and then you unroll it, and as you can see on the front as I unroll it, that's the flower of the month, is this beautiful basket of chrysanthemums. Everything that you need to make this is on the panel. The only thing you will need is some sewing thread, but everything else is on the panel. So we unroll it, the whole thing. There we go. And there's got a flap to keep everything in, and open it up, and there's all your tools. Now, obviously, when you make yours, you create your own spacings. So I made a space here to put my notebook in, which I left at home, and then I've got my rotary cutter, I've got my scissors, I've got marking pens. But in the instructions, and I'll show you in a minute, it explains how to make the spacings to fit your items. There is also a full video tutorial, which when you visit the Amber Makes website, it's all on there. So I walk you through step by step. So if you are new to sewing, there are no zips, there are no fastenings, no closures. You just have ties to tie it together. You could use it for pens and pencils or brushes, makeup brushes. You could use it, maybe if you're going on holiday, you could keep your toiletries in it. You could have your toothbrush, your toothpaste. You could keep your sweets in it, all different things. Yeah, you could have your calculator in it, you know, it'd be great for school, it'd be great for office use. There's so many different things you can use it for. And all the fabric pieces are on the panel. So it's easy peasy. So once you've filled it all up, you just put the flap back over, and even the lining fabric, the outer fabrics. This looks like I've done a really fancy binding. I haven't, and I'll show you that in a moment. And then when you've done it, you just roll it all up. You wrap all the ties round, loop one under there and tie it together. And I've knotted the ends just to make it nice. So let me show you the panel so you can see how it works. So when you get your kit, £17.99, and we've tried to keep the cost of these down and keep them quite low so that just because the panels are quite a big size, so normally they would be more than this, but because I know a lot of you are collecting them, and also, you know, they're kind of different skills are used in the project, so I wanted to introduce you all to something at an affordable price as well. So here it explains there is a full video tutorial, tells you the address on the Amber Makes website to get it. There is also a QR code here as well that you can scan with your phone if you prefer. The instructions explain exactly how to make it. So it says on here what you need. The panel, sewing thread, that's it. And then all of the instructions with walkthrough photos and all the information about the video tutorial. So that comes in it, and then here is the full panel. So it's quite, I'll hold it up so you can see, and then we can look at it in more detail. That's the size of the panel. So it's a big size. So let me show you it in detail, because this is how it works. So what I have done is I have used on this one, I've used this floral display. But if you are collecting them to use for the full quilt, the flower shop, this is the one you use for the flower shop because it's got a shelf printed on it, and all of the flowers all have the same shelf so that they look right in the window. You can use it for this tool roll, or you also get the same chrysanthemums but as an informal flower display. So you could use this for the front of the tool roll and then save that one for the panel. Or if you're just using the tool roll, then you've got an extra one. You could use that to make a cushion so that you've got one spare. And then here's all the pieces. It really is, if you've never used one of our kits before, it is cut and sew. All the seam allowances are included, so and everything is labelled. So like here it says flap lining. So all you do, cut round the outer edge, take the label, pin it on top, and then you remember which piece is which. You've got the flap outer, the pocket lining, there's the ties. You also get 2 bonus charm squares, so 2 miniature versions, which aren't used in the tool roll. They're just for you to have as extras. And you've got some labels of the month, November. So maybe if you were making it for somebody in particular, then I know a lot of people have used these and they've sewn those on because they're collecting them. And then all the extra pieces. There's even some little applique pieces if you want to put those on. So you've got absolutely loads on the panel. So that is the November one. Now, what we've also done, before I go back to I'm going to give you a quick recap of the others. We have also created charm squares, because I know a lot of you have like the prints. So if you love these November floral prints, we have also created $14.99. So I'll do it on the overhead. 40 charm squares, which feature all the prints from this. So you've got like smaller versions. These are all 5-inch squares. There's 40 of them. But you get gift tags. They're just an extra freebie to fill some space in. You've got the illustrated version there. You've got the more formal arrangement. You've got the stripes. You've got the flowers. You've got flowers with dots. So if you love the November flowers and you like the prints, because Amy always does a fantastic job of the prints, and they look so lovely in miniature as well. So she's put all of these onto a charm panel, $14.99, so they can be used as a whole piece. Maybe you want to make a cushion for someone whose birthday is in November. You could just use one of, cut out a block of 9 of them, or you could use them for a front of bag. I know you love charm squares anyway, so that's November. Right, now I'm going to just very briefly go through the other projects, but all of the projects are exactly the same as the November one. They all come with a panel and a set of instructions and the tutorial. But rather than open up all the panels, which takes ages and ages and ages, I'm just going to go through the projects on their own. Now, we started this back in February. I know that seems odd, should have started in January, but we started it for Sewing Street's birthday, so it happened to be February. So if I just run through them, then if you've missed out on any, if you want to collect them again, they're all on the website. So go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live. They are all available there. Some of them are very low in stock, but there is a little bit of all of them. So this was February. This was a cushion, the hourglass cushion. So this is a beautiful display of grape hyacinths, crocuses and snowdrops. You've got hourglass patchwork blocks. All the fabric for this is on the panel, even the fabric for the cushion back. So that was February. March. March was the shop away bag, which is a bit creased now because it's been in its little pouch. So with March, you have the beautiful vase of daffodils, and then on the back I've actually used the illustrated version. In fact, you get an extra free panel on this because there was enough space. And then what happens, because it's got that funny little corner thing, this is brilliant for shopping, is that once you finish using it, you fold everything inside. This is why it's creased, because it's been in here. You fold everything inside, pull up the cord, and it's like a little blue vase. So that was March. April was tulips. So April was the milk churn of tulips. And it's a tablet case. So if I lay it down here, you can see. It's made to fit every size of tablet except for the really, really extra large ones. So you can pop your tablet in here or in there. There's a zip pocket. Some people have used them for put notebooks in. You could put pens and pencils and diaries. There's an extra zip pocket in there. All of the pieces of fabric, you don't need to buy anything else, are on here. And then it does up with a little button closure. There's even the circle of fabric on the panel to cover the button. And then that's a beautiful display of tulips. But again, if maybe you want to collect them to make the full quilt at the end. So you can see that you've got, if you look at it in this order, you've got, you know, the vase of hyacinths. You know, you've got all of the flowers are also in slightly different vessels, vases, jugs. May was all about the peony. So for the peonies, we did a little wall hanging. That's in a beautiful milk jug. It's peonies and frothy cow parsley. And then on the rest of the panel are all the pieces, all the fabric pieces to make this flower block. So the flowers go all the way around the edge. You've got green gingham that goes around the edge, and even the peony binding goes around the edge of that. So you can make this little wall hanging or a big floor cushion. So that was May. Then June, we get June and July. June was sweet peas, obviously. Beautiful glass vase of sweet peas. Love that one. And then the actual project itself was this storage bucket. So it's a round bucket. I'm going to show you like that. It's a round bucket, so that you can, it's great actually for taking on holiday with you, because you can pop it in your suitcase, you can have it as a laundry bag, because it has a drawstring closure around the top, so everything's safe inside. It's also, and on the panel is all the sweet pea fabric that's for lining it. It's also a really nice thing to keep a project in. Maybe you could keep your wool in it if you're knitting and crocheting, or you could keep a sewing project in it, or you could pop it in the bathroom, put toiletries in it, or toilet rolls. But it's just a really nice little storage bucket. So if you know someone, look at the sweet pea print. If you know someone who loves sweet peas, that was June. July was all about roses. So I love this one because I like the green spotty vase with this beautiful display of roses. And then the project, I wanted to teach you how to do log cabin. Now, traditionally, log cabin is done with a small square in the middle and then strips. This is the same process, it's just a bigger square. And rather than go dark and light fabrics, we went pink and purple. So all of the strips are printed on the panel, and you learn exactly how to make log cabin. And then you end up with this log cabin cushion. And there's even the fabric on the panel to make the cushion back, which is a pink gingham with the display of roses. Remember, every panel comes with the formal flower arrangement like this one, as well as the informal one. So that was July. Then we had August, which was sunflowers, had to be sunflowers in a watering can. So imagine how fab this quilt's going to look at the end, because all the flower displays and the shelves and everything, they're all exactly the same size, but all with just different, I don't know, vessels. Containers. However, what you can do, and as I said, you can use, if you want to do both, if you want to collect the panels for the quilt, but also make the projects, you can use the informal illustration if you want. So this is a crossbody bag. So you've got sunflowers on there. You've got, and all these pieces are obviously all on the panel. You've got sunflowers on the back. You've got this lovely stripe that goes around the edge. Then the strap is done in a way that the back is joined at the back corner and the front the other, not on the edges, so it actually crosses over better. It's got a pocket, there's the pieces for the pocket inside, and it's fully lined, and all of those pieces are on there as well. So that was August. So you can pop it over your shoulder like a crossbody, like this. It goes very well with my dress actually. There we go. So that was August. September was all about blue hydrangeas. So this one is a nice big bucket. It's like, well, do you know what the idea behind it was? I thought, wouldn't it be nice to put a hydrangea in? If you bought someone a hydrangea as a present, you can actually put it in, because it's got a bit squashed in the box, actually. I've used Bosal in it, just needs a little press. It's really good. It's got handles, all the pieces you need. So it's got this lovely grey gingham on the back. You look at the inside, it's all this beautiful hydrangea print which folds over. So again, nice for storage. I know a lot of people have said, well, I'm going to put my toilet rolls in the bathroom in that. Nice to put toys into, lovely as a gift, particularly if you gave somebody a big pot of flowers or several bottles of wine. Nice for a gift. So that's September. October was... asters and gerbera. Now, I've used the informal flower display on this one just because I fancied it. This is a quilt block keeper, something that people are always asking me for. So if you are collecting the set, or if you make quilt blocks and you want to keep them all in something, this is the quilt block keeper. In fact, I'll just show you that one panel, because I used the informal flower for that one. So the formal flower display on this one, this is the one that will go in the window, is a pumpkin with flowers in. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Because I said they've all got different containers with the same shelf. So for the front of my quilt block keeper, I use that. So you can see you can use either of them. So that's October. And then when you open up the pages, all the fabric you need is in here, except for this, just brush cotton. And I just bought a brush cotton sheet. So you open it up. Oh, look, no, I did keep the other display. It's there. And then you can keep your blocks in here. There's lots of pages, you can put as many pages in as you want. And then you can keep all of your fabric pieces or quilt blocks, special fabric, all really safe. Remember, all of these projects have a full instructions and the panel and the video tutorial. So even if you're new to sewing, you'll be able to follow it through. That was October. There we go. Now, we also have charm panels for every month, and I will hold them up for you. Should we start at February? We're going to do it really fast. Ready? Go. So here is February. So they all feature the same prints as the main project, but there are 45-inch squares. So that's February. March, all the daffodils. So you've got miniature versions of the large floral display. You've got some of the blue and white china. That was March. April. April was the tulips. So here's April. So some of them you've even got the milk churning. And they've also, all of these charm squares panels have all got the gift tags, because who doesn't need a fabric gift tag, as well as the month. So if you were wanted to make a gift for somebody, maybe you wanted to make something. So like with that, oh, sorry, my ears are falling out. With that April one, I didn't do instructions for this, but I just thought I'd make something. I used that charm panel to make a, what's it called, broken china quilt. So you see what I mean? Or you can use them, here's another idea. I used the February one to make a little bag, and there was enough charm squares on it to make the front and the back of the bag, and also use it to line it so it's reversible and for the handle. So that's just one project that you could do just as an idea. May peonies. There we go. So you get gingham and peonies and cow parsley. This one is so pretty. I think Amy did a fab job with that one. Love the peony. I love cow parsley. Oh dear, I've got a massive pile there now. June. June the sweet pea. There we go. So you've got all the sweet pea prints. So there's some of these prints you'll see on the main panel that have been used for the lining of that drawstring bag. Some for the outside. You've got the miniature versions. So that's June. July was the roses. So I know a lot of you have just bought these on their own without buying, you know, even if you're not collecting the flower shop block of the month, but just because you like the flowers, or you know someone who has a special birthday. Maybe you want to make them a gift even for Christmas with their birth month on. Or wedding. If you've got a wedding, someone's got a wedding coming up in June. August. These are all the sunflowers. Very autumnal, this one. Well, it's sort of end of summer, isn't it? So you can see there's the striped fabric in there as well, and you've got the sort of rusty colours and the green colours, and remember you get the gift tags as well, and a little strip of sunflowers across the top. September, hydrangeas, blue hydrangeas. There we go. So there's all the hydrangea prints. We've got pink hydrangeas, we've got blue hydrangeas, white hydrangeas. You see the hydrangea, I forgot to show you that, is in a teapot for this one. Gorgeous hydrangea print, isn't it? I love that one. Oh, just looking at Levi's face, he's looking a bit, because he's just seen my big pile of charm squares, like, I've got to fold those up. October. That's super vibrant. There we go. So that's October. Now, two very last things. Now, what I've done each month, each season, is I've made a quilt using the 3 charm square panels from that season. So I made a spring quilt called the Starflower quilt. So that uses March, April and May charm square blocks, as you can see. And what I've done with them is I have used the from the charm square panels, I've used the individual prints on the charm square panels for the inside of them, and then the rest of the star around the edge are printed. So we have got the instructions for this quilt. We did have a kit of it. Oh, well, where are the instructions? Oh, do we have a kit? Oh, we do have the kit. Oh no, that's another one. I can't find the Starflower instructions. Oh, where have they gone? Oh well, there's the graphics for them. So we did have a kit because you have like an ivory fabric around the outside and then plain fabrics. Or if you've bought the charm squares, or to be honest, if you've got charm squares in any print, then you can use this because it has been written specifically for charm squares. Right, and then the final thing is the Hang Out the Flags quilt. So for the summer months, which was May, June and July, no, June, July and August, is the Hang Out the Flags quilt, which is over on that side. So this, we have got instructions on their own for this, and we have a kit as well. So if you want just the instructions, the great thing about this, if you don't want the kit and you want to use your own fabric, it's brilliant for a memory quilt because you use only 5-inch squares of fabric. So maybe you want to remember a person, an occasion, a special event. Because you're using a 5-inch square of fabric for each triangle of bunting, then it's ideal for that. And I know lots of people have done that. Or people who collect, maybe you collect Cave, Tilda, Liberty, Tula. You can use all your collection for it and then just use a plain fabric and then a print for the string. So that's using all the charm squares for those months. But we've also got a full kit of it. So if you want the kit has the full instructions. You've got the 3 panels, the 3 charm square panels. You've got the June one, you've got the July one, and you've got the August one, because those are all featured on it. Then you've got 4 metres of natural seeded fabric. That's all the background. And then you've got 1 metre of the green rose and hubble poplin spot. That's used for the bunting string as well as the binding. So everything you need for the whole of the quilt top and the binding is there. If you want to know the sizes for the wadding and the backing, if you go onto the website, I've listed them there. On the instructions as well, you'll see I've done a full video tutorial because I know it's quite hard to find, if you want to make a quilt, a proper video tutorial for it. But I have videoed the whole thing for you. So you can either get the kit so you can make one identical to mine, or if you've got fabric that you want to use up and you want to make a memory quilt or just showcase your favourite fabric, then get the instructions on their own. And that is all of it, which I think is an achievement. So now I'm going to show you how to make the tool roll. So now I've been through everything. Where's Ben's exhausted now. Where's all my pieces of fabric? Oh, I thought I'd lost them. That would have been good, wouldn't it? So what you need to do to start off with is cut out everything from your panel, just like I showed you before, because all of the pieces are labelled. So cut them all out. You can see they've all got the label above. Cut out the little label and just pin it to the top edge. If you pin it to the top, then you'll know which one is the top. For some pieces it doesn't really matter, but for others it does, and it's just a good habit. If you pin it to the top, you just take them off as you go along. Once you've done that, you will end up with all of these pieces. So you now need to decide, do you want to use the formal print or the informal on the front of yours? And that's entirely up to you. So I've kept mine there. I've decided that I'm going to use the formal one, I think, because I cut one of them, yes, for mine. But they're all on there. And then cut out all the pieces. Oh, no, that's right. These are my leftover pieces. So with this tool roll here, I used the main display with the basket of chrysanthemums. But for this one, I've decided I'm going to use the informal one just so that you can see it. So you will have left over and the other one, and you can do whatever you like with that. So you start off by cutting out all the pieces, then sew the front, which is the flower display, to the back. And you sew them right sides together. I've just done this one stage in advance. Now, when you look at this, The back is a bit bigger than the front. Don't worry, it's supposed to be like that. You haven't done anything wrong. Right, now we're going to make the pocket. So the pocket is the bit where all your tools go into. So if we take the 2 pocket pieces, because they've been folded up in my bag overnight, they've got a little bit crease. So I'm just going to give them a little press because they have got a bit creased and you don't want them to be. Now this is a really nice, it's quite a nice crisp cotton actually. It's 100% cotton and it is nice and crisp. Why is that not working? Well, it's plugged in. Let's try that one. Yeah, obviously not. Let me try the other side of the desk. Oh dear. Oh, but then I won't be able to have that and my sewing. Oh, there's power in there. Hey, hey. Bear with. So, just give them a press if they've been creased up like mine have. Right. Now, what you need to do is pin them together along the top edge. Now, don't worry, you don't need to remember any of this because it's all in the instructions. As I said, you can sew along with me in the tutorial anyway, but it's quite nice to show you. So, you don't need the labels. You can take these off now. I mean, sometimes if you want to keep them on until you've actually finished the main part, just move them down a bit because you don't want them in the lining. So, I'm going to sew them together along the top edge. Now don't panic at this stage and think, what have I done wrong? My lining is bigger than my outer. It's supposed to be like that, so don't panic. So when you're pinning something together, particularly if it's a long piece of fabric like this, pin it together either end. These are exactly the same size, so they are the same length when you do them, but fabric is fabric, isn't it? And it moves and stretches and has a mind of its own sometimes, and sometimes you'll get fabrics that are slightly, when they're printed, they're more dense than others. So always pin at either end, particularly if it's long, and then you know, because that's where it's got to match up. You've got to match up the raw edges at the end. Then you can just make sure it matches up across the centre. So always pin at either end, because sometimes also, as you're pinning, sometimes you can stretch one fabric a bit more than another, and then it won't meet up at the end. So just pin it together at either end, then in the centre, and then in between. Then I'm going to sew this together. The seam allowances are all marked on the pattern and they are all 1/4 inch to make life simpler. So when you start off, do a little reverse stitch at the beginning. Just use a normal stitch length on your machine. This one's default is 2.4. You might find yours is slightly different, but about 2.4, 2.5, because this, it's not a top stitch line, it's a main seam. So just sew it together all the way down that line. Make sure that you keep the edge of your fabric running along the 1/4 inch mark that's actually marked on your sewing plate. All machines have them. If for some reason you've got metric lines on yours or you're not sure, you can always measure and put a piece of tape on your needle plate at that line. But mine is marked on there. Once you've done that, take it back to your ironing board and press it. This is to set the seam, because what happens is as the needle and the thread is going through the fabric, it disturbs it slightly. And it moves it and it's a little bit bumpy. But if you press it, it just sets the seam back into the fabric, straightens it out. And even though we're going to press this seam open, you will get a better finish by taking the 2 seconds it takes to just set the seam. Now open it up and we're going to press the seam open. So there's 3 stages to this, and this is why I've written this for beginners, because if you get into the habit of always setting a seam, and then in a minute, we're going to turn this over to the other side. But if you press a seam open, it helps it to lay on an edge better. So this is where we're now going to get that. Let me show you in my tool roll, in the finished thing. So can you see the top of the pocket? Looks like we've got a binding on it. And because Amy's done stripes on it, even looks like we've bound it with a really nice striped edge. But that's a bit trickier. I wanted this one to be for beginners, so it's all on there instead. So there we go, we've pressed the seam open. Now we're going to place the whole thing wrong sides together, so wrong side to wrong side, and match up the bottom raw edges. So it's a nice rectangle. So match up the bottom raw edge on one, and actually I'm going to pin that together before I do any pressing, and then match up the other bottom raw edge corners and pin it together. And then just pop another couple of pins along the edge. So this is really easy so far. We've sewn 2 pieces of fabric together and we've put them right sides, wrong sides facing. Now I've pinned all the bottom together. So now what's happened, because the back is bigger than the front, it's folding over all on its own to the front. Because you pressed that seam open earlier, it's nice and flat. And now it looks like that when you've done yours, it will look like you've done a nice bound edge when you haven't at all. And actually, I think the striped fabric makes it look even more like a bound edge. So I'm just going to tack it together down the sides and across the bottom at the other side. Tacking can be done by hand or by machine. I like to do it by machine because I'm far too lazy to tack by hand. And the best way to tack it by machine is lengthen your stitch to, it can be as long as you like. I'm going to go 4.5 and do it within the seam allowance, because otherwise you have to take it out because it will be seen. So because your seam allowance is 1/4 of an inch, if you do it about 1/8 of an inch, and you should have a line on your needle plate that will show that 1/8 of an inch mark. But do you know what? If you go slightly wrong, it doesn't matter. If you're using a longer stitch length on your machine, if this does show later, you can just take the stitches out. If you like tacking by hand, then, you know, go ahead. And if you do want to tack by hand, just work a running stitch. But by tacking by machine, it's quicker. You can also do it within the seam allowance so that you don't have to take it out, which is even better. Now, by doing this, if you're a more experienced sewer, you don't really need to tack this together because you're going to sew this in all layers later. But I just find that because you're going to be sewing this to another piece of fabric in a moment, if you don't tack it together, everything can start shifting, and that's taken a couple of minutes maximum, so it's just a bit quicker. Again, even if you're tacking, give it a press, because you can see where I've sewn it, it's wrinkled up slightly. Now, this is optional, this next bit, but this just adds a nice little extra. I want to make the front and the lining stay together. If you do a top stitch along here, it will help them to stay together, but it also looks quite nice. So it looks like you've bound it. So what I would do is stitch onto this stripey, onto the backing fabric, just above the seam line. Now, you can have a go. This is quite a good way of you practicing. Which is that one. I can't remember which one's which. Right, let's turn it back on. Okay. Lengthen your stitch to about 3. And this is quite a good way of practicing getting that top stitch. And I'm lowering my needle a little bit above the seam line, which is about 1/16 of an inch, couple of millimetres. And I'm going to work that stitch just along the edge because this will look like I've sewn binding on. Now, if you work slowly, then you'll be able to make sure that that needle is going in the right place. If you look at your foot as well on the machine, sometimes the feet have little marks on that you can follow, or you could, once you've worked out where that is, if you put a piece of tape down your stitch plate, if your needle plate hasn't got markings on it, you could run it along the edge of there. You don't have to do this. If you don't like top stitching, then don't bother. But if you are new to it, it's quite a good way to practice. And what I would say is, if you're new, is most machines have a speed control. So if I lower my speed control, it's like a speed limiter on your car, which I've just discovered mine's got. You can't go above a certain speed. I set it the other day. It's brilliant. How have I not known? I set it at 30 when I was in a 30 and it didn't go above. It was amazing. Anyway, so the same with this. So look, now my machine will not go over that speed. So it's actually quite hard for me to sew wrong. I'll just increase it or we'll be here all day. Right. But that's an optional. an optional thing. Right, what comes after that? Sorry, just checking my notes. Yes. Right, so now I've done that. Again, quick press, just to even it out, because it looked nicer. Right, now what we're going to do is make that pocket. So I need the lining fabric piece. That's that one. So here's the lining fabric piece. I know that because it's labelled lining. I'm just going to give it a very, very quick press, just because mine has been folded up in my bag all night. Now, the pocket is going to go on top of the lining. In fact, I'm going to move that for now. There we go. Now, what you need to do is line up the bottom edges of the pocket with the lining, just like that. Because if I show you the finished item, I always think it's useful to see where you are. Right, once everyone is checked out on this kit, it's gone. So we've got more in baskets than we've got available. So you do need to check out. £17.99 gives you the whole panel, the instructions, and the video tutorial. But if you don't check out, you're going to miss out. So I'm going to sew. This is the lining, this are the pockets, and that's the bit I'm going to do next. And remember, this can be used for all sorts of tools. Doesn't have to be sewing tools. So what we're going to do is just pin it together down the sides, and remember, always pin in the corners. Just a tip for pinning if you're new to it. When you're sewing with the machine, taking out pins that are facing the wrong direction is really hard. So if I'm sewing, let me just pop that pin in there. If I'm sewing with my machine down here, if the end of the pin is facing me, it's easy to pull out. If it's facing the other way, you have to stop quite a bit before to be able to get your hand round. So when you're pinning, always turn your fabric so that you know that the end of the pin will be facing you when you pull it out. Now, I know for loads of you who sew all the time, you think you know all of this, but because I've designed this specifically for beginners, then I'm trying to give you sort of extra tips that people don't always tell you or take you a while to work out yourself. So that's why I'm going to pin this way, and then when I come down this side, I'm going to pin it so that that goes that way. Right, I'm just going to very quickly tack that into place, because then I can show you about how we do the pockets. So again, increase the stitch length and sew within the seam allowance, just because it means you haven't got to take it out. And I would say if you are a beginner to sewing, or not even a beginner, but just not confident, then take the time to do extra things like pinning and tacking. And it's not like the old days where you had to tack everything by hand. But you see, when I sewed the bottom of those pocket pieces together, it makes it a lot easier now, because I'm not trying to line up 3 layers of fabric, because I've tacked 2 together. I'm only having to line up 2. So tack it together just across the bottom and up the sides. Don't tack it together across the top, because that's where all your bits and pieces go. Right, now, because it's important that this is really laying flat, because we're going to mark some lines on it in just a moment, give it a press. Oh, what have I done there? Oh, it's just the thread. The thread on the edge has got caught. There we go. Right. Now you've got to decide your spacings. So this is where you can make it your own. So if you're going to put pens and pencils in, or are you going to put makeup brushes, or are you going to put crochet hooks, or are you going to put your big tools, whatever you're going to do. The way that I measured it was, so for this pocket here that I've got all my clips on, I was put a notebook in that, but I left it at home. So maybe I'm going to put my rotary cutter. So pop it in here, the things that you want to put in. So maybe you want like these scissors and those scissors. There's my applique scissors. Those are only for cutting paper patterns, not for cutting fabric. and then a notebook. So what you do is take your tape measure and say I wanted to put that one in on the end, pop it in, and then just get your tape measure, I just need a fabric pen, and measure around it. Because if you measure across, it's got to be around it so it'll fit in the pocket. And then once you've measured around it, then just put a mark on the binding. Now I'm using a heat erasable pen here, it's a friction pen. And these are brilliant because I always test it first, but usually on this fabric, it's never marked for me. You mark it, you can draw on it, and then once you finish, and then you use that as a stitching line, then you can iron the fabric and the pen just disappears because it's heat erasable. This is all really also useful. Maybe you're doing that line of top stitching and you're a bit nervous about it. You could draw the line on with the pen, or maybe you haven't, you think, oh, I never get my 1/4 inch seam allowance right. Draw the seam line with the pen onto your fabric, stitch on top of the line, and then just press it away. So I've put that one in, and then maybe I want to put my scissors in, so, I'll put it about there. And then maybe I think, well, actually, I want to put a load of pens in, so how much does one pen take up? So, and then you can go, well, that's about enough for one pen, and then you can measure that, and then you can put all of your marks the same as that. If you're thinking, oh, I have no idea what I'm going to put in it, don't know, I might change it, then to put some inch marks, because that's what I've done for all of my pens here. They're all inches. Put a few of those. Put a couple of, like 2, maybe a 3 or 4, and make different spaces. You can always put 2 things in one pocket. Then when you've done that all the way along, I won't do them all now because I won't have time. We'll just do one. Take a ruler. Now, these rotary cutting rulers are ideal for this just because they've got a right angle. This is one of my favourite rulers. It's the 6-inch one. It's perfect for this because it's got a right angle. So line up with your mark and then make sure that this horizontal line is lining up across there. You know that's a perfect right angle then. And then just draw along the line. That's one spacing. And then if I'm going to mark the next spacing, just draw along that line. And there we go. So continue like that and draw all of your lines. And then you stitch them into place. I'll just do one to just speed up, but you would do them all the same. Now, my top tip for doing this is you are going to be pulling things in and out of these pockets all the time. So if you start and finish at the top and reverse stitch, it still might come undone. Don't ask me why. It just always does. And also, reverse stitching can look it's a bit visible, can look a bit messy sometimes. So what I'm going to do instead, and this works better because then all the reverse stitching is at the end, which is going to be enclosed in a seam. And to make it extra strong, you start at the bottom, you sew along the line. Now this is easy because you're sewing on top of the line, up to the top, pivot and come back down. And I'm going to show you that on my machine. So lower the needle into the line at the bottom, right at the bottom. And actually, you don't need to reverse stitch because this is going to be within a seam later. If you want to be extra secure, then reverse stitch. Right, I'm going to slow it down a bit just so you can see. Now, all you've got to do, if you're worried about getting it straight, slow your machine down and sew along, making sure that your needle stays on that line. I might speed it up just a bit. Right, when you get to the top, you want to stop with the needle just at the top. It can be just over the top or just in the top, but not too far over the top. I tend to keep just in at the top because I don't want a stitch going over. It doesn't really matter. Put the needle down, raise the presser foot, turn it round, lower the presser foot, and sew all the way back down. Try and sew on top of the line that you've already stitched. Purely because it will look a bit neater, but do you know what? If it's just next to it, it doesn't really matter. That means now, I'm going to reverse stitch to finish just to be certain. Right, if we take it back to the ironing board now so you can see, that means now that there's no reverse stitching at the top and bottom, so that's extra secure. And the 2 lines of stitching also makes the pocket more secure. So now you can see, all I have to do is press that, and you can't see the black line anymore. And you've just got a really secure pocket. So that's how the pocket is made. And now, so you need to put that onto one side because we don't need that now. The next thing we're going to do is make the flap. Now, the flap is made in the same way as the pocket, but just the other way around, if you see what I mean. And the reason for this is, so you take, we're going to put these right sides facing, but this time we're going to sew them together along the bottom edge rather than the top edge. And the reason for that is, if you look at this, let's put my rotary cutter back inside. This seamed edge of the flap is at the bottom, whereas the pocket was at the top, the seamed edge is at the bottom. So match together, and that's why it's important that you mark the tops and bottoms. I mean, only because with this one there's a print. With this one it wouldn't really matter. So there's the bottom edges, bottom of that one to the bottom of that one, and we're going to sew them together along the bottom edge. Oh, I've only got 4 minutes left. Oh. So I'm just going to sew. I'm going to do it really quickly. Right, again, don't forget 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I should have pinned it, but I'm trying to do it quickly. But don't worry, because when you get your kit, it will tell you how to find the video tutorial. If you want to watch it in advance before your kit arrives, if you go onto the Amber Makes website and go onto the tutorial section, it's there, so you can watch it in advance, and then you know how to do it. Now, the beauty of the Amber Makes kits is there's no measuring, there's no templates. All you have to do is cut it out. So I don't give measurements, because you don't need measurements, unless you need them for like seam allowances and stuff, but I don't give measurements of the actual pattern pieces. Right, so there we go. I've sewn it together. I've realised that my stitch length is still on tacking. Don't make that mistake, it's very annoying. Again, do exactly like I did last time. Press the seam open. And then fold it back together, again matching up the bottom edges. So this time, what you've got is, oh, what does it say? Hang on, I've lost my ears and my eyes. Right, okay. This is a brilliant tutorial for gifts. It has so many uses. Loving your dress, by the way, Rebecca. Oh, thank you so much. I know I like my dress. Oh, has the block of the month sold out? I'm struggling to check out. Oh, no, it hasn't. If you've got any problems, give the call centre a ring, 0800 001 4433. They'll be able to help you. So, no, it hasn't. You go on to, what you need to do, and I think maybe sometimes that gets confusing, is that you're going onto the main website to find it. You need to go onto the website and click on Watch Live, because when we're selling the products, they're not available on the main shopping website. They are only available on the Watch Live section. And I think sometimes, and then after midnight, they'll go back onto the main website. But while we're actually selling them on there, they are only on Watch Live. So this is how you do it. If you go onto Sewing Street on the website, click on Watch Live. Don't go into the block of the month or to the Amber Make section. Go into Watch Live. Oh, he's just checking that. Maybe the website's down. Right, I'm not going to do the last bit. I'm just going to show you. Is it there? Right. Click on Watch Live. Top right, can you see that? Scroll down. Oh, the early bird sold out. There's everything. So the block of the month is right at the top. It's all available on there. And it's because whilst we're selling it on air, so up until midnight, those products will not be on the main website. They are on the Watch Live section. Okay? Right, last thing. So as you can see with this flap, the binding is at the bottom. But what we're going to do, instead of sewing it, we're going to sew it together, lining up the bottom, but we sew it down the sides because the flap is slightly narrower than the tool roll because it won't turn out right sides otherwise. Anyway, I'm going to have to leave it there. It won't let you check out. What does that say? I'm on live and it won't let me check out. We'll check that. Honestly, give the call centre a ring if you want. We will look into it during the break, but if you're having problems and you want to check out, please do give the call centre a ring. They will be able to sort it out for you, and we'll see if we can. Anyway, the rest of the tutorial and the all comes with instructions, and my video tutorial is even more in depth than that, so you'll be able to see how to. Thank you so much for joining me this hour and for supporting our block of the month. In fact, I will be back with you I'll be back in a moment, but on Friday, I'm going to be with the autumn quilt. So like we've done the spring one and the summer one, I'm going to be with the autumn one. If you're struggling to check out, give the call centre a ring. We will try and solve the website in the break because there's obviously an issue with checking out there. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes' time with Tracey, who's got fantastic dressmaking. So if you're a beginner to dressmaking or you want an easy dressmaking, don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So if you fancy a bit of dressmaking, we've got everything for you today, haven't we? Everything. Tracey's back with dressmaking. So tell me about this collection of patterns.
So this is a really nice collection of patterns. We've got trousers in it, our most popular trousers that we've done, which we're actually going to make into pyjama trousers today.
Fab.
But our pleat neck top, which we've made into summer fabrics, but I've also made it here in sparkly wintry fabrics as well. Then we've also got our kimono top, which is a very, very quick make that we'll do some demonstrations on.
Okay.
Again, we can make it into a glitzy fabric.
So it can
Christmas.
be winter, autumn, glitzy. It can even be summer.
Exactly. So all round, it's going to take you through all seasons.
Fantastic.
All sizes 10 to 28.
Wow. So again, if you were with us in the first show with Tracey, you've got a choice. You either have the paper patterns or you have the USB sticks. Up to you. We'll start with the paper patterns. So in the bundle, we've got, well, it says the summer kimono top, but it can be the sequin kimono top. It could be the autumn kimono top. It depends what fabric you use. We will go through the patterns one by one with Tracey in a moment so you can actually see them, but I just want to introduce these. So we've got the kimono top. You've got the pleated neck tunic top. That's the one that you're wearing, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Which looks completely different.
Yeah,
sequins.
completely different. And I've done the shorter version. So within the pattern, you're going to get the long version and you're going to get the short version as well.
Oh, so you could wear it like a tunic.
Yeah, whereas I'm wearing it the t-shirt length one. Just for a bit of sparkle going into that festive season. So yeah, you can take these patterns and make them look so different. Yeah,
it is. It's completely different, isn't it? And you know, and the fact like with this longer length one, you put a binding around the bottom, that border.
Yeah, just to add a bit of interest to it.
But that's beautiful for Christmas, isn't it? Then we've got the Ava tunic pattern.
Yep.
So again, that's your shorter tunic style dress.
Yeah, going into the winter months, I would wear that with a long sleeve t-shirt underneath. It's
woolly
got pockets
tights.
in it, woolly tights, nice pair of boots.
Or you can wear it over jeans, can't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Could be either. Then we've got the trousers. These are the Mila trousers. Now, this is where they can be pyjama trousers, isn't it?
Yes. So these have been our most popular pair of trousers ever.
Oh, really?
They're not difficult to make. We're going to show you how to do it later on.
Okay.
Elasticated waist with pockets, so just really comfortable.
Oh, fab.
But you put them in different fabric and they're going to look so different.
Oh, yes. And then you also get, now, this is only if you buy the bundle, obviously, you get the free boxy tote bag pattern. Yep, that comes free. So $49.99 and you are getting 5 patterns. Now, where would you get 5 dressmaking patterns for $49.99? Not at this quality as well. I mean, I know maybe if you were in a charity shop or something, you might be able to. But, you know, these are beautifully designed patterns full-size template, so I'm going to open one up just so you can see what it looks like. Now I've got a lot of space on this desk as well. So it comes with this lovely tie opening so that you can easily reseal it as well. And they have clear fronts so that you can actually see what's in there when you put it all back. And nice and deep, because once you've unfolded these and cut them out and trying to get them back in, it's always difficult, but these are nice and deep, so it'll be easier. So you've got the instructions, obviously, and with all the photo walkthroughs, very, very clear. And then these are the pattern pieces. Really nice, thick paper that's not going to tear and break. And they are full size. You haven't got to do any joining together at all. Now, I would say this is a lovely pattern and you might want to use this for several different people. And if you do and make the most of it, get the most value for your money, then trace it off first. You don't have to, but I would say I did at the weekend. I traced off a pattern and I'm usually far too lazy to. And I was really glad I did because my pattern's now pristine. So get yourself some dressmaking paper or greaseproof papers you can use as well. And trace off the size you want. It just means you can make them for somebody else in a different size. Now, this bundle would be £65.46 if you bought them individually. So what a fantastic, that's over a £15 saving. So that's just one of them. But just to show you, I wanted you to see the quality of the patterns. And if you do dressmaking and you've used lots of different sorts of patterns, you will appreciate the quality ones. So that's all the printed patterns. Right, we're going to go and have a look at the patterns themselves, and then we'll come back and do that. So they are gorgeous. So should we go for the trousers first? Because you're wearing the trousers.
So the trousers are the ones that I'm wearing. So these are our Miller trousers. So they're really comfy, really easy to wear because they've got elasticated waist. We've got nice pockets. And like, you know, sometimes in the shops now they skimp and save, don't they? These tiny pockets.
Yeah, so you can't get
everything falls out when you sit down anyway. These haven't. We've got nice big pockets. So these are a straight leg trouser.
They look lovely.
Now I've just loaded a plain black pair here. They are the most comfortable pair of trousers ever. However, you can also, if you're going into the summer, you can elasticate them in at the bottom. So the instructions are going to show you how to do it.
Oh,
so it's
okay.
up to you. So if you like that sort of style, it's the same style. We've done this in a drapey viscose fabric, whereas the ones I've got on are like in a linen mix.
Right,
fabric.
okay. They're
So,
lovely, very
flattering. You could do it
flattering.
in a nice drill. But yeah, and that's just so comfy. I'm all about elasticated
Oh,
waistcoats
yeah, I think
these
it's,
days.
yeah, it's brilliant.
But we're going to make them into pyjama trousers as well. So it really is a nice universal pattern. You could even make it into shorts. You can make them into 3/4 length. It's the kind of pattern that I keep seeing people come up and talk to me at shows, which is lovely. Thank you so much, all those who've just made so many different pairs of them, because we just want something that we just...
Well, and also, like I say, trace the pattern and then you can make them for other people as well, can't you?
Or if you buy the USB, you can print it as many times as you want.
That's
and
true.
you can print different sizes then as well. So you're going to get all the sizes, size 10 to size 28
Which
in
is
these
a nice
trousers.
big size range.
Yeah, nice big size range. So yeah, they're our Miller trousers. Really simple, quick make and comfy to wear. And of course, the nice thing is you can make them the right length for yourself as well.
Yes.
So I've made these for going into the winter, and then in the summer I'd wear them more, you know, lightweight.
So if you struggle with being a short or a tall person, they can actually fit you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we've got the pleat neck tunic. So that's the one that I'm wearing. So it's just got a couple of pleats at the front. It's got nothing complicated about this at all. There's no darts or anything difficult in no zips. It's just a really nice flattering t-shirt shape. So as we saw earlier, it's exactly the same as this version here.
I know, and it doesn't look the same.
So different,
at
doesn't
all.
it? So
it's almost like you're getting two patterns to one because they're completely different, aren't
Exactly. So these are really universal patterns.
Yes.
Going into summer, you'd have it like this, or you might have it shorter. Like you say, with jeans, that's great. You could wear it with a long sleeve top in these winter
Oh, I
months.
think like needle cord jeans.
Yeah,
Gorgeous,
really
wouldn't
nice.
it?
Yeah, denim, put some nice bright red thread on it. So really have fun with these patterns. But I've done it in a glitzy one just to show you. We're coming into that party season, but I like to be comfortable. It's all about being comfortable.
Yes, it is. And that's really, it's beautiful top.
Yeah, I like things that aren't too tight fitting. So that is our...
So you've got the
pleat neck
trousers and the top, fantastic.
Trousers and top, easy. You can make them 2-3 hours to make each, you know, give yourself that sort of time. Then we've got our Ava tunic, which is this one here. Okay, so we've got pockets if you want to put them in, or you can do them without pockets. A nice flattering neckline on it. You can belt it in. So I wear this as a dress going into the summer months. I might move this one just a little bit forward so that we can see just the different versions. So that's the same version.
Wow.
Okay, done in a nice
Beautiful.
viscose.
And again, like you say, look, you could wear a long sleeve top under that.
Yeah,
couldn't you?
this time of year, that's what I do. Just put a nice white long sleeve top or black one underneath it. And it just looks like you've made an effort, but it's really easy to sew. And this one hasn't had any ironing at all. This has been creased up in my car for the weekend and just taken out. But I would wear that for the winter season as well,
Yes,
party
yeah.
season. It's a nice sort of satiny fabric. Just, you want nice flattering shapes, so you can belt it in if you want to, or you don't have to. You can keep
Well,
it
they're
loose
easy
flowing.
make and easy wear, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. Then we've got our kimono, so that's this one here. Okay.
That's gorgeous. I mean, that fabric's beautiful. What sort of fabric is that?
So this is a sequin. It's got a mini sequin, so really small sequins on there. Really nice, flattering because it's a nice length. It just falls off the shoulder,
Yeah.
so let the fabric do the work for you. It's so simple to make. We'll do the demo on
And
this
it's got that
later.
nice lower hem at the back as well, hasn't it?
So it dips down, so it just takes your eye away from those areas that we don't want
to be looking at.
Just to mention, it's not part of the collection, but we got lots of requests for the cami top that we do. So this is our Camille cami. It is on the website to buy as a separate listing. It's not part of the collection, but it is on there to buy.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
double
So
layer
if you
cami
want the
top.
cami underneath, then that is available. If you go onto the website, sewingstreet.com, and click on Watch Live, it's called the Camille Cami Top. So if you want the camisole top that's underneath, then we do have that one.
And then this is the exact same version. I'm just going to make it forward so you can see. So I've used the Brother embroidery machine, the MD240 or something. I think you call it the smaller embroidery machine, just to embroider the little elephants on there, just to give you an idea.
I know, that looks so posh then, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's a plain
And what
black
sort of fabric have you used?
Plain black viscose,
Oh, okay.
not expensive at all, nice, cheap. But I would wear that. You can wear that with these trousers as well. You could put the elephants going all around the bottom. You could put a braid down the front if you want to. You could put frogs on the front.
But again, that's your kind of your Christmas party evening wear, isn't it?
Yeah.
Without too much difficulty.
Yeah, that you know no one's going to be wearing the same thing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
easy because it's not tight fitting for us, so we can eat our Christmas pudding. And
well, also it
roast.
makes it so much easier, the fitting, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
not so crucial.
Exactly. And even if you know, I always say my sewing's really not the straightest in the world. It doesn't matter on a style like this. It just falls from the shoulder. It doesn't matter if you change size as well, because all of these designs are reliant on the shape, are going to fall to the shape of our bodies without having darts, without having zips.
Okay.
So if we fluctuate, as I often
So if you've
do,
been put off dressmaking because things have gone wrong or it doesn't fit, then have a go with your with Tracy's
this is the
patterns.
perfect place to start. Very,
Okay.
very simple, easy thing. All size 10 to size 28 on all of these patterns.
Brilliant. That's
So
fantastic.
you've got a really nice capsule.
Yeah, no,
collection
you
there.
have got the capsule winter
Yeah,
wardrobe.
We've got t-shirts, we've got a nice jacket type thing, we've got tunics, and you've got your trousers as well, your everyday trousers.
Fabulous. Right, I'm just going to talk about the USB and then we'll get on with some sewing. So, as Tracy was saying, we have exactly the same pattern collection, but on a USB. Now, the beauty of this is, obviously, it's a lower price, firstly. But secondly, you can then print out the pattern again. So when you print them out, so say maybe you want to use a size 10 and then you want to use a size 16, you want different sizes, you can print them out again as well, which is fantastic. So I'll talk to Tracy in a moment, but you just put it in your computer and then it prints out and you can choose how it works. So the USB has the same, can I take it out? The USB has exactly the same patterns on it as the printed version. It doesn't open, well, it will open, but I need a pair of scissors, really. There we go. So once you open it, this is what it looks like. It's a little USB stick. And look, all of that's got all the patterns on. Not only that, it's engraved, so it says collection 11. So if you've got several of these, so maybe you've bought other collections, it's engraved with the name, so that if you've got a few of them, you can easily see. So look, on the end, there's your USB, and you just pop that into your computer in the USB port, and then you can print it off. So what happens when you plug it into your computer?
I can show you. So when you plug it into your computer, it comes up with two files. So you've got one that's got the instructions and one that's got the patterns.
Right.
Because some people don't want to print off all the instructions. You might want to keep them and work off your tablet, work off your laptop. You don't have to print those if you don't want to. So that's your instruction file. And then you've also got your pattern file, Within there, you'll see all the different designs. You're also going to get your free bag pattern as well with
Right.
this. So you get that whether you're buying the USB or whether you're buying it as the bundle, you're still going to get that free pattern. So select on there the design that you want to. Say you selected the bag, for example. It then comes up on your screen and you just press print. You don't need to worry about any print settings. You don't need to change anything. You don't need a big printer. You just need a regular A4 printer, any kind of paper you want to use. You can recycle your paper. You can use colour paper. And you just press print. It gives you the first sheet, just to show you on here, will be your guide sheet. So the first page will come like this here. So when you print it, that's your first sheet. So I can tell on this pattern, for example, it's going to be 6 sheets of paper. So it will print that one, and then it will automatically print your 6 sheets of paper for you, like this. So this is not going to waste loads of ink because it's mainly just black outlines. Hardly
true.
any ink going to be used. It will print out that one and your 6 sheets. Then I can use this as my guide, so I know page 1 and page 2 join together. Take page 1 and page 2. Actually, I'm going to do the bottom 2 here, 5 and 6, because then we can see that. So I'm going to take 5 and 6. That's page 5, and this is page 6 here. So I'm going to fold that over. I've put these little triangles here so you can line that up, and then you tape that together, and then you continue on with page 1, 2, 3 and 4 like that.
And then you just cut out the
and
size
then you can cut it out.
that you want
The nice
from there.
thing is you can print it over and over again. So if you lose this little piece, like I often do, like we were saying earlier, you can reprint that one. If your size changes, you can print it, cut out the size 10, and then you could print it again and cut out the size 14 as and when you need to.
So
they get tatty, don't they, patterns? So
Well, it's
really
entirely
nice
up
way
to
of
you,
doing
and
that.
some people much prefer the USB, some people prefer printed, but we have got both options, and with both of them, you will get all 5 patterns on there. So we also do have the patterns for sale on their own. You need to, if you go onto the website, onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live. They won't be on the main website, they're on the Watch Live. If you then scroll down, you can see there the USB version, you can see the printed version, and then you can see the versions on their own as well. So they're all there as well. So is the cami top there? Right, because we've just added that. If you want the camisole top, it's right at the very bottom. There it is, right at the bottom. So if you do want that one, we'll put the graphics on there. So if you do want the camisole top, that's the one you're wearing now.
It is, yes.
So
yes.
Tracey's now wearing the camisole top with the glorious gold sequin top.
I thought I'd put a bit
Right,
of
so if you want that one, it's only available on its own. It's not in the bundle, and it's also the one that's the white one there. Because when she came in, Tracey came in this morning, she goes, oh, we've got this, should we put it on? So that's why it's right at the bottom. But if you want it, it's on the screen now. Quick message. No.
First ever garment I made.
This first ever garment I made was an owl and sewing cat one. Really great pattern and easy to follow from Emma in York.
Oh, thanks, Emma.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, but thank you very much. That's a lovely pattern. They are really, really good patterns because they're very easy to follow. And as I say, they don't involve that really fitting, do they?
No. I want everyone to be able to make these things. And when we look around on the catwalks, on the high streets, these are the styles that we're wearing now. We're not wearing those tailored 1940s sort of dresses anymore, which when you're making those kind of things are amazing and beautiful, but they can take a week to make, and there's nothing worse than you make that. And
Well, also, if they don't fit exactly, it puts you off. So this could bring you back to your dressmaking mojo, all perfect for beginners.
Yes.
So are you going to show us pyjamas then?
I'll make the kimono first.
Oh, the kimono,
That's a
then
really quick
pyjamas.
one, and then
Okay.
I'll do pyjamas. So we've got, so to make the kimono that I'm wearing, same one here. I've got one back panel. You can see how different they're going to look in different fabrics. One back, and then we've got a pair of fronts. And then I'm going to put those with our right sides together. And I'm going to stitch the shoulder seams. So we're going to put right sides together like this. Move that down so you can see what I'm doing. So this is our shoulder seam. I'm going to put some pins and do it here. So I have a whole wardrobe full of these because they're great for holiday, they're great for travel. I even have some in wintry fabrics as well. Putting one pin at the top, one here, and then we're going to make sure you've got your raw edges together. If you've got an overlocker, you can just do this straight on an overlocker.
But if you have an overlocker, you just normally
just sew it, and then however you like to neaten your seam. So most machines now will have an overlocking stitch. So that's our shoulder here. And then I'm also going to do the underarm. So that's our sleeve, and then I'm going to go from the underarm down to this end here. I'm going to pop that one there, right sides together. Yeah, so most of them will have an overcasting stitch, or you can still do a zigzag stitch if you prefer. You can even cut it with pinking shears or bind it. However you like to finish your seams, and that will just stop the fraying. You can make it in a nice jersey. Pin that all the way down there. It's really a nice, simple thing to make and to wear. So we're wearing it with the kimono, with the cami top, Camille cami, but you can wear it again with a long sleeve top going into the winter months. If you wanted to wear this on Christmas Day and you're not quite sure how warm it's going to be, just pop a long sleeve top underneath that. That's
true, but it means you could wear like a black polo neck, but you could just add a little bit of colour.
Yeah.
With this top as well.
Exactly.
And with all the patterns, it shows you on the front cover exactly how much fabric you need as well, which is really handy, so that you can just take that out and go, okay, so I'm going to make the kimono top, right, I need 1.7 metres of fabric. Brilliant.
Yep. So it's not a massive amount of fabric either to make something like this. So you've got on here one back panel, and then you've got a pair of front panels. Again, if you're not sure on cutting fabric, if it's your first project and want a bit of help, then go to alansewingcat.com, look up the blogs that are for free, and you can get some advice and tips on there. There's even some free downloads that we put up there for Sewing Street customers as well. There's some free Christmas accessories on there that you can have a look at, and they're just free PDF downloads that you can do just to get you used to using our patterns. But they're not going to be dressmaking, they're not going to be the ones that we see on the show.
Okay, but just to get
little accessories, yeah.
But we have such amazing feedback for your patterns, Tracey. Everybody loves them, and the comments that we always get is how easy they are and how it's got you back into dressmaking, because it is a bit depressing when you've made something and it doesn't fit.
Yeah, and it used to be a real problem, and it's put a lot of people off. So we've really worked hard. I used to teach a lot of classes. So we kind of were working face to face with customers.
Right, so you know what people want.
The problem straight on, and I know what it's like myself. You change size, or you go shopping on the high street and you're a completely different size in every shop you go into. It's quite depressing, and the same, you order it online and then you end up sending most of it back. So we were like, okay, we can solve this problem. So yeah, we started doing them for that reason, so we know kind of how easy they are. I mean, a project like this kimono, I would do this with a complete beginner. This is going to be quicker and easier than making a bag or a cushion, really.
Yes, that's true, actually.
There isn't anything too tricky about it. And it's nice when you've got something that's universal that will take you across seasons, I think. And once we know what styles suit us and are flattering, like the trousers, so we can make those look so different in different fabrics.
Well, also trousers are, it's one of those things you need them to fit, don't you? So if you've got that elastic, you haven't got all the whole waistband buttons and zips, and it's getting them the right length.
Yeah, and tailored trousers are great, but I don't know whether anyone else is the same as me, but I have a whole pile of tailored trousers, all varying sizes, from when I keep putting on weight, losing weight, or they don't feel comfortable. So if they're elasticated, then that's the easiest job solved, isn't it? Problem solved. So yeah, we make the instructions very, very simple, whether you're a complete beginner or whether you've done a lot of dressmaking. You will be able to follow the instructions step by step. So I'm just repeating exactly the same on the other side. So what you would do at home is then to neaten those seams, like we were saying, you can use an overlocker, you can use an overlocking stitch, you could even do it the old-fashioned way with pinking shears.
Love a bit of pinking shears.
Yeah. So the construction on this is just 4 seams. We've got the shoulder seam and the underarm down, and then the hemming to do. So I've done 3. I'm just going to do 1 more here, like this.
And so what does it say? Viscose, soft jersey, any fabric with drape?
Yeah,
okay.
you want a floaty fabric, really.
Yeah.
That's what you want, because it just falls off the shoulder, and that's why it's great for all sizes and shapes.
Somebody has said, is it possible to change the sleeve length of the kimono?
Yeah, you could make it longer if you wanted to.
Okay,
yeah.
so just draw it onto the pattern?
Yep. Just make sure that bear in mind the width of the fabric that you're using. So you might then need more fabrics. You might have to cut, you might not have it wide enough to cut a pair.
Right.
Because obviously cutting a pair, we fold the fabric in half. It's normally 140 wide, it then becomes 70
Yeah, so if
wide.
you add to the sleeve, you might need to, you know, draw your pattern out, and then you can actually measure your pattern and see how much fabric you need. But yes, it is perfectly possible.
Yep. Otherwise you can do a separate sleeve, which is not a problem. You just need, it's just an extra process to do, that's all. Like that. Right, and I'm just going to whiz that last seam. So this is our other side seam. So I'm doing it in a floaty viscose here. And a nice green just to show something.
So if you
very
want the
different.
sequin, do you just look for like viscose sequin?
Yeah, I mean, I've just put in mini sequin to get this
Right,
fabric.
okay.
Yeah, mini sequin fabric. The smaller sequins are easier to sew with. When I was sewing the top that I'm wearing now and the burgundy one that I was wearing earlier, I just did that with a normal 18 machine needle, no problem at all. I didn't have any issues because the sequins are very small. The needle finds its way in between the sequins if you use the small ones. Bigger ones, you may need to just remove the sequins in the seam allowance so that you can stitch it. Okay, so that's that done. So if I lay this out, hopefully the camera can see that. I'll show you one. So then we've got a shoulder seam and our underarm seam here. Okay, so you'd neaten those edges, and then the only other thing we've got to do is hem it all the way around. So to do the hemming, you're going to take the fabric and we're going to fold it under by 1 centimetre and give that a press, and then fold it by another centimetre, press that again and stitch it there. I'll just stitch a little bit just to give you an idea.
So yeah, very simple hem.
Yeah, it's the hemming that takes as long as the making, really. So just give yourself a little bit of time for the hemming. But it really is one of those projects that you can go, right, I'm going out for dinner tonight. I've got nothing to wear. What have I got?
I will need a bit of colour.
And once you know a style like this suits you, you'll be making loads. So this is the one that I just added a little bit of embroidery on, just for a bit of interest. But yeah, if I put that on the stand, you will see the construction there.
Oh, wow.
Is made. So you just need to do your hemming all the way down. It's a very simple project, great for beginner.
Oh, it is, and it is. I think it just encourages people to get back into sewing as well. So someone has messaged in and said, how much fabric do I need for the kimono in a size 14? So the fabric you've listed on the front
includes all sizes.
Is all sizes.
Yeah.
So this says 1.7 metres.
Yeah, because it doesn't actually change a lot.
Right, okay.
Sizes. If it does, it will say on the pattern.
Okay.
If it changes.
So just a little bit less than 2 metres. What about the width? Does that matter about the fabric width?
No, just normal dressmaking width.
Oh, okay.
Because it's got shorter sleeves, so yeah, most fabrics are going to be 1.40 metre wide.
Right.
Dressmaking, yeah. You just want something that floats and something you like. So
A couple of metres and you have a bit left over.
yeah, make a nice bag to go with it. Or
Yes, that's
yeah.
true.
The nice thing is if you get a really nice collection like this of patterns, then you can enjoy the process of going out and buying the fabric, knowing that you've got a reason to use it. It's nothing worse you going, oh, I love that fabric, I'll just get a metre, and then it's not quite enough, or I don't know how much I need, I'm going to get 3 metres. So get the patterns, have those in your collection ready to go.
And then you'll know.
And then
but if you want to get your kimono fabric in advance, just get a couple of metres and you'll be fine. Right, so we're going to move on to pyjamas, aren't we? So remember, if you want the bundle of printed patterns, they are $49.99. Half of the stock of them. Remember, you get 5 patterns and the rest of the stock is currently in baskets. In the bundle, you will get the kimono top, which is the one that Tracey's just made. You'll get the pleated neck tunic top. Love that. You'll get the Ava tunic. You'll get the Miller trousers, which are the ones that Tracey's going to show us in a minute, because they can be beautiful, you know, the black smart trousers Tracey just went, or they can be pyjamas. And for free, you get the box tote bag pattern. Now, if you want to buy any of the patterns on their own, you can. The kimono that we've just that Tracey's just demoed, there it is on its own, $13.99 for the kimono pattern on its own. If you want to just, I mean, they're all available on their own. Obviously, where you're going to make the saving is buying the collection of them. And to be honest, once you've tried one of the patterns, I think you're going to want to make the most. The trousers pattern, the Miller trousers, are flying. There we are. So you have a choice. You can either buy the pattern on its own for the trousers, you can buy the bundle printed, or the bundle USB stick. You just got to choose. So, Tracey, you're going to show us the trousers.
So I'm going to show you.
And Tracey's just got changed, and she's now wearing.
This is the Ava tunic.
The Ava
I've made this
tunic.
one with the pockets. You can make it with or without. But
Lovely.
And just you can have a look at that one. So again, it's all about styles that you're going to feel comfortable, confident in. No one else is going to be wearing these styles.
Cool. I like the neckline.
Yeah.
That little V. I think that's really flattering.
Yeah, and each one's going to have a different process. This has a face and inside. It's not difficult to do. We've done it in a very simple way. But if you are learning, combine these designs as a collection is a really good way of learning. It's something that we would do as a dressmaking course. You'd probably spread it over numerous weeks. It would probably cost you about £200.
Oh, it would.
To go on a dressmaking course.
Yeah.
You don't need to. You can buy a collection like this. You've got 4 patterns within there: trousers, top, jacket, and also your free bag as well. So you're getting a whole collection, a whole course basically, with all the instructions. So yeah, we're going to take those black trousers that I'm wearing that we saw earlier, the same as these trousers here, okay, that you'd have for the summer. We're going to make those into pyjamas.
That's amazing. One pattern. I mean, that's completely different. Pyjamas, smart trousers, casual summer trousers.
Yeah. Universal. Because
so you, I presume, got a brushed cotton?
Yes, exactly. A nice, snuggly brushed cotton. You can do it in a regular cotton as well, but the brushed one going into winter.
For the winter.
So nice.
Yeah.
But of course, make them summer pyjamas as well.
Oh, and I guess you can make them short then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you really will. This is such a great pattern.
Yeah, it is brilliant. £13.99 on its own, or it comes in the bundle. But that is a... Yeah, because I think you could have lovely cotton print, short ones for the summer.
Exactly. Every time we bring it here, it sells out
it's
because
gorgeous.
you're going to get your money's worth out of the patterns.
Definitely.
So I'm going to start with taking the pocket piece, which is like this, okay? And we're going to fold that in half and press it. And then I'm going to stitch just along that bottom edge there. So just straight along. This is forming our pocket bag. All the way along. Because we still want pockets, don't we, in our pyjamas? Because you're still walking around the house with your mobile phones that we need to put somewhere, tissues this time of year. Take that one. Okay, now I'm going to take our trouser legs. So we've got a front and a back. Now let me turn it this way around so you can see. I can tell this is the front because it's got our cutout piece here where our pocket's going to go. So I'm going to take my pocket, that diagonal line, and I'm going to put that there. And I'm going to stitch that pocket into place. One line here just to stitch and hold that. 1 centimetre seam allowance, and neaten your raw edges, just as we said before, whichever way you prefer. So overlocking, overcasting stitch on your machine, zigzag stitch, or your pinking shears. Go to alansocat.com if you need any help with that. It does tell you on there different finishing methods, and it does also explain about that in the instructions too. So I'm going to fold the pocket back into place, so that folds over like that. And I'm just going to do a line of top stitching just to hold that pocket flat down. So just one line, close to the edge, all the way down. It's a bit wobbly, but you would do that in matching thread at home. And it's really nice to do this because then you can have matching pyjamas with your...
Well, also, what's nice, I think, if you're a bit unsure, is you could make them as pyjama bottoms, because if they're slightly wrong, it doesn't matter so much. But once you're then confident, you can go for the full posh trousers.
Yeah.
Same pattern. You can practice on your pyjamas.
They're really easy to do. What I'm doing now is just put that pocket back. Because we pressed it earlier, we can just fold that back into place. So
that's nice, isn't it? So the pocket is visible.
Yep, so it's there. So then when we wear them, that's our nice pocket there. Because sometimes, you know, you have them in the side shape and they become those ears that just stick out, don't they, when you wash them?
Yes, definitely.
Whereas this is
That's a really nice pocket, because I've done that in a dress before and they just, it just sticks out.
Yeah, particularly when you're wearing them like I am in the black dress trousers. When you want them as smart trousers, you don't really want those ears, you really want it like that, so I can just...
And I imagine in proper tailoring that's quite a complex process.
Yeah, but we've made it simple.
Yeah, but that's not complex. That's brilliant.
And then what we're going to do is put our back panel rather, on top. Okay, so we put the front and the back panel together, right sides facing. Now remember that they aren't going to line up. The back panel is bigger here, you'll see, and that's right. That's because we need more rooms for our bottoms. So if people are used to doing patchwork, because I know lots of people do patchwork and quilting, but don't step into that dressmaking. And I'm hoping that we might be able to tempt you to come into that world. But if you are just used to doing patchwork, which is amazing, but everything with patchwork is all about being flat, isn't it?
Yes.
And all of a sudden here, we're making 3D shapes because our bodies are shapes. So the fabrics won't lay flat, and that's right, that's correct. We're going to do one side
But then what I
first.
discovered at the weekend, because I was making a shirt, and I haven't done any dressmaking for a while, mainly patchwork and quilting, is actually you forget that all the skills you learn in patchwork and quilting are brilliant for dressmaking.
Yep.
Because you learn so much. Like I had to top stitch, and I thought, oh yeah, I could do that.
Yep.
And I had to, you know, doing seam allowances, and because you know you sort of go. Well, I do go in and out of crafts. One minute I'm doing dressmaking, but I haven't done any for a while, and it was the transferable. You sort of, I think you can easily label yourself as one or the other.
Yeah.
But if you can patchwork and quilt, dressmaking's easy.
Oh,
After
absolutely.
that, honestly.
So much easier than quilting, definitely. It's just sometimes it throws people because it doesn't lay flat.
Yeah, and it's a
a
different
3D
fabric.
shape, yeah.
But actually, if you know, half of the battle with dressmaking is sewn in a straight line. If you're a patchwork quilter, you can do that.
Absolutely. They're always, if ever I meet a patchworker, their stitching skills
So
are amazing.
are these good for men and women?
Yeah, you could do. I
trousers?
mean, they're done universal sizes, so yeah. They're based on women's sizes, because that's the sizing that I know, size 10 to 28. I'm not sure how, but then I'm not sure how you convert it, but it does have a size chart in there, so I put a size chart telling you.
Oh, okay.
each
So if
size
you
is.
looked-
So you could just measure, yeah.
Yeah, if you measured the... Yes, because it's not like chest sizes, is it?
No.
I'm just thinking if you wanted to make the whole family a pair,
Yeah.
that's, you know...
In fact, Stuart did last year. I gave him one of the patterns, and he was like, oh, I'm going to make some. So I'm now going to do the inside leg. So I've done the outside leg seam, so that was laying nice
Oh, yeah,
and
so
flat.
it's all there,
And
the
now
whole
I've-
size. Right.
Yeah, and now I've moved that over. So you can see we've got this bit of excess fabric, and that's what we want, just say, for our bottoms. So I'm going to, again, just line those up and do that. So I've done outside leg, and now I'm doing the inside leg. This would be exactly the same if you're doing the ones that I'm wearing, so the kind of everyday trousers, or you're wearing them for the evening. It's the same pattern, and it's the same process, just different fabrics. Forwards and backwards, and then carry on going down. But like I say, it's a really nice way to kind of gain your confidence if you're coming back to dressmaking. Start with the trouser, start with the kimono rather, that's the easiest thing.
And I think that's nice because once you get your confidence back, or if you're new to it, then it opens up a whole world of different things.
Oh yeah, it really does. We have so many lovely feedback, so thank you. And we have like a dressmaking club now, so we have lots of people who are signed up and then they get projects every month, and that's just a really nice way of kind of gaining your confidence.
Yes, and I guess skill building as well, isn't it?
And it's really good fun when you can make your own clothes. You know, we all hate, or I do, traipsing up and down the high street to find something and trying it all on.
Yes, whereas browsing through fabric shops, pleasure.
Exactly. So if you know you've got a trouser pattern that fits you, brilliant. Now I've got an excuse to go fabric shopping.
I know,
again.
and that's sort of easier, isn't it? Because you have to try it on.
Yeah, and with these you just put the elastic in. So if you want to put more elastic,
Yes,
less elastic, you can do that or adjust it. So that's made one complete trouser leg there. Now I'm going to turn this the right way round. So I'm going to put my hand through the middle, turn that the right way around. Now I have made the other leg already, just so that I don't bore you with it, but it's exactly the same as I've done there. And I'm going to pop one inside the other. Okay, so because we want right sides facing, so right sides would then be together. So this one I haven't turned out, this one I have. It's all in the instructions though, so I'm going to pop that one inside the other one. So we've got one leg. It's getting a bit stuck because it's brushed fabric, so it's all brushing against each other. Put it like that. Okay, and then line it up around the underneath seam. So we're going to go like that. So you can see I've then got that curved here. So we don't want to stitch the top because that's our waistband, that's our way of getting in, but we're going to do the curved seam here. So I'm lining up my seam allowances. You would have neatened the edges at this point, but again the instructions will talk you through that. Like that. Pop another pin there, stitch that one. Same on this side here, and this is to join the two legs together. Pop that one in. So another project that you need, you know, maybe give yourself 2 or 3 hours. The cutting can vary, I find, with people, and the amount of time that it takes to cut, but the actual sewing on this, 2 or 3 hours. Again, it's a project that I think is a nice, suitable one for a beginner, or if you're returning to dressmaking.
Well, also, I think as well, starting on pyjama trousers as well, you think you're not so worried about them. And then when you then commit to something else. Sequin trouser fabric.
Oh, fancy.
Very fancy. I love the pocket. I think that's really clever as well.
Yeah, not difficult to do, but...
No, but it looks really clever.
And then it looks nice on the tailored sort of
does.
everyday version that I'm wearing it as well. And if you're doing it on pyjamas, you could always put a little bit of lace in there or something. You're doing them in cotton fabric.
That's true.
You could put a bow.
Oh, what, in that seam?
Yeah, in the seam of your
that would be
pocket.
nice, wouldn't it?
So I'm now going to turn them all the right way around, and you'll see that we have a pair of trousers. Okay, they're very big because we haven't done our waistband yet, so so they're like that, and then we've got to put our elasticated waist on them. So imagine we've done the neatening, and then we're going to take our waistband. Now I've pre-done this. So you've got a band like this, one big piece of fabric, and we fold it in half and stitch, leaving, if I can find it here. Is it this one? Yes. So what we've done is taken it, you fold it in half, put the two together, right sides together, and stitch along here. But we need to leave an opening because we're going to thread some elastic through this at the end. So I've stitched a small piece here, all written in the instructions for you. Stitch 2 centimetres, leave a gap that you can thread your elastic through, and then continue stitching here. Because this bit we're going to sew by hand, so I want that to go on the inside so that we don't see it.
Right, okay.
Mainly because my hand stitching is not that neat, but I'm sure everyone else's is probably neater than mine.
Okay.
But yeah, and it's just fun to do, isn't it, projects like this. So now I'm going to fold the waistband in half and press it, like I've done here, and I'm going to line up the side seams. So the side seam of my binding with the side seam of my trousers. And this will fit round exactly all the way round, same fit. So I can line up the seams. And I'm going to stitch that on, and then the last bit that I'll do at the end is just to put some elastic through. You've got the hemming to do as well. Now, if you're
Again, I'm thinking this is a nice gift as well, isn't it, for somebody?
Yeah.
A pair of pyjama trousers.
that you've handmade, you can make a matching eye mask.
Oh,
with a little drawstring
Well,
bag.
also you can choose fabric that they will like, that's based on something that they like or their favourite colour. But what a lovely gift for someone to have pyjama bottoms.
Yeah, or take them out with you to do it. Or I know lots of people are doing like these Christmas Eve boxes if they're getting together on Christmas Eve, and that's really nice to do. Or even sit down and make it. You know, maybe you've got a daughter, a granddaughter, and you can teach them how to sew if you've got the time to do it.
Yeah, and starting off with something like this, I think is lovely.
Yeah, and it's just giving them that confidence and passing those skills down, which I think is so important that we do that. So I just need to make sure there that my pocket is pinned over, so I haven't got the pocket bag sticking out, and then line those all up. Bear with me while I put a few more pins. Hold that in. So this pocket piece here as well, I was saying you could put a little piece of lace in there if you wanted to, just in this insert here, just to stick out. If you were doing it maybe in like a nice florally fabric for the summer.
Oh, what, do a different fabric for that?
Yeah, you could do, yeah. Once you've got these basic patterns, then that's
well, it's also sometimes it's like make one, and then it's as you're making, you think, oh yeah, no, that could be. Oh, yeah. Once you understand the construction, you can see how you can adapt it then.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what happened is we started making these. I'd teach it in a class, and then of course they were, oh, I want to make another one now because you're excited.
Yeah.
And oh, I want to go and find some more fabric now, and it kind of goes. So that's how we started in the patterns. And
so the trousers pattern is available on its own as well as in the bundle. If you want the bundles, $49.99. I mean, that's the most cost-effective way. If you want just the trouser pattern on its own, you'll find in the pack, there is the size chart. So if you are thinking, well, look, I can make them for someone else, it gives you the, we won't need this for the trousers, it gives you the waist and the hip measurement. Oh, there's only 4 of the pattern on its own left. So for these, if you're thinking about these pyjama trousers, they go up to they start at a 28-inch waist, they go up to a 49-inch waist. So look, there is the size chart. So you can see how it all fits in. That's the size chart for all of the patterns as well. There we go. Only 4 of the trousers left on their own. Be quick, be quick. Otherwise, the only way you can get them will be in the bundle.
Okay, so we'll take all those pins out. So I've stitched the waistband on, right sides together, all the way around. Just take those pins out. You would neaten that top edge, so always stop and neaten after each stage. We can flip that up. And then I'm going to take my elastic. So you can just measure your elastic around your waist. The nice thing is when you're making these trousers for yourself, so like the tailored ones I've got on now, really the whole sizing is in the elastic. So it doesn't matter if sometimes you're like, oh, I'm in between a 14 and 16 or 20 and 22. You don't really know. It doesn't actually matter. Put the elastic around you. Make sure that fits. That's the bit that you want to be comfortable.
Yes. Yeah,
and I always say put the elastic in first before you do the hem. So you put the elastic, make sure that it's comfortable on you, try it on, and then you can check you've got the hem, the length that you want, depending on what shoes you're going to wear. So now I'm going to thread my elastic through there. Now I don't want to lose the end. If you've done this before, you'll know how easy it is to kind of lose the other end of the elastic. So what I would do, let's just start.
So we've got a message. Can the pyjamas be done with an overlocker that does rows of stitching?
Yes, definitely.
At the same time?
Yep, of course, straight away. Yep, you can just do it all. You can do the whole thing on the
So when like your overlocker sews and cuts at the same time?
Yep, the only bit you'd need to do separately is going to be your hems.
Oh, right, okay. Well,
so you could overlock.
Oh, well, thank you for your message.
And that's really useful.
It's really good to send in the messages because what you're thinking and asking is probably what lots of other people are as well.
Exactly. So sometimes people, if you're making the pattern for the first time, once you've got this pattern, honestly, you will make, my mum's made so many, I've got friends who made so many. Once you make it, when you're making it for the first time, people generally would stitch it on a sewing machine just to try it on and make sure that it fits okay, because you want to take the legs in, taper them a bit more, and then use an overlocker to trim the edges, because obviously once you've cut that seam allowance off, there's no sort of getting it back.
No going back.
Once you know that fits, I would just make these all the time, straight on an overlocker. Same with the kimono, I would just overlock there, overlock all the way around, and here, turn that under once and machine it with an overlocker. An hour maybe to make something like that.
I mean, that is the beauty of an overlocker. It is a lot quicker, isn't it?
Yeah, but don't be put off if you haven't got one, because they've all got neatening stitches on these machines now, and we always used to do it with a zigzag stitch. There's nothing wrong with that, or pinking shoes, or you can bind the seams as well. So don't be put off if you haven't got one, but if you have, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, and I think sometimes you don't realise, well, you think I haven't got an overlocker, but actually a lot of machines these days have an overlocking stitch or a zigzag stitch. Or, but there's so many stitches that you think, oh, that's a decorative stitch, and it isn't. It's actually a utility stitch.
Yeah.
If you read your sewing machine manual, it will tell you what stitch is for what.
Yeah.
And even the lower price machines now have those utility stitches.
Yeah, all brother sewing machines are going to have what we call an overcasting stitch.
Right,
that's what you need to look for. And you could go on their website, or even if you're using a different brand of machine.
So that's so if you look for overcast, that's what the description you're looking for.
Yeah. So I've got that to come back out the other end. So I need to unpin that one. So I pinned it so that I didn't lose the other end. You'd need to just make sure that you haven't got that elastic twisted. And then I'm going to overlock the two edges here, overlap them rather. And then we were talking about
overlockers.
Got my words out. Overlap. And then I'm going to stitch a little square to reinforce.
So I guess this is where you can test your elastic.
Yes. So pin it first if you're making them for yourself, because I always find that I do the elastic a bit bigger, and then I try it on and they're actually too big, so I then have to take the elastic in a little bit, which is no problem. It's even no problem to change the elastic. So if you do this 1 year and then the next year we need to make the elastic bigger or smaller, just do the little opening, pull the elastic out and put another piece in the correct size for you.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Don't worry about changing it. And then we're just going to pull that through, let that go into the waistband. Like that. I've made the hole a little bit small so it's struggling to get through. Let's try. Might need a bit of a push. Get that in. And then we would stretch that out. But you get the idea. And we'll keep feeding that through. But that will feed through then, so that elastic goes all the way in to the waistband. Like that. And then you would just stitch up that small hole that we've got left there that we threaded it through. So just hand stitch that close. And then give that a lovely press, and then your pyjamas or your trousers, like I'm wearing now.
Gorgeous. They are gorgeous.
Done. So it's really not a difficult
I'll wear
thing.
those tonight now.
Yes, I will. So it's not a difficult job to do, and you've got yourself a really nice pair of flattering trousers. These are a nice length. We did in the summer bring some wide leg trousers in. These are different. So if you've got the wide leg, but coming into the winter months, you want something like this. The Miller trouser is the more tailored one.
Right, okay.
This time of year.
And it's got that lovely pocket detail. I really like that because, like you say, it's not sitting on the side seam. Yeah. It's sitting within it.
Yeah, so when you're wearing them as well, you've not got all those bulky tissues right on your hips or your phone. It's going to be to the front of you as well. So or if you wanted to, it's exactly the same pattern here, and then you can elasticate them in. So you can do that for dramas.
So are they full length or are they a different length?
Full length, yeah. It's just the hem allowance that we've got on the bottom. So because I've allowed like an inch hem, because you want some weight to the hem when you're wearing them.
Yes, yeah.
So I've allowed that. So actually we've put the elastic through there. So some people prefer that style, even as pyjamas. You quite often see those, don't you, on the high street and things. So yeah, you can have it elasticated in,
or have it as warmer, elastic round.
Yeah, or have the straight leg trouser that I've got if you want something more tailored that you're going to wear every day. These are trousers that I would wear to the office. I would wear them to an event. I'd wear them out for dinner.
I mean, Christmas party, even with all of the glitzy sequin top, isn't it?
So it's crazy that the tailored black trousers that I'm wearing, you can then wear as casual summer trousers.
And pyjamas.
So
what an amazing price. Have we got any of the patterns on their own left, Ben? No, the pattern, the the Miller trouser have sold out on their own now. Wow. So the only way you can get that pattern is if you buy the bundle. Oh, right, very quickly, show me the bag.
So this is the bag.
So this is the free pattern you get with the bundle.
Exactly. So if you're buying it as a bundle, whether you're getting it as a printed patterns or whether you're getting it as a USB, you're saving money on the patterns.
And you're
getting
the
freebie as well. So sorry, I've got a big cushion in there. Let's take that one out. But yeah, this is a nice.
Oh, now this is where we were talking about oilcloth.
Yes, so you're going to get tips and techniques on using oilcloth, magnetic clips in there as well. A nice shopper bag, again, a nice present for somebody.
Absolutely.
Spare fabric that you've got from your dressmaking can go as your lining inside. So yeah, just a handy. That's a freebie that comes on the USB. Or with the printed pattern.
Well, I think so. If you're thinking, I'd like to make the trousers, you get the free bag, then I'll have a tunic, and you know.
By the time you're buying 2 or 3, you get it as a bundle. You're going to get all of those, and then you've got a really nice capsule wardrobe. You've got the pleat neck that will take you from the summer through to the winter. The tunic, it's the same thing. Wear that in the summer as a little dress, which I do, that viscose one, and then going into the winter, long sleeve top underneath it, or one of our cardigans over the top. And then you've got the kimono as well, and the Camille cami that we were looking at earlier. And this kimono, have fun with it. If you've got that embroidery machine, add that to it.
Well, and it's perfect for wearing on the beach, but it's also perfect for the Christmas party. So you are going to use these patterns over and over again. And I just think, dressmaking, it's a lovely thing to do. And I do understand that sometimes we lose the will. We spend all this money on fabric. It doesn't fit exactly. But with Tracey's patterns, they have that ease and that drape, so they are fab. So if you want to get the bundle with all 5 patterns, not only are you going to make the saving, but you also get the free bag pattern as well. Free bag pattern. If that's $49.99, if you would rather, we've only got 8 of the bundles left. Just warning you, and there's 24 in baskets. The trouser pattern has sold out on its own. The only way that you can get hold of that pattern is by buying the bundle, and we've got more people that have got it in baskets than we've actually got in stock. If you would rather print them out yourself and you want the USB stick, this is what it looks like. And exactly half the stock has gone. And there's loads of you who've got it in baskets. It comes in this little case, so that you can keep them. If you collect Tracey's patterns, you can have them all on your shelf. You can then print out what you want. So if you're thinking, right, well, I'm going to make everybody a pair of pyjamas, you can just print out and cut them out to the right size. Then you can keep them all and then make them all again next year. Anyway, thank you so much, Tracey.
Thank you.
It's been fab being with you today. Totally inspired me. I want to make pyjamas. When will you be back with us?
I'm back in 3 weeks' time.
Oh, not long then. Back in December.
Yeah, December, and then back with loads of new designs for the new year that we're busy working on now.
Are you? Oh, you are very busy then. It's been great with you today. Lovely. I'm inspired, very inspired. Thank you for joining me this hour. I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time. It's all about Christmas fabrics And back in stock, very exciting news, the Bolt of Calico, your perfect Christmas go-to matching fabric. I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour's all about Christmas, yes, which is fantastic. Now, I've got a brand new product. It may not be brand new to Sewing Street, but if it isn't, I've never seen this before, and I think we've only had it on once. It's magic. So this is for round placemat craft pack. Now, I was just reading about it. This is brilliant. So what you get in here, 4 of these, right? They are quite a big size for a placemat. They are, 16 inches. So 16-inch diameter circles, right? These are magic. So they're machine washable and dry cleanable. Well, why would you dry clean placemats? But anyway, machine washable. So all you do, right, is you put your favourite fabric. So you get yourself some Christmas fabric. You put one on one side and one on the other. And then you press them on. And then all you have to do is cut the fabric to the same size as this and use a bit of bias bind and put it around the edge. Genius. They're brilliant. And then you've got 4 big, so it's down the centre of your Christmas table, I'm thinking, because you've got to be putting all the food on. There we go. Or, as it says on here, brilliant as a gift. Now, you could make your own bias binding, or you could buy bias binding or make your own. But isn't that fab? So it just says, add your favourite fabric to both sides, apply a press cloth, press the entire piece with your iron. So bias or simple trim on the edge and you have a great 4-piece place setting to use for yourself or give it as a gift. Do you want that bag? Yeah. There we go. How fab is that? Oh, actually, there's actually more instructions on there as well. It does give you, on the back, there are more instructions about exactly how to do it. I think that is brilliant. And it says, iron set a cotton with steam, count to 10, and then shift. Do this process about 2 times over the whole placemat. There we go. So it's a Bosal product. So you can, and also, or you could use them as, I mean, it didn't have to be Christmas. You could use them as like a centerpiece and put your candle or your decoration on. I think these are fantastic. So these are round placemat. They're all 16-inch diameter. $10.99. Nice gifts for people as well. You could even, you could do the fabric. You could applique it first, couldn't you? You could make it like a plate, or you could applique a knife and fork on it for children. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? You could have their name on it. You could have an applique knife and fork. Oh, yes. So many things you could do with it. It's fab. Anyway, $10.99. They are fab. Right, now, calico. Now, Ben loves the calico. Ben, would you like to come out? Because Ben's favourite product in the whole world is the bolt of calico. In fact, I think his spare room is probably filled with them, because I think he keeps buying them. Now, what I love about calicos is it goes with everything. It's a bit like denim goes with everything. Calico goes with everything, and calico goes really well with Christmas fabrics. It goes because it looks lovely with red and green. I'm making a quilt at the moment with red fabric and calico because it's a lovely base fabric. This is a quilting weight calico.
I feel like I'm being shamed.
Hello. Can you tell me why we tell all our lovely viewers?
Well, I'll be honest, because when I started here, I didn't know what different fabric was.
Right.
And this is the first fabric when we did it by the half metre that people went absolutely wild for.
Right.
And it was really exciting.
And that's why you love it.
I kept doing it, thinking, oh, people will get bored of this soon, surely. And every time, people just go wild for it.
Well, it's brilliant because it's very inexpensive.
You get a lot with this, and it's really satisfying to just like...
Well, it makes you feel like you're in a fabric shop. That's what they do, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, you've probably never been in one.
I used to go to a fabric shop.
Did you?
My ex-wife's mother was a seamstress.
Well.
That sounds like the start of a joke, doesn't it? Yes. Anyway.
My ex-wife mother was a seamstress, and she said... Now, what's great about this calico is that it's a whole bolt. A whole bolt. How many metres is it, Ben?
Many.
Many. That's not much help. 25 metres. Calico. Now, this is pre-shrunk as well, which is great with the calico. It is a pre-shrunk fabric. It's 25 metre on the bolt, but you are saving £24.50. Wow, that's amazing. Now, we have managed, well, Ben has managed to persuade them to restock it, Barry the buyer, to restock it for us, but he's only been able to buy a quarter of what we normally do. Remember, this is extra, not extra, it's wider than your normal quilting weight cotton. It's 60 inches width. So, which is fab. So when you're making a quilt, you don't need quite as much. It makes quite a difference, actually. It is, and I have, because I've been working with it over the last, in fact, the autumn quilt that I'm doing on Friday uses this. So I have been using it over the last few weeks. It is beautiful to work with. It cuts well. There's less than 15 of these bolts left. 124.99. You are saving 24.50. It cuts and presses beautifully. It's the same weight as quilting weight cotton. So instead of using, if you want to use a background fabric to make a quilt or just a backing fabric, it's perfect for that. Maybe you're not a quilter, maybe you're a home sewer and you want to make tote bags or cushions or cushion backs. You've always got this to hand and it sort of goes with everything, doesn't it? Very important message. What's the important message, Ben? Looking good today, Ben. From Teresa in Essex. Thank you, Teresa. Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. Morning, Rebecca. I bought a bolt of this calico and I love it from Debs in South Yorkshire. That's brilliant, thank you. It is. I would like a bolt of this because you then always got it to hand and you think, oh, I just want to back that. Or maybe you're a dressmaker and you think, oh, I really need to make a toile to make sure this fits, but I haven't got any spare fabric. You've got the calico, haven't you? Lovely for lining things, but honestly, calico works beautifully on its own. It looks lovely with mixed with fabrics. I remember I had a friend once and her mum made all the curtains from calico because she didn't want them heavyweight, just, you know, to block, instead of having net curtains, and they look beautiful. When you look at the price, because that is half, by the way, that is half of the width, so it is a 60-inch width, and it is beautiful to stitch with. It's pre-shrunk as well. So it's just nice, it's lovely. Thank you, Debs, for your message. It's lovely to have it on your shelf. Now we are approaching single figures this, 124.99. Also, I don't know whether you've noticed, but it's on two-way split pay. So if you want to pay half now, which is, it'll come up on a minute, 62.49, couldn't do my mental arithmetic, wasn't very good. 62.49, you pay that now. We will send you the whole bolt straight away. You can then pay the other 62.49 next month. It's interest-free, it won't cost you any more. It's just a way of you spreading the cost. But when you come to check out, whether that's on the phone or on the website, you get to choose at that point. So you don't have to make your mind up about that at that stage. From Wendy in Herefordshire. The calico is beautiful. Don't blame Ben for buying lots. Yeah. I know, we should, but actually Ben did get in trouble because he kept selling it all the time. Well, actually, he didn't get in trouble for selling it. He got in trouble for taking it out of someone else's show and selling it, and then they didn't have it. But, you know, you win some, you lose some. And it is beautiful, and I decided when I made the last quilt, I'd been using like natural seeded cotton and the Rose and Hubble fabric, and I thought, I'm going to try the calico to see how, and it is beautiful. It is the same weight, and it shows up really well. From Michelle in Lancashire. Forget elf on the shelf, have calico on the shelf. Yes! Yeah, because elf on the shelf only lasts a month. Calico on the shelf lasts a lot longer. And it makes you think you're in a fabric shop. And when you open it up as well, it rolls. It makes that lovely noise. You know when you're in a fabric shop and they... See? It goes like, it's just lovely, isn't it? And remember, this is double the width. 60-inch width. So when I was doing this quilt, it was like a double bed size quilt, I actually needed a whole metre less than if I had used normal width fabric. Obviously, it depends on what you're cutting. Should we see how long it is? Oh yeah, but who's gonna put it back up? Who's going to have to hold it back up?
Oh, I'll do it.
Okay. So you take that end, and I'll have this end. Actually, do you know what? Wouldn't this be lovely as curtains? What does it look like? How many meters is it? 25. Actually, with this would make, you know, instead of like net curtains, you just want those lightweight ones.
Oh my goodness.
Right, we're over to the other side. Can you see that? How far have we got? Maybe, do you think we could wrap the whole studio in calico?
Hang on.
Actually, do you know what this would be good? You know when people have weddings and they make covers for all the chairs and everything? Or if you need to wrap up a very large present. Have we even got halfway through the bolt yet?
No.
No? That is absolutely loads. So I think we can get it around the whole studio for just £124.99. Bargain.
Wow.
And we can't even get it
What
on.
can they do now?
Well, you've got to stand there and roll it all back up because Levi's actually glaring at you. Yeah, I've seen people in fabric shops unroll fabric, but never roll it back up again. Oh, he's doing ever so well. Look, can you see him? Have you got him on screen? Ben, can you wave to you? Ben, that's rubbish. Look, it's folded up in the middle.
I've got very important work to do.
He's not going to get a job as a fabric folder. He's rolling up that bolt, and it's... I will assure you, you will not be sent that one. Poor Levi. He's just glaring at him now. Anyway, if you want the whole bolt, and we have on single figures, we've got less than 5 bolts left now. £124.99. You do make a really good saving on that. £24.50. And it is very heavy, yes. Right, let's move on to Christmas fabric. Oh, should we go? Let's go red. I love this red and green. Oh, no, let's do the panel first. Love the panel. Love this panel. This is the Uber Christmas panel. I'm going to lay it out flat. Look at that. Now, I'm thinking £14.99. So isn't that lovely? You could have that as a centre of a quilt. You could make it into, you know, the stained glass window and the attic window where you cut it up. You could just make it into wall hanging. You could have it look lovely in your local church, wouldn't it, if you quilted it? Really nice. If you've got an ugly view out of a window, that's made me laugh once. I said if you're an ugly view, ask him to move out. No, if you've got an ugly view out of your window, you could hang it up in front of that, couldn't you? It's so beautiful. I mean, look, even the cow, look at his face. He's like a benevolent cow, isn't he? And look at the donkey. He's got like a little face. And then, look, the 3 wise men were even on their way. Star, Bethlehem, Mary, Joseph, Jesus. It's like, it's got every, I actually think it's quite charming. Anyway, £14.99. Love that. Look nice in the middle of a quilt as well, wouldn't it? Or you could make it into a very large present sack. If you had some calico, you could put that on the back, make a great present sack, wouldn't it? I'll leave that one with you. Right, then we'll do Christmas fabric because we've got some beautiful Christmas fabric. Can I just say, Levi is still rolling up the calico, and we didn't even unroll the whole thing, and he is still rolling it up. He's looking quite serious as well. Ben, I think you're going to be in trouble with him later. Right, this is beautiful. This is all lovely, real, proper, classic Christmas fabric. Looks gorgeous with calico. So I'm just going to start on the top, to be honest. UIU Q54. I'm going to see, how long have we got? Oh, no, we've got time. Can we get through the whole lot? Because I love this. Now, this fabric is available by the half metre. £7.49 for half a metre. Paisley Christmas. If you want more than half a metre, then just add that number of units to your basket, and the same goes for all of these fabrics. I'll just say it now. And you will be sent it as a whole cut piece. So if you're thinking about your Christmas projects, maybe you want to make some Christmas pyjamas. It doesn't have to be brushed cotton. Using Tracey's pattern, these would all be lovely. Only we haven't got 25 metres of this. Or maybe you're thinking, I'm going to make all of drawstring bags, present sacks this year. I'm not going to use wrapping paper. These Christmas fabrics are lovely for it. Or, you know, you've still got time. Maybe you want to make a set of placemats or a big, nice long table runner. Maybe like me, every year you get your Christmas table runner out and go, oh, I wish I'd made a new one. There we are. So that's that one. That's Paisley Christmas. Now, I've got the same one, but in a cream background, which is, there we go, there it is, in a cream background. Actually, do you know what? They look like little robins, don't they? They're not, but look at that one there. Doesn't he look like a little robin? So that's your cream Paisley background. Another thing you can do, 1/2 metre is 2 Christmas napkins. All you have to do, cut it down the fold. Then you've got 2 squares. Just trim them to make sure they're exactly square. Turn the raw edges over 1/4 of an inch and 1/4 of an inch. Sew it down. There's your Christmas napkin. And do you know what? You will struggle to buy as good quality napkins as this quilting weight cotton because it's beautifully soft. It's lovely. And everyone could have a different colour, couldn't they? Keep them every year. Right, that's the cream one. Have we got it in a... I'm going to try and do all the colours. No, let's do mittens, because I think these are gorgeous. Red mittens, DTLJ34. How much is this one then? No way. £4.99? You see, now I think that, look at that. Wouldn't, wrapped, yeah, wrapped presents. Gift bags, be beautiful gift bags. This is wider than normal. Hasn't got the width on there. This is wider. Because I can see with the Paisley, this is not normal fabric width. No, this is not normal fabric width. So it's £4.99. If I had a tape measure, I would measure it for you. Oh, 135 centimetres. There you go. See, I knew it was a bit wider than normal. So again, brilliant for your present bags, brilliant for pyjamas, brilliant for napkins. But that is extra wide. So not only is it £4.99, it's wider than normal fabric. Strange. Right, we've also got the same fabric in green. We do. Let's hope the price is the same. No. Oh. Of course it is. This is quilting weight cotton. It's quilting weight cotton, 135 centimetres wide. Christmas dress, how cool would that be? In mittens. The lining of a waistcoat. Oh, that would be nice actually, wouldn't it? Right, that's that one. Let's do Father Christmas next. There's the red one. Red Father Christmas. And now, again, yeah, there's Father Christmas. I have to say, I think he hasn't read his health and safety briefs to him. Look at him hanging off the fairy lights. That's how people get electrocuted. But this one, I don't know whether you can see, has got metallic in it. So the little gold fairy lights and the stars are metallic. Just £4.99. This is a really, really affordable way of you doing fabric gift wrapping. It's wider than normal, 135 centimetres, £4.99. And, I mean, we are, to be honest, I'm doing Christmas makes right up till Christmas. You've got ages yet. Still got ages yet. But, you know, maybe you want to make a Christmas tree skirt. If you start it now, it'll be ready by the beginning of December. Wouldn't these be lovely? Or, you know that, the floor cushion that Tracey had? Be nice in that, wouldn't it? Right, how about the same fabric but in green? So all of these fabrics in this range, or the reds and the greens, I'll show you them all together in a minute. They all match beautifully. So again, you've got the metallic gold, and you've got Father Christmas hanging on the lights. Right, then we've got next, holly. Holly in red. So we've got a bit of holly and a bit of fir as well, and holly berries. $4.99, 135 centimetre width. Right, we've got the same fabric in green. I like this one. Now, I'm thinking, actually, of all of the ones, if I was going to make Christmas napkins, it'd be these two holly ones. They're just so classic Christmas. And also, they wouldn't show up the red wine and the gravy, would they? I think they're gorgeous, aren't they? Tablecloth, actually, and you think about the width of this, if you were going to make it as a tablecloth, then it's not a nice, it's a bit wider than normal, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Right, imagine this table's bigger. Look at that. How nice would that be as your Christmas table? And $4.99. So it depends on the length of your table. Now, what I'd say to you is add 12, you want about a 12-inch drop on a table. So if you measure the width and the length of your table, add a 12-inch drop either side. Now, if the fabric isn't wide enough, you can always join, you can have two different fabrics. What you could do is, if it's not wide enough, put a different colour going down the centre and it will look like a table runner down the middle of it, wouldn't it? And then add 12 inches either side. But with this fabric, you will be sent it as a whole cut piece, which you all need for a tablecloth, obviously. But at $4.99 for half a metre, you know, and that is gorgeous, isn't it? I like that one. Might get some of that. Could do the new Christmas tablecloth. Right. Then we've got, how about red trees? Red trees. There we go. So we've got red trees and then there's gold little stars in the background. So these are all the little details on here are metallic. And then we've got red trees, green trees and red background. Right. Then we've got green. This is kind of like a fir. No, it's not green trees. It's green snowflakes, but it's got like a fir-coloured background. That's lovely, isn't it? So it's like a fir-coloured background, and then you've got like little red stars. Then we've got cream trees. There we go. And again, can you see the little bits of metallic? Right. Sorry, I was just asking them if they'd be quiet. Something. They're talking. What was this someone put on the Facebook page the other day? It's like being in a canteen at 12 o'clock. Did you read that? Make me laugh. Anyway, because it's like all that clanking, you know, like in a canteen. And you can hear all that clanking and clattering. Did make me laugh. So this one, I like this one. It's a bit sort of Scandi, isn't it? This one also goes really well with the red one. That's quite nice, isn't it? So, you know, if you were doing the whole tablecloth thing, you've got the red, you could have that as the tablecloth and that as the napkin. Be quite nice, wouldn't it? Right, and then the final one of these, a bit different. Oh, I like that. No, this is your half metre. But look, it's got stripes. So there's the, just so you can see which way, they're running parallel to the selvage. So they're going down like that. And look, you've got all of the gold outline around that and the fir cones. It's beautiful, isn't it? That would be a super posh tablecloth. Actually, this one would be lovely as a table runner, wouldn't it? Or maybe you've just got a small table and you just want a little tablecloth on it. It'd be really pretty like that, wouldn't it? Like that one. So that's all of the Christmas fabrics by the ½ metre. I've got a couple of little fat quarters, little ones. This is a fat quarter bundle. There are 5 fat quarters. So we've got holly. I'll put them all together so you can see them. Oh, I feel like this is an elf bundle, don't you? Then we've got the stripy legs of the elf. And then we've got red. It does look like an elf bundle, doesn't it? And green. And white. $14.99. So you've got your 5 fat quarters. That's a good price for 5 fat quarters, isn't it? Because I like the fact you've got the holly one and then the stripy one, which is very candy cane, isn't it? And then your classic. Oh, we're going to reduce the price. No. $6.99. $6.99 for 5 fat quarters of Christmas fabric. That's amazing, isn't it? $6.99. Wow. Get that one checked out. There's still plenty of time to do all your Christmas makes. But actually, I mean, obviously the holly one is Christmas. It doesn't even need to be Christmas ones because you've got the plain white, green, red, the red stripe. That's a good price, isn't it? Like that. I've got another. Should we go for another panel? Another panel? We are going to do all of these. I've got so many fabrics here. Determined we're going to get through the whole lot. Oh, I didn't realise. So now this one goes with the fabrics that we've just done. This could be the centre of your tablecloth, couldn't it? So the fabrics that we've just done, this goes with. There we go. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? That's great, isn't it? Like that one. So again, you know, this could be the centre of a quilt. This could be just a wall hanging on its own. Because, you know, when we get our Christmas decorations, they just all have to be tinsel and fairy lights. You can have special wall hangings. It can be cushions. It can all be fabric decorations. And I think that's really special, isn't it? It's the sort of thing as well, if you wanted to turn it into an advent calendar, you could add pockets to it as well. Can you? Make your own advent calendar. So if you missed out on the advent calendar, make your own. Won't be a surprise though. You'll have to get someone else to put things in it. There we go. I like that actually. That's a good price, isn't it? $14.99. It's a big panel as well. Right. Oh, I've got some charm squares. These are nice. Moda, just saying. Moda reindeer games. There we go. So in this bundle, so it's all Moda, and you get 42. $14.99, that's a good price, isn't it? So we've got reindeer and they look like those sweets, the red ones, don't they? That's white on white. You can't. It's exactly the same as that one, but it's on white. But you can see if I put it all like this, it's all lovely, really quite bright Christmassy colours. Oh, I like that one. Looks like a chain link fence. Candy canes, stripes. So this is really good if you've got charm square patterns and you want to make something very Christmassy with it, or do you know, just like a cushion or a bag or something. I mean, if you wanted to make a patchwork gift bag, it'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? I like the reds and greens on here because they're very clear and bright shades. Anyway, the whole thing got spots, candy canes, stars, all sorts. Just $14.99. It's lovely, isn't it? I really like that. Nice. I mean, it's Moda, so I don't even need to tell you what good quality it is. You know it's great. But it's lovely colours. And actually, this is not, I don't want to say make, But that fat quarter bundle that we just had, aren't the colours really similar? Look at that. Almost different make. This isn't Moda, but almost the same. Just saying. There we go. Right, so that's the Moda one. Ooh. It's like a little shop, this, isn't it? Keep finding. No, look at this. This is nice. This is, yes, the Japanese Christmas fabric. What's it called? Noreen? Noreen. Is that somebody, friend of Doreen? I don't think it's called that. But this is the Japanese fabric, isn't it? It's like a beautiful indigo deep-dyed linen. But it's got a Christmas tree on it. So it's got all the Shashko designs on it, hasn't it? I love that. I think all you'd need to do with that really classic is just bind or hem the edges and then put like a dowel through the bottom and through the top, and it would hang absolutely beautifully. It's a real sort of quite unusual, isn't it? But you know, when we've all got those spaces in our homes with these small fabric, small wall spaces, wouldn't that look lovely to fill that in? It would. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So I've got that bit folded up. And look, you see it's got the bow at the top. But if you look at the way the panel is done, can you see the little spots are printed probably like 1.5 inches to 2 inches from the edge? So you've got plenty of room for if you wanted to turn the edge under like this. And then you could bind it or just bag it out, to be honest. But that is beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. You could quilt it. But it's got all the Shashko patterns, hasn't it? So it's called the Noren Japanese Christmas Tree. And then, you know, if you've got a bit of time as well, you could embroider over it. You could do Shashko stitching over it. I mean, I think that's absolutely stunning. Just something a little bit different as well. Just $19.99. Really, really like that. That's beautiful. Okay. Shall we do, I've got a design roll. So I'm just going to find that. Ooh. Oh, it's a Moda. It's a Moda. I'm going to open it. Are we going to crash it as well? There we go. So this is Starlight Gatherings by Primitive Gatherings Moda. It's a jelly roll. We can call it a jelly roll because it's Moda. It is $44.99. Should have been $54.99. Now this is beautiful because it has almost like patchwork patterns on it. Should we have a look? Isn't that lovely? So the colours in this are really... Oh, let me turn it over. Look at that. So it's beautiful, like indigos and creams. So look at the prints in here. So if you love blue and white, you are going to love this. $44.99. Isn't it beautiful? I love that shade of indigo. Yeah, that it would look lovely in a big beanbag in that. I love that print. And then so you've got the cream, then you've got this indigo, and then you've got this really deep, almost like, you know, the over-dyed indigo colour you get. It's beautiful. So if you love blue and white, this is a great collection to have, because as you've seen from the Japanese fabric panel, blue and white is in for Christmas. See, isn't that lovely? Anyway, just $44.99. Pretty good. We can do it, but I can't see it. Oh, sorry. The Christmas washi tape, it was hiding behind the design roll. Now, washi tape it's 50s Christmas washi tape. It's really useful. I mean, I think a lot of people use it for all different things. washi tape. So you can use it for, you know, just as a sellotape. It's not, I would say it's not quite as super sticky as a sellotape. They use it a lot in paper crafting. I use it quite often to mark things, but it is really nice for present wrapping as well. It's good for marking fabric because it's very low tack. So if you need to mark something semi-permanently, but it's quite nice if you like on your Christmas cards, instead of with the envelopes, you can put just a little layer of it. But anyway, I'm trying to find the end. It can be for all sorts of things. There we go. But it's like, I would say, it's like a masking tape. There we go. Right. And then I'll just show you. So it's very low tack, but you can see it better like that. Look. But it sticks very nicely, but it's just a lovely extra decorations. A lot of people use it like to mark seam allowances on things or to mark things, but this is such a pretty one. I think you need to use this at Christmas. Put a little bit on your Christmas card envelopes. Or even if you're making like little gift tags or something, you can stick it on there. Anyway. There we go. It's beautiful, isn't it? I like that. But I mean, a lot of people sometimes, well, I use it, and it's the low tackness. If you want to put a seam allowance on your sewing machine, you know, you don't want to be using sellotape for that because it will leave sticky residue. You use a masking tape or a washi tape. I use quite often washi tape to do things like to mark, like put around a pen to show it's mine or my charger lead. That sort of thing. What's been flying out? The white fur fabric has been flying out. Let's do that next then. So this piece of fur fabric, 25 by 25 centimetres, perfect for a beard. Oh? I presume that's what it's for anyway. £2.50. So if you're making something where you want to do a bit of extra applique, you want it to have a beard, whether you're making a gnome or a Santa, £2.50, square of fur fabric. Perfect. For who. Or if you were doing an extra little bit of applique with something and you want that little bit of fur, £2.50. That's nice, isn't it? Right, let's go through the Lynette Anderson fabrics now because these are gorgeous. So I'm going to start with the big feature print, which is this one. Well, I think I need to turn it that way. Oh, this is lovely. Wishing you a merry hollyberry Christmas. May your days be filled with snowflakes and stars. So this is from Lynette Anderson's Hollyberry Christmas range. So this is the main hero print for it. Isn't it beautiful? So you've got like the Christmas village scene, and then all the way around you've got the reindeers and Father Christmas. It makes you think of that kind of naive, charm, vintage Christmas. So when you look at these, even the like the little Merry Christmas label is got like a running stitch round it. It's got a real beautiful hand-drawn, hand-stitched charm to it. So the price for this one is $7.49 for half a metre. And that's the same for all of these Lynette Anderson fabrics. Designer, it is gorgeous. And what's lovely about her fabrics, it's not bright and super Christmassy, it's very muted, it's beautiful. So that's the main hero print. Remember, with all of these fabrics, they are cut to order. So if you love it and you want more than half metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. Right, let's go for reindeers next. This one is ROYH 56. 56. Right, so this one says, oh look, it's got all the reindeers with all the names on as well. Rudolph, Donner, Blitzen, Vixen, Prancer, Comet. I wonder if it's got all of them. How many reindeer are there? 12. God, it's like, honestly, it is like a canteen in here. Like when someone starts putting all the chairs away. Blitzen, Vixen, Rudolph, Donner. Anyway, is there another reindeer one? Love that one. Right. Then we've got, oh, this one's nice because this one's in stripes. Actually, you can really see it. It does make me think of that really old-fashioned Christmas. It's quite charming, though. It's like got that vintage feel to it, hasn't it? When you look at Father Christmas with his long legs. So this is in stripes. So this, obviously, you know, you can see the same themes all running through the whole thing. And it's like you can see the little cross stitches down there. So this is Christmas reindeer. Beautiful. Oh, is this one Santa Stop Here? Oh. Sometimes they cut the ends off the selvages and then you don't know. Now, the same fabric, but in green. See, now these, I'm thinking if you were making like Christmas gift bags, but really posh ones that you want to keep. Or do you know what? I mean, I think, you know, wouldn't it be nice just to frame a piece of this fabric? It's so beautiful. If you framed a piece of it, it would be lovely, wouldn't it? Or, you know, for Christmas napkins that you want to keep for forever and ever. It does look hand-woven, and the fact, you know, you've got all the little crosses on it, there's so much detail in it. I mean, Lynette Anderson is a brilliant artist. The detail and the print and everything, it is beautiful. Love that one. Oh, we've got snowmen. This is all the same range, by the way. If I'm going through them and you think, well, I like the one she showed at the beginning and I can't remember, if you just go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then if you scroll down, you can see actually pictures of all of them, which makes it a bit easier, doesn't it? This is like snowmen with umbrellas. Very sensible snowmen. I like that. So this is a snow. I know, because the rain will melt them, won't it? So the background of it is a really very, very gentle pale grey, and then you've got these darker grey. So it's very just monotone, but it's beautiful. Although look at the selvage; it's got a little red Father Christmas on it. Wishing you a holly berry Christmas. Isn't that lovely? Now the same fabric, but in that kind of monotone. Can you say monotone? Because that's a sound. Maybe it's monochrome. But is monochrome just black and white? Oh, okay. So I can have monochrome. I thought monochrome was black and white, but then monotone, isn't that to do with the way you speak? A bit monotone if I talk like that, yeah. This isn't monotone. It's monochrome. So this is monochrome, but in like a burgundy. Nice. Right. Oh, I like this one. This one's pretty. Right, this one is a real, like, you know that, is it spruce, that sort of bluey greeny colour? With stars. It's that sort of lovely, gentle Christmas bluey greeny colour with, you've got fur all amongst it, and then the stars as well. This is 25 at the end. Oh yeah, they are similar, yes. Yes, it is green, but it's more of a sprucey colour, I'd say. It's lovely, isn't it? Like that one. But when you look at this whole range together, the colours are very soft and gentle and classic. I mean, that is Lynette Anderson's style, isn't it? It is lovely. And then we've also got it here with a grey background, very similar. That one's called Grey. I'll go with you on that one. Let me just put them together. So that's the greeny one, and that's the grey one. But they go together beautifully. There we go. Then we've got... same one. This one has got the same stars on it, but it's that really lovely, is it like a wine, almost cranberry colour? It's very gentle wine colour. What have they called that one? Red. Well, see, red to me is red, isn't it? This is more wine. I think this is the colour of, you know, when you put wine in like a beef casserole, that colour. Right, so that's that one. Now we've got some green. green trees. It's a lovely collection, but as I say, go onto the website if you want to see a little picture of all of them, if you can't remember. There we are, there's the green trees. Then we've got green swirls. Green swirls. So these are your I've left the blender fabrics to the end. These are your sort of blender background fabrics. They will go with all the fabrics that are in the range. But it's just lovely fabric. It's really, really nice, isn't it? I mean, this one doesn't even need to be Christmassy, does it? It's just a lovely fabric. Again, napkins, classy napkins. Got the same, again, this is your sort of background fabric. Well, your low volume. But see, if you look at the circles in that one, that's PDYH08. And if you wanted just something that went with this fabric, for example, it's just a really nice, gentle, if you just wanted a border to go with it. It looks really lovely together, doesn't it? So that's the green spotty one. We've also got it in the palest grey, almost icy blue background. It's icy, isn't it? That's really, really pretty. And you see that goes really well with loads of the fabrics in this collection. It looks actually really nice with the I love that one. I think that might be my favourite one. Then we've got a stripy one. This sort of makes me feel like 1970s shirt, doesn't it? Don't you think? It's like a 1970s shirt. Yeah, that sort of burgundy background, although we're probably slightly shiny. Then I've got, but it matches, you see, if you look at the hero fabric in this, picks up all of the colours. You've got that pinky, and then you've got that red, and then the greens. It picks up even the blue. So this fabric is ideal for picking up all the fabrics in the collection. Then we have two more. There we go. Like a dark wine red. And then the same in grey. In grey, because I'm determined to get through every fabric. We're nearly there. There we go, and there's the grey. So that's the whole range. Go on the website, have a look. So if you want to pick out the ones you want, loving that one. I'm loving that one. I'm loving that one. Gorgeous, isn't it? Right. That's all I've done all the Lynette Anderson. Right. Oh, now these are nice. Completely different, but Christmas nevertheless. Oh, I like that one. Oh, isn't that lovely? So you've got the Rudolph with a robin on top of him. You've got the mailbox. And then in the background, you've got the trees and the moon. I mean, you know, you can always do your classic tablecloth, can't you? But how lovely to do your tablecloth in that. Oh, actually, I really like that. Then, if you love that fabric, but you want to use it with just the background, see, look, let me just, isn't that lovely? What's the price of that one? £6.49. Right, but look, if I put it with that one, you see, if you wanted them to go together, it's the same. Well, that's a bit greyer than that one, to be honest. The background of that is just a little bit greyer, but isn't that lovely if you want fabrics paired together? Love that. Then we've got squirrels in the woods. Well, we've got squirrels and rabbits. Oh, I want all of these as a tablecloth. Actually, this is such fun, isn't it? Look at that. Look at the little fox there. Can we get close on that? Look, I'll put him there. Look at the fox with the lamp and the robin and the hedgehog and his little purple scarf. I mean, it's not Christmas, is it? It's winter. It's just gorgeous. But what I mean is, it's called Winter Moon. Oh, I love that. I think that's the sweetest little thing. Wouldn't that be lovely if you were doing EPP? Because you could cut out the little hexes. Love that one. Right, and then, look, we have got the fabric strips. So these are all 2.5-inch width, so they're all jelly roll, like design roll strips. There's 16 of them, and they are all 55 inches long. So they're really long, but look at the designs on them. So do you know what? You can cut them out and use them as design roll strips if you want. Or you could keep them all together and make things like cushions and bags from them. So you've got all of these strips. Robins, trees, holly, we've got checks. So this is your real lovely navy Christmas. There we go. Right, two kits. Oh, Victoria Carrington. Oh, I love that. Look, the festive cat cushion. Make this cheerful Christmas cat cushion to brighten your home this festive season. Isn't that lovely? So, in the kit, you've got the full instructions with templates to make this beautiful cushion. Now, you also get a metre of ivory fabric, 1/2 metre of red, and then you get this panel. Right, and then on here, look, you've got all of these, the pieces, which are all labelled. So you've got nose and inner ear, hat, fur and bauble, outer eyes, pupils and claws, cat's eyes, ear, holly leaves. So you've got all of the pieces. So this is a really affordable way at £24.99 to make this cushion, because if you were with having this panel, you've got all the little pieces you need without having to have, you know, too much other fabric, even the pieces to have the cat's eyes. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Shall I do the last one? And then the other one is the festive dog. So look, the festive cat, sorry, and the festive dog. They're lovely, aren't they? And then on the festive dog cushion, you've got, obviously you've got the cream and you've got the red, and then you've got this printed panel which does all of the other pieces as well. There we go. Right, well, thank you so much for joining me on Sewing Street today. It's been a pleasure. We've had a really lovely day. Coming up tomorrow, who's presenting tomorrow? Vix is back tomorrow, yay! So at 8 o'clock, it's Liberty Arthur's Garden Fabric Collection. 8:30, it will be, Delphine's in with Lewis and Irene Brensham Collection. 10 o'clock, Becky Swan from Crafter's Companion with the Gemini Multimedia Nesting Dies. At 11 o'clock, Delphine will be back with the Lewis and Irene Astra Collection. And at 12 o'clock, Becky Swan is in with the Crafter's Companion Teddy Bear Templates. Thank you so much for joining me today. Please don't forget to keep checking out for the Calico Bolt. It is very limited. I'll see you back here on Friday with John when I'm going to be doing an autumn quilt, but I'll be back presenting here on Monday. Thank you so much for joining me today, and have a lovely afternoon filled with sewing.